Black Star Network is here.
Oh, no punch!
I'm real revolutionary right now.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig?
It's December 31st, 2025. I'm Brittany Noble, filling in for Roland. Tonight, we have a special New Year's Eve show dedicated to remembering the great individuals who have become ancestors. We will honor Roberta Flack, Angie Stone, George Foreman, Congressman Charles Rangel, Malcolm Jamal Warner, Mother Viola Fletcher, and most recently, Richard Smallwood. These are just a few of the trailblazers we lost in 2025. This evening on Roland Martin Unfiltered, we will honor them by saying job well done.
He's got it. Whatever the miss, he's on it. Whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time and it's rolling. Best believe he's knowing. Putting it down from sports to news to politics. With entertainment just for kicks, he's rolling. It's on go, roll, y'all. It's Roland Martin, yeah. Rolling with Roland now. He's funk, he's fresh, he's real, the best, you know he's Roland Martin now.
All right, folks, we have lost some amazing figures in the area of music. Gwen McCrae, the soulful voice behind classics like Rockin' Chair and Funky Sensation, passed away at the age of 81. Known as the Queen of Rare Groove, Gwen's music wasn't just played, it was felt. Her songs filled with passion and funk became the soundtracks to cookouts, family gatherings, and late-night grooves. She gave us music from 90% of Me to Keep the Fire Burning that stood the test of time. Born in Pensacola, Florida, Gwen started singing in church and went on to bless us with 14 albums over her decade-long career. Even if you don't know her name, trust me, you know her sound, because artists like Lady Gaga, Mobb Deep, and Cypress Hill have all sampled her music, proving her influence stretches far beyond her era. In 2012, Gwen suffered a stroke that took her away from the stage, but her voice, that never faded. Gwen McCrae leaves behind a legacy of soul, groove, and timeless classics that will continue to move us for generations to come. Folks, we'll say goodbye to another soul legend, Chris Jasper, the Grammy Award-winning singer, songwriter, and iconic Isley Brothers member. He passed away at the age of 73. His family confirmed the news, sharing that Jasper was diagnosed with cancer just December. He was born in Cincinnati, where he grew up as a classically trained musician, but soul music was his destiny. He lived in the same apartment complex as the Isley family, and by high school, he had already formed a band with Marvin and Ernie Isley. That connection led him to tour with the legendary Isley Brothers while studying at Juilliard and Long Island University. Before long, he was writing hits for the group, including the 1972 classic, Love Put Me on a Corner. But his voice and musicianship gave us timeless records like For the Love of You and Caravan of Love, songs about love, unity, and making the world a better place. Folks, man, this is a big one here. Grammy-winning singer and pianist Roberta Flack, she passed away on Monday at the age of 88. According to a statement from her publicist, Elaine Schock, she died at her home surrounded by her family. In 2022, Flack revealed she had been diagnosed with ALS, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease, and she could no longer sing. Flack was discovered in the late 1960s by jazz musician Les McCann. Flack made history in 1973 with her hit Killing Me Softly with his song, becoming the first artist to win consecutive Grammys for Best Record. A classically trained pianist, she was so gifted at the age of 15, she received a full scholarship to Howard University. And of course, many people remember the amazing songs she did as duets with Donny Hathaway, who also was from Howard University. Folks, Roberta Flack passed away at the age of 88. And we close out this memoriam, folks, with the loss of the Iceman, Jerry Butler. He was the co-founder of the Impressions, a renowned baritone singer and songwriter. He passed away at the age of 85. His hits, For Your Precious Love and Only the Strong Survive. Butler, who earned 2 Grammy nominations during his career, passed away at his home in Chicago. Born in Missouri, he was just 3 years old when his parents, who were sharecroppers, moved the family to Chicago as part of the Great Migration in the late 1950s. He formed the Impressions with his childhood church friend, Curtis Mayfield, who of course passed away in 1999. But Jerry Butler, folks, was not just a singer. He also was an activist and a politician, serving for a number of years as a Cook County commissioner. That's right, served on the Cook County Commissioners Board there in Chicago. And so even though he was serving on the board of Cook County, he also was still performing. And so Jerry Butler, we remember him for all that he did. And so Jerry Butler also was a fellow member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. And so we salute these 4 musical greats.
Man, many of us woke up on Saturday morning with the tragic news that R&B giant Angie Stone died in a vehicle crash as she was traveling in Alabama. This is a video of her last performance. She was in Montgomery, Alabama on Friday night. They left Montgomery that morning. They were headed to Baltimore, where she was going to perform in halftime at the CIAA basketball tournament. Yet the sprinter that she was in, along with 9 other members, flipped, was hit by an 18-wheeler. And this was some video that a passerby took, not even realizing that it was Angie Stone. And of all the folks who were in that sprinter, she was the only one who passed away. Such, again, tragic news for so many people. And according to the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency, the sprinter van she was in was involved in this crash in Montgomery. Around 4:25 a.m., the van had crashed and overturned on I-65 before a Freightliner Cascadia semi-truck crashed into it. Angie was known for her ability to blend old school soul with contemporary rhymes. Her voice, songwriting, and sheer artistry bridged the gap between classic soul and modern R&B. Some said neo soul. Her fans got a chance to really get to know her when she starred in the 2nd season of R&B Divas on TV1. Joining me now are 2 of those musical giants who appeared on the show with her, Nikki Gilbert Daniels of the group Brownstone, and also Monifa. Monifa, I'm going to start with you. Man, it was for so many people. Obviously, it was sudden. That was so stunning. Angie was always out there. She was always sending me videos on DM on Instagram that she came across that she wanted you to check out. I last saw her at TV1's Urban One Honors, and we always talked trash because she swore she was the baddest spades player. And I was like, oh, Angie, I'm going to hurt your feelings. Every time we saw each other, we would go at it over spades. And I was like, Angie, I got a deck of cards in my backpack. We can go. I hate the fact that we never got a chance to play spades. But Angie was a regular sister.
Oh, yeah.
She wasn't bougie. She wasn't tripping. She was straight down home, South Carolina.
Yeah. Yes. It's very interesting. When I heard on Saturday, I it just didn't land. I don't even think it still has landed. And but I thought about how long I've been meeting Angie for the first time, actually through Nikki Gilbert, and working with Nikki for so long on Soul Kids Cabaret, which is where Angie and I first worked together and got we got to know one another. And I'm like, my God, it's been so long. And then being in this, you know, sharing this space, and I can speak for myself in this pivotal moment in my career, doing R&B Divas, reintroducing myself to a new generation, sharing my story, and actually, you know, in this sisterhood, in this bubble with Angie, was very, 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 very interesting and important. I believe because Angie's a team player. She was all about sisterhood, all about the collective. She wasn't singular minded, and she always had a word for you. And she was an amazing talent. Period.
And
Hands
obviously,
down.
before R&B, I mean, she was one of the pioneers of hip hop,
Absolutely.
and one of the first female hip hop stars. Everybody talks
Absolutely.
about Queen Latifah, MC Light, and others. Not taking anything away from them, but Angie was before they were.
She's the shoulders. She's the shoulders for all the female, you know, lyricists. She is definitely an integral part of hip hop. Period. Hands down.
What would you say? I mean, all the times y'all spent together, wildest or funniest moment? Because one, she loved to laugh.
Oh yeah, yes, definitely. I mean, absolutely. Angie was funny. Like, you know, Angie was actually very funny. And, you know, taping a show like R&B Divas, I mean, you know, it's a fishbowl. It's like this pressure cooker situation. So we had moments, you know, personality clashes. It was honest. We had some tough moments and we got through them. You know, she's human. We were human, and we were able to still come through in love and with respect. And the last time I was with Angie, we did the reunion for the Urban Honors, and I walked out with her. You know, she had just gotten out of the hospital. Pardon me. She had just gotten out of the hospital, and I ended up, you know, walking out with her as we did the song. And I just never thought that would be the last time. And it's like starting to hit me. So I'm just like, good God, you know, I was really, really, really shocked. And it broke my heart. It broke my heart to hear that how she went. And I'm just praying for her family and her children and her loved ones and everybody that supported her.
I think suffice to say, I mean, that's the case for a lot of us. I was at the award show. You're right. It was great to see all of y'all together. I saw her, and we kept talking about again. We were talking trash about Spades. And did not catch up with her when she had left before I got a chance to get a photo with her. But and I pulled up because like I said, she always sent me videos on Instagram because she was just always involved. But truly, it was a great sister. And so, Monifa, we appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you for having me, Roland. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. I'm going to now turn to Nikki Gilbert. Nikki, glad to have you here with us as well. Again, just...
I love you. I love you, Mo. I have to say that. I love you if you're still there. I love you so much. Sorry.
It's... she wasn't just for a lot of fans, obviously. People loved her music. But for y'all, I mean, she was indeed a sister.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely. Angela Laverne Brown Williams Stone, my sister. Which is rare in this industry to have people that you really bond with like that because so many relationships are so transactional. But Angie was my sister friend in every sense of the word, and I love her, and I'm going to miss her for the rest of my life.
Again, personality. And folk may be around the same age, but why did Angie always think she was somebody's mama?
You know what? It was more, Roland, it was more big sister vibes. from Angela. It was more from Angie. I'm sorry, Angie B, as I like to call her.
Right.
It was definitely more big sister vibes because, like Monifa said, Angie always understood the importance of the unity and being together as sisters and loving on each other. She would always be like, "Let that go. That's not important." She always had a word. Angie always had a word. She was an old soul, and Angie didn't have brothers and sisters, right? So when she loved on you and she called you a part of her family, that's exactly who and what you were. So, you know, her actions definitely spoke louder than her words, no pun intended.
When you think back to all the moments y'all spent together, what jumps out?
When I think back to all the moments that Angie and I spent together, I would say what jumps out at me most, when I think back at the moments we spent together, what jumps out at me most is constantly, like I said, and I think Mo said this as well, wanting us to be better, wanting us to get the respect that we deserved, wanting us to be unified, wanting us to be sisters in real life, not just in the industry. And Angie will break out some holy water and a prayer and a Bible on you in a minute. We used to laugh and joke about that, but Angie was always putting God in every situation and always bringing that spirituality to every situation. So what I remember most is how she would always come into the space and bless us and pray for us. I remember praying with Angie and laughing with Angie more than anything.
Everybody has favorites in terms of songs. What did you love to hear her sing?
Oh my God, No More Rain, period. Hands down. I'm a Motown girl, so for anybody to be able to have a little of that Gladys sample in there and also have the soul, she just had such a soulful voice. She was you know, like good food, good cooked soul food, and just she was in a pocket. Angie Stone had a pocket like no other. It's like she could sing Hickory Dickory Dock in her Angie Stone way, and it was gonna be a vibe. I met her almost 30 years ago when she was in Vertical Hold. It's no question about what she brought to that group, and just soulful. But No More Rain that's my one. I like that one.
Obviously, brother, $20. Tyler Perry posted that he said he would be writing. He would play $20.
Yes.
Because it remind me. But I love from her, of course, Mahogany Soul, easier said than done. I just love the jam on that. And the thing about, so I was sitting doing some work last night, getting over the flu, and I just pressed play, and so many. Angie did not have a lot of fast songs. But but when you that's what I'm about to say. When you say it in the pocket, it was like I just pressed play and probably about 30 songs played, and so wasn't fast. There were a few that were slow, but they were like just right there, just in that groove, and yes, as you say, in the pocket.
Yes, indeed. I wish I didn't miss you was a little tempo. It was a little tempo right there.
Oh yeah. You know, but again, everybody has obviously different styles. But sometimes you just want to just chill. And again, you ain't trying to slow jam, and then you ain't trying to sweat. You ain't trying to slow down. You ain't trying to sweat. But you just want to just chill with it. Right.
And we always have that. And you know, that's why I want to encourage people. I know that she's not with us in the physical, but Angie, her voice, her music, her vibe, her soul, her pocket is always gonna be there. We haven't lost that, you know, and it's gonna take a minute for everybody to really process it. I'm still just kind of like Monifa in a state of this isn't real, but it is. But she left us with some great music and great energy and great vibes and real sisterhood, and that's so important.
Well, and I was when I was texting Tyler, I was texting some others. You know, I said the thing that's important for us, and I always say this is, you know, hashtag live life, love it. You got to, I mean, make every day, every moment. You can't assume. You know, if somebody crosses your mind, oh, you know what, man, I'll call them tomorrow. No. You call them today.
Yep.
You call them in that moment. If they come across your mind, you pick the phone, you call them right then.
Yes, sir.
That's what you got to do.
And that's what I appreciate about Angie. I was just thinking about you. I just wanted to call you, tell you I love you. Wasn't always business, you know. It was just I'm checking on you. How you doing?
Indeed. Nikki, we appreciate it. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Juba Saeed. He was the executive producer of R&B Divas on TV One. Juba, glad to have you here. Good to see you. Just your thoughts on the fact that here we are having to remember the great Angie Stone.
Yeah, I when I heard the news, obviously I was in shock. I had to make a few phone calls because you never know when the news is just internet speculation or hearsay. So the first thing I did was just send out a text to my group of folks at TV One who we all shared a lot of time with Angie, and who we, whether we were in publicity or in the creative space like I was, really wanted to know that this was true. And that got confirmed. So it definitely hit hard. And we had conversations internally because of how close-knit we were on that show.
What made her different from the other artists on that show? Because everybody sort of brought a different sort of perspective.
You know what? I think there was a level of maturity that Angie brought. When we first started R&B Divas, one of the things that we were proud of is that we were saying we're going to be the reality show where the people on the reality show have a lot of talent, right? And that was kind of, back then it was like all these people with no talent to make, and I didn't believe in that because I worked.
Man, you had people with shows who were on Wives, they wasn't even wives.
Right, exactly. So, we were proud of the show. We were able to get this a collection of amazing women together for this show. We were proud of that. But what it turns out is when you get a lot of alpha folks together, and whether they be housewives or R&B divas, there's going to be some turmoil. And there was that. But when Angie showed up, there was immediate mutual respect given by all the other ladies because of her history of music, because of the way she carries herself, because of the way she speaks. And I think that's what made her different amongst the other women.
Of course, there were different people in different shows. Go to my iPad, when they visited, my News One Now said it was Nikki, it was Mo, it was Angie, and I can't remember. I think Kiki was late to that one. I can't remember. So yeah, Kiki was probably late. But it was. But again, you're right from a maturity standpoint. And again, this was somebody who brought a much different personality, a vibe, and I think so many people just appreciated, as I keep saying, her down-homeness, if you will.
Yeah, whenever she walked in the room, I remember the first time, everybody walks in. When she walks in, everybody starts singing her songs, and she, because of the kind of heart she had, she never got sick of it. She sang along with you, and with whatever song you're singing, whether it was Black Brother, which was one that a lot of people would sing whenever she walked in the room, and she would chime right on. She was completely humbled by it. Sometimes I always wonder, because an artist might sing a song 100,000 times, and it felt like she never got sick of that song. She never got sick of the other songs that people would sing when she walked into the room, because it was a celebration of her and her talent. And the way that the energy she gave out, and I'm guilty of it too. I was happy to be guilty of it, and I was always nervous because I'm like, I don't want to offend, but listen, she welcomed that kind of energy every time.
Indeed. So, she's going to be missed, as Nikki said. Has left a significant body of music that we can always enjoy for eternity. But still, we'll miss that big smile and that big hug. And I'll miss all that trash talking she'd said when it came to stage.
She was that girl. I remember there's one thing I still carry with me today that it's a little innocuous, but she was about her business. And in the negotiations to get her on the show, she was about her business. And when we first sat down after she signed, one of the things she said to me, and it always stuck with me, and I might misstate it a little bit. She goes, "The deal ain't good until it's signed on the wood." And I repeat that to myself because of everything that we do in our business. You know, oh, so-and-so is going to work with you. This is going to happen. That's going to happen. It ain't happening until the deal is signed on the wood. And I got that from Ange.
Absolutely, absolutely. Doc, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Roland. I appreciate you, man.
Thanks a bunch. I'm going to go to my panel right now and get their thoughts and perspective. And we're going to get Anthony Hamilton on the line also, reaching out to Calvin Richardson. First and foremost, Joy, favorite Angie Stone song?
Brother. I mean, that song is beautiful. And I know that I never forget, we were having like a graduation party, and we had like a video, and it was for a young man who was graduating, and we played that song. It is a beautiful song, and frankly, you know, sometimes we overlook our Black men, and we don't always show how much we love them. And the world doesn't show how much that, you know, that they are loved. And so this song was an ode to them, and this beautiful Black woman singing it. I mean, it was just so meaningful. It still is.
I was going through a bunch of different photos, and I came across, this is from 2016, the Tom Joyner cruise. That is not Drewski. So that is actually me. So when those of us who were on the Tom Joyner morning show, my man with the costume designer, Tom would pick different themes, and so they had me dressed up that particular year. First of all, let me see on this panel who could name who I was dressed as. I'm gonna see if y'all. What y'all got, panel?
Oh, I want to guess Sidney Poitier from Uptown.
You got the movie. It was the Bill Cosby character.
Oh.
The Bill Cosby character, okay.
It was the Bill Cosby character. Now, Henry in the control room, his ass old. He was like, oh, that's Mongo Slade. So you know he know. See right there, that's what you use to test Black people in a Black card. If they saw Uptown Saturday Night. Joy was hiding like, oh, Lord, oh, my God. I saw you hiding, Joy. Joy, See, Joy one of them new Negroes, see, you know.
Joy is younger.
You know, see, for Joy, Black cinema started with Love Jones.
Exactly.
You know, they can't go back. They can't go back to Uptown Saturday Night. Let's do it again. Can't go back to Cooley High, Car Wash. Yeah. Them new Negroes start at Love Jones.
Actually, Car Wash. Now,
With the big afro, come on.
Yeah. So
with the fish in the heels, come on, man. Come on.
So Derek, your thoughts on Angie Stone?
Listen, I met Angie when I first retired from the Navy, and my business partner at the time wanted to get into concert promotion. And this was in 2004, 2005. And he said, hey, you know, maybe we can get Angie Stone to be the headliner and then get, you know, Earthquake to be the opening act, because he wanted to do this R&B and comedy type thing, and she was open to it, and man, down to earth. And I know a lot of folks, Roland, you know, try to put Angie in this box, but there's a reason why we say neo soul. There's a reason why we say mahogany soul. There's a reason why we say that she can rap and down to earth, because that was Angie Stone. She was that sister that will sit down and play spades with you, like you said. Just talk about what was going on in Atlanta or South Carolina or wherever you are. She was that sister that was just down to earth. And you asked what was the favorite song. My favorite song that Angie was Brother as well, because she wanted to acknowledge us, that this world that was beating down brothers she didn't care if you made 6 figures or 1 figure or a nickel. She wanted to acknowledge that we are Black men who give to this society, those who carried the briefcase and those who did not. And that's the reason why Brother was one of my favorite songs, because if you ever had a chance to meet Angie Stone, that tribute meant something, especially as a Black man.
And I've been looking for the video when we were on the Town Journal cruise. What she did was, when she sang that, she had all these brothers come on stage, and it was like a conga line. It was just a long, so literally the line just kept moving the whole time as she performed it. Majid?
Roland, I got to keep it real with you. I have not had the pleasure of familiarizing myself with Angie Stone.
Oh, see, you got to lock yourself in a room now. See, you got when the show's over, you need to lock yourself in a room, and you just need to go ahead, and I don't care what streaming service you use, because her music gonna blow you away. You gotta do that, Doc.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking forward to it, because the tributes that I've heard today are just absolutely beautiful. So, absolutely, I definitely look forward to hearing her music.
The thing, and y'all let me know when we got Anthony Hamilton, so we can holler at him. I mean, like so many artists, Joy, she was recently on video talking about her battle over her royalties, over the music. And you heard you would talk about being about her business. Play that video here. This is Angie right here.
Hey, what's up, family? It's your girl Angie Stone. I did an impromptu this morning. Happy holidays. I'm just gonna wait for some people to get in here. Some stuff I need to talk about. I didn't go about it the setup way, mainly because I've been dealing with a lot the last month, a whole lot. And I'm just here to let you know I am so outdone with things that have been going on in and around me. And because we're at the end of 2024, I kind of just want to shut it down, looking forward to 2025. I want y'all to go like and share, get some people on this live, mainly because I'm about to reveal some stuff that, Lord just told me to talk about today. Going out of this year, going into a new year, I need to bring you guys up to speed with some things that I've kept very personal and to myself. Some things I wanted to share and other things I didn't want to share, but now I'm okay to reveal some things that is probably going to shock some people. So I'm going to give you a little bit more time to get some people in here, because it was a lot for me to get on here and do this. I mean, this last month has been trying. First out, I want to shout out all the people in Detroit. I had a show that was supposed to be with Music Soul Child, Marsha Ambrosia. Shout out to Raheem Devon for standing in for me.
So yeah, that was one of the last IG lives that Angie did before, of course, the tragic news on Saturday. We have not gotten further reports from Alabama State Police regarding cause of the accident, anything along those lines. Control room, go to our discussion. I'm hitting y'all right now for y'all to call Calvin Richardson. Of course, he did one of the, give me 1 second. I'm sending y'all his number right now. Okay. Y'all got it. So let's get Calvin Richardson on FaceTime if we can, or Skype. So y'all got the number. Give him a call right now. Plus, Folks, we had Anthony Hamilton. He was picking his kids up. We had him live. So we're trying to get him back on as well. Raheem Devon. Give me 1 second. Anthony, give me 1 second. Calvin is hitting me. All good. All right, he hit me again, but we're good. All right, so that's fine. I told him he's calling. Let's see here. Is that who we got? All right, cool. So in a second, we're going to pull up Calvin Richardson. Y'all know, of course, one of those great songs he did with Angie off that Mahogany Soul album, which is just unbelievable. And so, so it's always good. So let's go right.
For someone to join. Can I make one comment?
Go, real quick, go, because I'm about to go to Calvin Richardson.
Really quickly, one of the best parts about the Brothers song was that not all of the men she shout out, not only were they blue collar, white collar, et cetera, some of them were incarcerated. And I loved that line. It showed that we all have value, not just black men, everyone does. And I mean, just a beautiful person that would have thought to be that intentional.
Absolutely, absolutely, folks. Calvin Richardson did a song with Angie called More Than a Woman. A lot of folks remember that. He joins us right now. Calvin, glad to have you here. I hate under these circumstances, but we're paying our tribute to a truly beautiful sister, Angie Stone.
Man, it's a pleasure to be talking to you again, Roland. Like you said, not so much under these conditions, but, Angie was a special lady. It's to me, we were very close, and, I'm still shaken by that. By the incidents, by the loss.
Y'all, again, mixed it up in the studio, made some great music. You've done stuff with a lot of different artists, but what made her so special?
The one thing, rolling out of everybody that I've met that's in the industry, I work with so many people, and a lot of them was through her, her introduction, man. But the one thing about Angie, if she was for you, she was for you. And if there was one person in the world that I know that was pro Calvin Richardson and wanted to see me win, she was that person, and she was always a big cheerleader. She tried to pull me in on almost everything that she had going on once we got connected. So, she was definitely a special person in that sense.
Music is obviously so personal, and everybody has their own unique ways of singing and putting things together. Take us inside of the studio, that process of the give and take working with her.
Angie, she was very comfortable, relaxed in the studio. It was almost like, if you're sitting in the control room, it's like you're sitting at home on the couch and, just talking. And basically, we were similar in a lot of ways. We did our creating in real time. We didn't necessarily have to write the words down. We just vibe and get on the mic and pretty much just make the magic happen, let the magic happen, never force anything, just let it happen. And so I learned a lot from Angie in the studio about the business, around the business, how to conduct myself in certain situations. So
you talked about again sharing the stage. Some folk aren't necessarily they don't necessarily like doing that, so it has to be a little different when you work somebody who has no problem sharing the mic and encouraging someone else.
She was definitely that person. She definitely didn't have a problem sharing the mic, pulling you up on stage at any point. She heard I was in Cancun a couple of years ago. We was down there doing this festival, and she was performing, and I was on another night, but I happened to be out there in the audience, and somebody told her that I was there. Like, she stopped what she was doing in the middle of her show to bring me up on the stage. It took me a minute to get through the crowd of people because I was, wasn't close to the stage, but, that was just Angie being Angie. She loved sharing the light. She didn't have no problem, making it not so much about her, but whoever else that she could encompass in the spotlight. She was good with that.
I asked our panelists this. I'll ask you your favorite Angie Stone song.
Man, she had so many. I think I heard a lot of people saying, brother, you know, I was in that video, so that was my, that's one of my favorites as well. But I had a bone to pick with you, pissed off, so pissed off. Like Angie spoke about real things, and I think that's what really attracted me to her music. You know, No More Rain in This Cloud, that was one of my favorites as well.
What would you say something that you would want folks to know about Angie Stone they don't know?
You know, Angie was very, as much as she loved sharing the light, she was very competitive in a sense that, you know, when she take the stage, like everybody, you could be a friend off the stage, but if you're on the lineup, like Angie is really gonna go out there to do her thing, and she gonna make you work for it. If you gotta come behind her, you came before, she gonna make sure that, you know, your job is not gonna be easy that night. That's just how she was, and that's just say a lot about how she delivered, you know, the product that she made up with her songs. And you know, I embody that myself. Like I said, just being around and learning those things. But she was very competitive in that sense. She wanted to be known.
So what you're saying is she'll put that pressure on you, and so you're gonna have to bring your A game if you coming behind her?
No problem applying the pressure. She's gonna do that. She's gonna make you feel it too, you know, and enjoy, you know, doing it.
Well, absolutely. Well, I think that again, it was a shock to so many people when the news. I mean, I literally woke up Saturday morning to that particular news, and it was just unbelievable. And so many people were saddened by it, and certainly condolences go out to her family. You know, for a lot of us, you know, look, we're fans. You know, how we look at this, but for them, it's a lot different because they've lost a mother, they've lost a loved one, and so I think a lot of people just need to remember that that's the case as well.
That's right. That's right. And you know, Angie was family for me. You know, she was like my sister. A lot of people tied us together. My phone hasn't stopped dinging yet, you know, ever since it happened, you know. And so, you know, I'm still, like I said, still processing it, still trying to wrap my mind around it. This is crazy. But, you know, she definitely will be missed. There'll never be another Angie Stone. She's the only one.
Indeed, indeed. Calvin Richardson, we appreciate it, my brother. Good to see you. Thanks a lot.
All right, thanks, man.
Folks, as we said, we're still trying to get Anthony Hamilton on the line. And, you know, it's always, Derek, in these situations, you know, when someone is in old age, someone has been ill, you take a Quincy Jones, lived a really, really full life. But it's always so hard to see someone who was literally on stage the night before, hours before, and then find out several hours later that they perished in a car accident. I think that's just also what makes it so difficult, I think, for folks to also have to put their arms around.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Roland. I mean, when you think about, I mean, the loss of a loved one hits you in so many different ways, but when that loss is unexpected, right? They weren't going through any kind of terminal illness. It wasn't due to, you know, age. When that loss happens, it just makes you recalculate your priorities. It makes you think about what's important to us and how that we need to value each and every day, as you stated previously. And so the loss of someone like Angie that touched so many, I mean, millions and millions of people. Most of us will never have that kind of impact, scope, or scale. And so when you think about this treasure, this beautiful being that God blessed us with for 63 years, remind us what's important and how we need to make sure that, as you stated again, when we think of someone, we call them and tell them how much we love them.
Eric Benet actually dropped a video a couple of months ago. He and Angie were actually at a funeral of an artist who they both work with. He posted this on Instagram. Let me go to it. So pull this up.
Our brother Jonathan Richmond. It was a beautiful, beautiful celebration. But we got work to do. We got to do some unfinished business.
We absolutely
What do you say?
I know that we do. I think we came together because of John. Because the first time I met
Wait
John.
a minute, how did you get my...
I kind of stole him. I was in Indonesia and Angie was doing this incredible show and I saw this dude on keyboards. John was big back then.
Yes.
And he was playing his behind off, and we in the church. I can't say what I was really going to say.
You said behind.
Okay, I can say behind. He was playing his behind off, and then he started singing. And I'm like, I don't know who that is, but I need to meet that brother right there.
And he went to plot. I'm going to get him.
Well, you know what? Then he became my brother. And he was both of our brothers.
That's right.
And we sent him off today, but he's not really gone. Because this music is with us, and we're now joining the music. So,
you know, and I'm going to do some work, and we about to lock up, make up, and keep up. We ain't gonna let y'all young people upstage us on this podcast.
That's right. Come on. Come on. I love you.
I love you more.
All right.
Thank you.
That was Eric Benet, and so as he shared his thoughts and reflections. And that was just a couple of months ago. They were at that particular funeral, and now Eric now mourns Angie Stone. As we say at the top of the show, folks, former Houston mayor and congressman of the 18th Congressional District, Sylvester Turner, passed away last night at his home here in D.C. He died after suffering a medical emergency following Donald Trump's speech to Congress. Before the address, Turner did a lot of interviews with a number of different influencers, including Elizabeth Houston, talking about the issue of Medicaid. Here is some of that interview.
I appreciate you for highlighting this. Please tell us why why you decided to bring your guests tonight, and also why Medicaid is so important to you.
They are slashing nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid. When you do that, you are hurting real people, real lives. And I wanted Angela to be here out of my district to tell her story, to put a face with what they're doing. Don't let them do it.
The Sylvester Turner had been diagnosed with bone cancer. You can actually see the effects of that. In fact, this was actually a video that he posted on his social media account last night.
This is Angela Hernandez, my guest tonight for the State of the Union. Angela is here to advocate on the importance of Medicaid.
I'm Angela. I'm from Houston, District 18. My daughter is Baisley Garcia. She's 2 years old. She has a rare genetic disorder, chromosome 8p, inversion, duplication, deletion. It causes a lot of developmental and medical challenges. So losing Medicaid would be devastating to us.
So please let people know, don't mess with Medicaid.
That was one of the videos again that literally he posted last night with his guests, and there were so many people shocked and stunned as a result of this announcement. He had a long career in public service that spanned several decades at both the local and state government levels. His political career began in 1989 when he was elected to the Texas House of Representatives for District 139, a position he held for nearly 3 decades. Despite facing early setbacks in his campaigns for mayor in 1991 and 2003, he was elected mayor of Houston in 2015 after a heated runoff against Bill King. He secured a second term in 2019 by defeating the wretched Tony Busby. Following the death of longtime Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, his good friend, Turner announced his candidacy for Texas's 18th congressional district, the same position that was held by Barbara Jordan and Mickey Leland. He was elected just in November. Folks, Houston Mayor John Whitmire had this to say about the passing of his predecessor, Mayor Turner.
But it reminds us how vulnerable life is, puts things in perspective. Council, as you witnessed, is very sad that we lost a public servant the size and record of Mayor Turner. He's fought a courageous fight with his illness. I saw him Saturday to Rodeo Parade, and then, as I mentioned, he and I were on a program together a week ago Sunday in Acres Home, Calvin Williams installation. He and I both are very close to the family. So we shared that program, and many folks, certainly many of you that are new to Houston, do not realize our history of being partners. I got elected at 23 years of age. He ran for county commissioner in 1981. I was involved. Then he went to the legislature, where for 24 years we worked as a team representing the same community. So I have nothing but fond memories of his partnership and our representing the same people. Politics is a tough business. He ran for mayor 3 times. I witnessed each of them. And I think anyone familiar with that successful race would say I played a vital role, helped him get the police firefighter endorsement, which was really important. Other support. I think I did a pretty good job of firing up crowds for him. And certainly presenting him to Houston as the winning candidate on election night. We had disagreements, but they were never personal. And our families were close. You know, no one knows the pressures of public service in general until you serve. And no one knows the pressures of being mayor until you have the honor of being mayor. So Sylvester's on our mind today.
Very, very tough loss for the city of Houston. And, you know, Rebecca, it's very difficult because, like, literally losing Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. And then Turner, she ran for his seat for mayor, lost to Whitmire. And then literally a month later was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. She was gone 3 or 4 months later. And then now having to now deal with this loss as well.
I didn't know him personally, but I knew and know of some of his staff, including some of his staff when he was mayor and some of his campaign staff. But to your point, the vacuum in leadership that Houston is going through, at even the realignment of leadership that's happening within Houston, you know, it's tough. It's tough when you lose that continuity when you lose those folks who have been around, they have the battle scars of the different various political fights that they fought. And then you start to bring in that new leadership that isn't necessarily battle tested in the same way. And what's really sad and unfortunate is that this moment really requires those who have been battle tested. But of course, we still have other people like Congressman Al Green in the Houston area. We still have other people there to help fill in some of that gap. But it is sad. It's sad to lose two great, wonderful Black politicians back to back, within a year.
Daniel?
The night I got the news that I would be appointed to serve as the regional administrator for EPA Region 4, I was in Houston. And Mayor Turner was one of the first mayors to congratulate me. And I remember he vaguely said, "You got to come back to Houston." And I kind of softly said, "Sir, I'm in the southeastern region. And, unfortunately, Texas is not one of my states." And he said, "I didn't ask you that." And so, I want to say that I had, a very, great opportunity to meet him. The last conversation he had, to show you the stature of this man, he convened all of the Black utility executives in the country. I didn't even realize there were over 25 Black utility CEOs. He convened them. And I want to say thank you for his life, his legacy, his promotion of the city, the rodeo, all the things he invited me to, all the things that he did is a testament of a legacy of a generation of men and women and civil rights leaders that we have lost, but that their memories will hopefully remain within all of us.
One of the last interviews he did at the National was on Reverend Al Sharpton's show on Sunday. This was some of the interview, and so I had reached out to him. To be on our broadcast last night, but he was attending the speech, and Julian, Congresswoman Joyce Beatty said she was the first call I got this morning. I was actually asleep. I woke up to the news because I didn't go to bed till like 4 a.m. Had my phone on sleep mode because I knew I need to get some sleep after last night's 6.5, almost 7-hour broadcast. And she said that she had left him last night to come here. And he had talked about, he told her to tell me, hey, he had, respect for what I did. We were, longtime friends. I've known him for years, growing up in Houston, covering Houston politics. He's my alpha brother. Again, it was this morning, it was very difficult for CBC members when they even had their noon meeting today because so many just saw him last night. After the speech, again, doing interviews, and he went home and had his medical emergency.
Roland, I had the pleasure of meeting Mayor/Congressman Turner on a couple of occasions. I enjoyed and appreciated, we discussed some of his environmental stances. He was close to a number of African-American people who are environmentalists. It is a great loss. I mean, I echo what my colleagues have said. It's a great loss. And beyond that, there are a couple things that we all have to think about. One is succession planning. The loss is great. We will all mourn. Who's next? I think that all too often we have our Black leaders who are on their own by themselves, and we've seen it time and again. And so who's next? Who's up next? Who's got next? I think the other thing that we really have to think about is the double blow that Black Houstonians are experiencing with the loss of both Sheila Jackson Lee and Sylvester Turner. That's a lot. It's really a lot. And so we have to lift them up with positivity to talk about, again, what's next. But the third thing, joy comes in the morning. Something positive will come out of this, even though I personally, like I said, I didn't know the brother well at all, but we had been in each other's company a couple times. He actually teased me about something I said or did, which is not unusual for anyone, but we got a good laugh out of it. So we'll all miss him, but as we miss him, we have to A, lift up his legacy, and B, live in his light.
Folks, February 4th, he posted this video talking about the dismantling of these federal agencies. Listen.
This is Sylvester Turner. A lot has happened in D.C. over the last 14 days. But one of the most egregious things that has taken place is that Elon Musk, this billionaire, this tech guy, has literally taken over the U.S. Department of the Treasury. And in his possession happen to be your personal financial information, tax information, information on your Social Security, Medicaid, and the list is endless. Now, on January the 20th, we inaugurated a president. We did not crown a king. But since January the 20th, after one executive order after the next, this president and those who work for him on his behalf have gone too far. To have your personal, private information in their possession and no one knows how this information will be used is outrageous. It's egregious. And it's repugnant to all of us as Americans. And no one knows how this information will be used is outrageous. It's egregious. And it's repugnant to all of us as Americans. Today, there was a huge rally in front of the U.S. Treasury. By the thousands, people showed up and said, enough is enough. Our information belongs to us. It doesn't belong to this billionaire. It doesn't belong to this tech guy who can use your information and my information any way you can. It is now time for all of us to stand up, to hold our ground, and to say, no, it doesn't work that way, Mr. President. And we will do everything in our power to change and overturn this abuse of power. We need your help. Speak up and let your voices be heard. And in the meantime, this congressperson from the 18th Congressional District will do everything I can to righten this wrong.
We talked about it a few months ago when Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee passed, and then again, outgoing Mayor Sylvester Turner delivered this eulogy at her funeral.
Thank you so very much. We thought, Elwin, that we would all come and do this together. To the special dignitaries, Elwin, let me just say that it takes a special man to be married to Sheila Jackson Lee. And God chose you to be her husband, and my brother, you have done it well. So I want to congratulate you for a job well done. To Erica and Jason, my parents used to say that the best thing that I can give you is a good name. Your mom has given you a good name. And Erica, you have channeled her spirit, and there's so much of her in you. Jason, she will be proud of what you're doing right now. She was an ambassador with a special assignment. From the local perspective, I want to thank her for standing by North Forest when they were trying to shut North Forest Independent School District down. For the church in Acres Home, Cliffdale, small church, needed a contractor, didn't have the money. She found the contractor. She made the repairs at no cost to the members of that church. Thank you. To Cheryl Ropolo, who doesn't even live in the 18th Congressional District. Her daddy needed medical care. She reached out to Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. She made the call, and her dad was with her for another 7 years. Cheryl Ropolo wants to say thank you. to the homeless man that was on the street. But because she came that person's way, that homeless man is now in his own apartment with the wraparound services. Sheila Jackson Lee, the homeless man, wants to say okay. To the many COVID drives she set up, working right alongside me and others, the thousands of people whose lives have been saved, want to say thank you. And in her final months, when her body was frail, when people needed food and water, Rodney, we were out there. She got out the truck, moving slowly. We said, Sheila, we'll do this. She said, no, brother, no, I'm here. And then when we finished that stop, we said, it's time to go home. She said, brother, I have one more stop to make. We went to a shelter. She got behind the line and served them food and stayed there until we said, that's enough. I'll close with this. Sheila wouldn't take no for an answer. But because she was an ambassador on a special assignment, there was one person she had to yield to. And God said to Sheila, Sheila, your work on this earth is done. You have ran a good race. You fought a good fight. And now it's time, my sister, for you to come right on home. Sheila, I want to thank you on behalf of the local community for bringing the world to the 18th Congressional District. To God be the glory for the good he has done.
And the same, of course, can be applied to Congressman Sylvester Turner, dead at the age of 70. Juliana, Daniel, Rebecca, we really appreciate y'all being on today's show. Thank you so very much. Folks, when the show's not over, 2023, I held a Juneteenth discussion in Houston. And if you want to understand the impact of Mayor Turner, he did some amazing things as mayor of City of Houston. Really, especially when it came to black business. And so we're going to close the show out. I'm going to sign off right now, but we're going to play this for y'all for you to understand the work that he did on behalf of African Americans, African American business owners as the mayor of the City of Houston. We will greatly miss him, and I will personally miss him as well. Folks, I will see you guys tomorrow from New York City from Susan Taylor's National Cares Mentoring Gala. Here's that conversation with Mayor Turner from 2023.
Coming to Houston, we understand heat. So I wore one of my African outfits. In fact, Lynn from a Turkey Leg Hut called me. He said, hey, man, what's the dress? Because, you know, it's hot. I said, Doc, it don't matter. I said, you come dressed like a chef. He said, cool, linen works. So when he sees you, he going to be real happy.
Well, I am certainly dressed down today.
No. This is how we roll the Black Star Network. We good with that. All right, glad to see you here, Mayor. First off, I wanted to have this conversation because you're in your final months as mayor. This is about the future of economic freedom for African Americans. Right. And Commissioner Ellis spoke earlier. He got smart. He came in for all y'all got here, so he had a mic first. And we talked about literally the billions of dollars that exist out here in the public sector. And unfortunately, we're not fully tapping into that. You understood that coming into the mayor's office. And so what was your focus to make sure that black folks were getting a piece of this pie when we are significant tax payers in the city?
Well, Roland, I looked at it in two ways. Certainly the people in our city need the services, the basic services, and you want to make sure that you improve in every community, every neighborhood, so every neighborhood is a community of promise and hope. So services are important. But secondly, economic empowerment, because that is what will last far beyond my term. Making sure, for example, that we're providing opportunities for businesses to add capacity and then to be able to scale. They can then hire, and then that continues, okay? So that was critically important. Number two, The city of Houston, for example, our budget, we just passed the budget a week or two ago, $6.2 billion. And then that doesn't necessarily factor in everything that we're spending, for example, like at the airports and our utility system, all of that. So it's a lot more than that. So it was very, very important when you say that you're the most diverse city in the country, that diversity be reflected beyond just ethnicity, but in terms of where those economic dollars are going. I will, and I am proud to say that in my term in office, that we have done more businesses with MWSBEs, and more so than any time in the history of the city. And if you drill that down, just say we just want to focus on African American businesses, we have awarded more business in dollars and cents to African American businesses at a historic level, more than any time in the history of this city. And so you're talking about just for black businesses, African American businesses, you're talking about nearly $1 billion going specifically just to African American businesses.
Wow.
Okay. So, and if I wanted to be exact, you're talking about $927 million.
I like specifics.
Yeah, I'm talking about $927 million, and that's just up to 2022. That's not factoring in this last year.
And the reason that's important, and we talk about this here, because when you talk about that much, $927 million going to black businesses, now you're talking about companies that have employees, folks who are buying houses. When we had my TV One show, the weekly show was 4 years and the daily show was 4 years. The sister who did the makeup.
Yes.
She came, when the show was over, she was in tears, and she says, "Roland, I got to thank you." I was like, "So why?" She said, "Doing makeup for your show allowed me to buy my first house." Yeah. And that's, and here's what by her doing makeup on our show, she's the makeup artist for Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Wow.
So when you saw the judge in Vogue,
yeah,
she did her makeup.
Wow.
So when we talk about creating opportunities for black-owned businesses, you're creating not just that opportunity, but what's coming down the road, and now houses, sending kids to college, them giving to HBCUs, and so that $927 million is not just going to one person.
Right, it's the multiplier effect. And look, when I came in as mayor in January 2016, we had 2,500 certified MWSB businesses, 2,500. As of today, we now have a little more than 5,200. We have more than double. Wow. More than double. And if you want to drill that down to African American businesses, of that 5,200, 40% of them are African American businesses. 40% of them. So we've more than doubled the number of certified businesses. We have given out more contracts in dollars and cents to MWSBEs than in the history of this city. We are working on building capacity. That's just the city. After the murder of George Floyd, there were a number of us, African Americans primarily, entrepreneurs and businesses, that started the Houston Social Justice and Economic Equity Fund. And partnering with various corporations and banks, in this case Wells Fargo, which ended up giving $20 million to the Houston Social Justice and Economic Equity Fund. We have provided grants anywhere from $10,000 to $60,000 to more than 220 businesses, minority businesses in this city. And we're getting ready in the second round to provide another $8 million. We decided that the $10,000 to $60,000 was not high enough. And so we've increased that threshold. These are not loans. These are grants that are being provided to businesses themselves. So, it's, I am proud of that because, services, we have to provide services. But economic empowerment and feeding into these businesses, and for most of these businesses, you're talking about less than, 10 employees or less. But the goal is to build capacity and to enable them to scale up. And then for some of them who need technical assistance, they can now go online and get technical assistance 24/7 that we are offering to these businesses. So we want to help in so many different ways.
See, the thing, I had a conversation, we were in D.C., and they kept talking about, oh, black-owned businesses, we need access to capital. I said, no, we need contracts. Right. I said, it don't mean nothing for me to have access to capital, credit line, if I don't have contracts. And so we were in this battle. I said, because for me, I built this, we have no debt, we owe nobody. I said, I'm gonna have capital if I get contracts. And that's the thing that people have to understand. Or then you have the people out there that say, well, you know, we want to create, you know, back-end services, you know, legal support. I say, hey, I got a lawyer, an accountant, we got all that. Where the contracts?
Well, you know, look, when you start looking at construction, professional services, and goods and products, over 7+ now years, coming up on 8, we have 29% on average are going to these MWSBEs, 29%. And the way we do it, I mean, we have these goal levels every Thursday morning in the executive committees. As we're going down the agenda, we go through each item to see whether or not these companies and others are meeting their goals that we have set. If they're not meeting those goals, we pretty much pull them, okay? And so you need to meet these goals. But at the same time, we're not just trying to promote MWSBEs as subs. We are now very intentional with promoting them as prime. And so now we allow MWSBEs who are primes to account for 50% of those goals so that they can build that scale and add that capacity. So we're now seeing more MWSBEs who were serving as subs who are now stepping in as primes. And again, that's just a way of building in our communities, putting people in a position to hire folk, lasting way beyond whoever is mayor. You want these businesses to continue to survive and thrive and grow.
See, I think that was the key point you made, and I said this when Obama was president. I said, guys, look, when you term limit, that's it. You're only there 8 years, finite years. But to your point, these are businesses that can be here 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 years and is having the opportunity. The prime contract piece is so critically important because that's what Maynard Jackson had to deal with when he became mayor of Atlanta. And what happened there was we were always forced, and the way the rules are, I covered City Hall when I was in Fort Worth. The moment you become a prime just one time, you can now bid on other prime contracts.
Absolutely.
So the system was set up that we were only subprime. We could only become subprime contractors. And so what he did was they broke up a lot of the contracts to smaller contracts and said, no, we're not going to do one big prime.
Debundle.
Right, and now you have, so versus 100 million, no, we're going to do 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. And now, if they can apply to become a prime in one of the 20s, right, they now can apply for that, another deal, for that 100 or 500 or whatever.
And you know what else we were finding? We were finding that, let's say, if 24% of that contract was supposed to go to MWSBEs. Well, when you look at that 20%, they may have had 8 different subs. One getting 1%, 2%, maybe 3% to add up to that 24%. Well, hell, you can't build capacity when somebody's getting 1%, 2%. They'll always be at that level. So we said, no, that's not working here. That's not working here. And so you've got to provide people with the opportunities where it's a meaningful, impactful opportunity. Otherwise, you're not really doing anything at all. And then you just can't get to the point where you're putting people down and you're not utilizing them. So you're putting them down to get the business, but you're not utilizing them. Or you're saying, well, we put them down, but they couldn't do the work. You know, no, that's not going to work at all. So it's letting people know that we're looking at everyone. I don't care who you're doing business with. And I'm not interested in the names. I'm simply interested in the fact that you are giving meaning to the program, okay? And that's what's important. And you're utilizing people that can do the work. Now, when you go to Hobby, we had a big deal over this airport, a contract at Hobby. But when you look at Hobby as the prime sort of contract, on one of those contracts, you had MWBEs in it that represented about, what, 97% of the deal. That's on one of the major ones, okay? So it's affording people opportunities. And then what I say to people all the time is that, you know, you have people sitting at the table, and people will say, well, let's focus on people who have had the previous experience, and they've been doing it, and let's look at them. Well, everybody started somewhere. Everybody started somewhere. And so if you're only utilizing folk who have been at the table, then there are no new people sitting at the table. So everybody started somewhere. And in this sense, I borrowed the philosophy from my daddy. You know, when you have 9 kids and 2 adults and a kitchen table that only sit 5 people at a time, and my daddy wanted everybody in the house eating at the table. So he would say, okay, you 5, y'all go in there and y'all go eat. And, you know, your mama got plenty of food, so don't rush, you know. So go sit in there for 5 of you. And then when my daddy thought you had been at the table long enough, my daddy would walk into the kitchen and tap you on your shoulder. And he said, now you 5, y'all been sitting here long enough. There are another 5 so waiting to eat. So you 5, you get up. And you know, that stuck with me.
He was a maitre d' at a restaurant. We got to flip this table.
But, you know, but when you're living in the most diverse city in the United States, as long as everyone believes that they will have an opportunity to sit at the table, you're not going to have a lot of fuss and confusion because everybody knows they will have their turn. The problem when you have that you will have is that if there are people who've been sitting at the table and they don't want to leave the table, and there are others who are saying, when is it my turn?
And it's opportunity. I was at a Black Contractors Convention. I gave a keynote several years ago in D.C. And there was a sister I met, and her job was to certify companies to make sure they actually were minority-owned. And she came upon this company in North Carolina, and they were the largest construction company in North Carolina. So she was talking to these 2 guys. They said, well, how did this company get started? He said, well, our dad started this company. He was in the military. And they said that when the war was over, World War II, he asked them, well, we got all this surplus equipment. Can I just keep some of this? And, oh, yeah, go right ahead. So he started this construction company with a government handout. Military construction company, military construction equipment, and used that equipment to start the company and then began to get all these contracts in North Carolina. And now his sons are running the company that Daddy started using government equipment. And as she and I were talking, I've used that example. I said, because you can't show me a black soldier who they will let walk off the base even with a shovel. Right. But he left with actual equipment. The government funded his business. And so I explained to a lot of white folks out here, I don't want to hear that bootstrap stuff when the reality is for decades, and even when we were paying taxes, we were funding their contracts, their businesses. And right now, in this whole age, folk fighting CRT, I got my book over there, White Fear, how the browning of America is making white folks lose their minds. Folk getting all upset and everything, and you're going, look at the numbers. Y'all been eating well for a long time, and now you get mad because we're saying, can we get a chair at the table to eat?
But you know, Roland, what I would say though, yes, people get mad. But we can't do what they do. And what I mean by that, we have to cross every T. We have to dot every I. I came in fully aware that everything that we do with me as mayor was going to be scrutinized. And so you have to dot every I, you have to cross every T, you have to be even more intentional with following the process. Because when you start saying, providing more opportunities for people that look like you and I, or people who are diverse, everybody's not going to be pleased with that or happy with that. So we have to be extra careful. Extra. In order for you to sleep at night, you have to be extra careful knowing that you have crossed the T's and dotted the I's and followed the process, because it may not be fair, but that's just the way it is. Yep. So that's what I tell mayors across the country, okay? You know, make sure that you're following your process. Make sure that you have 2 and 3 different checks, because that's so important. But at the same time,
somebody checking on the checker and the checker.
And everyone, people will tell you, and in all of our meetings, in my 8 years, number one, I never meet with anybody by myself. That's number one. Number two, we discuss all of my deals before my executive meeting. We go through every last one of them. If there's something that seems out of whack.
See, Mayor, you sound like a preacher on that one. I ain't gonna name the preacher, but that was a woman who wanted to go to counseling. And she came in, and there were 2 other people in the room. It was a dude, it was a brother, it was a woman. And she says, she goes, Pastor, I thought I was doing counseling with you. He said, no, darling, they're paid not to open their mouth. And she's like, but this is supposed to be a meeting between you and I. He said, we will not be meeting if the 2 of them are not in the room.
And I will tell you, and I came in with that rule. Thing meeting just with me, because whatever you have to say, you can say to all of us. And if you can't say it to all of us, you can't say it to me.
So somebody say, no, the mayor told me, you like, I had some backup in the room.
There are at least going to be 2 or 3 other folk. And especially when we are discussing anything dealing with awarding, that's in front of my entire executive team, you know. Because, I mean, that's just the nature those are just the realities. Those are realities. But having said all of that, you know, we've made significant progress. I won't say mission accomplished, but it is important for us to do everything we can to build capacity, to put the business in a way that they can scale up. And then what I say to businesses, you need to be able to do the business. You know, I can't put you someplace and you can't do it. Now that's not be crazy now. I mean, you know, you're applying for something, and the people are asking, can you do this? No. Do you have this? No. Why are you down here? Well, I'm an MWBE. So what you want me to do? So we can't help you if you're not taking the steps to help yourself. Okay? Now, that's one of the reasons why we put a lot of emphasis on apprenticeship programs. So there are steps that we can take you through, like on the small business rotation program that we have. We can take you through those steps on technical assistance, financial assistance, all of those, to build you to that point. And then you go to the next step and to the next step. But, you know, but the Office of Business Opportunity, I want to give a lot of credit to Marsha Murray, sister, who has just done an incredible job in the Office of Business Opportunity. And all of my directors, you know, that's important because, quite frankly, before the matters even get to me, I'm on the back end they have come through the system. So you got to have the right people in the right place in order to move things forward.
Well, speaking of moving forward, last year, again, after Juneteenth last year, folks were celebrating the first year being a federal holiday.
Yeah.
And I was seeing all these different events and stuff, folks doing stuff. Then I started seeing all the planning, and I said, we got to make sure that Houston remains the epicenter in terms of national celebrations. CNN last year did
California.
Did something from the Hollywood Bowl. They broadcasted it again from the Greek Theater. And I was like, I said, how y'all gonna broadcast a concert from California
about Juneteenth?
Hell, when they entered the Union, they didn't even have slavery. So I had this idea, and then reached out to my brother, reached out to different people in Houston. I said, Mayor, we got to make sure. And so we began to meet with different folks, met with the folks over at Houston First. And so I am proud to announce with the mayor that beginning next year, we're going to be holding the National Juneteenth Freedom Festival here in Houston. Black Star Network, my partners with Urban Edge Network. Our goal is to have our exhibits, have concerts, bring our tourists in, but really make Houston the centerpiece of Juneteenth celebrations, because that's the way it should be, and everything coming from here.
And look, and let me thank you, Roland. You reached out. We want to be fully supportive. You know, I saw that last year. You know, you try not to be jealous or envious or whatever. But you know, I said CNN going to L.A. talking about Juneteenth. I mean, I was at my home and I said, what the hell? I mean, that's fine. But you can't ignore the fact that General Granger came to Galveston and on that veranda read Article 3. And you can't ignore the fact that after he read it, and quite frankly, before he got to the last line, those slaves, some of them are already taken off, you know, heading down to Freedmanstown to 4th Ward. And then when he finished it, the others, well, there were some, because even when they were told that they was free, you know, just the words don't set you free.
Right.
You got to set your mind free.
Right.
So there were some who were still standing still after the man said y'all free. You know, so many of them stayed at Galveston, but the rest of them took off. And so how can you ignore that? And then I got to give my brother, good friend, former state representative,
yes, sir,
Al Edwards.
Yes, sir.
I got to give him a lot of credit, because Al took a lot of crap in the legislature.
Well, I was in D.C. Tuesday for the Juneteenth concert at the White House. His son was there, and saw Opal Lee there, gave her respect. I told a whole bunch of people there, I said, let me be real clear. I said, first of all, y'all, this was a state holiday in Texas first. I said, and it was my Alfred brother, Representative Al Edwards, and I said, let's not lose sight that it was a whole bunch of folk for years and decades who were saying it should be a federal holiday.
Right. So, I certainly want to acknowledge Al Edwards, because if we are not careful, we will rewrite our own history.
And that's precisely why I said, no, we got to do this thing, national festival in Houston, multi-event, whether we
want it done big.
Oh yeah.
Now I won't be the mayor next year when it happens, but I can certainly help feed the success of the program.
Yes, sir.
While I'm here, I don't know who the next mayor will be, but I know that I'm the mayor right now. So we're already planning to assist for next year.
Yes, sir. And so when I was in D.C. And I pulled Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee aside, and I mentioned this, she goes, now, you know, I'm sponsoring this Juneteenth trail, and they got all this stuff. Don't leave me out. I was like, Congresswoman, I got you. Breathe. I said, breathe. I'm not going to leave you out. I was like, breathe. So I told her, I said, don't worry about it. I said, it's all good. Take your time. But
thank you, Roland.
Yeah,
thank you for what you're doing.
But the whole point of this is absolutely to make it big, to make it national, and make sure those morning shows are broadcasting from here, and then when we're telling the story, but not just telling the story, getting people to understand the locations, Freedmanstown, Emancipation Park, all of that history there, because you're right, my fear, and I've been telling everybody, don't just be having concerts.
Right.
Because normally we say it's a party with a purpose. We're flipping this. This festival is going to be a purpose with a party.
Right.
And economic freedom is going to be a part of that. And that's why we definitely want to do it here and keep it here. So I appreciate your support for it, and we're looking forward to doing it up.
Well, you know, you're placing your name on it, and you know you got that national name. You know, you started with the Defender, you know, and now you got that national brand. So we want to take advantage of that national brand to now redirect the attention. To this particular region, you know,
and there are a number
Galveston.
of national brands that are very interested in being sponsors as well.
Right.
So we definitely, I mean, so we're talking about exhibits. We're talking about having different all that stuff happening on Friday and Saturday, in addition to having the concerts, in addition to having empowerment panels and discussions, lectures, things along those lines. And we want it to really be centered in as we talk about here, a major part. It will be utilizing African American vendors and companies and wanting them out to showcase their wares, because that's, for me, and I keep telling everybody, Juneteenth for us was not about just barbecue.
Right.
We had voter registration taking place at Juneteenth events. We had economic discussions.
Right.
So when we talk about freedom, we're talking about freedom.
And all of those issues are as pertinent today as they were 100 years ago. And in many, many ways, they're even more relevant and more pertinent. And information is empowerment.
Yep.
And if we don't make sure that we educate ourselves and those that are coming after us, then we are shortchanging our future. And you don't want to do that. So let's party, but at the same time, information is highly important and is relevant today. And so we want to make sure that we are working with you and providing the necessary support, because you know, either you go big or you go home. And if you can't do it on a Houston scale, and I think that may be one of the reasons why they went to LA. You know, maybe people felt, the Hollywood, that imagery and, maybe entertainers and stuff. And so they're looking at it from the Hollywood perspective. And then they say, well, General Granger, Galveston, Houston.
Well, see, for me, that's always a problem. If you only want to focus on the Hollywood angle, but you want to leave the history out, then all it ends up being is just a concert.
But we can do the history, and we can give you Houston Hollywood.
Music fans were saddened to get the news today of the loss of one of the founders of Tony. Dwayne Wiggins passed away. His family announced that he died of bladder cancer. Stories have been circulating all week about him going into hospice care. Been suffering from cancer for the last couple of years in this very, very, of course, difficult time for so many folks. This Bay Area group burst onto the scene with their amazing music and, of course, with a huge fan base. And so, of course, people know about Raphael Sadiq, but Dwayne Wiggins was just known to so many for his guitar play and for singing ability. I was in the Bay Area December 6th, actually. I spoke at the memorial service for Frankie Beverly, and that night I was invited by San Francisco Mayor London Breed to come check them out. As you see, that was a photo that we took after the performance. Dwayne said, he was on stage and he was like, wait a minute, is that Roland Martin in the audience? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. And so in the picture there, you see London Breed, but also Congresswoman Latifah Simon. And both of them join me right now. Glad to have you both on the show. That was, of course, a great night, great performance. And Dwayne was doing his thing. Here's some of that performance. Go pull it up, guys.
I want to say something. Before we leave the stage, I always like to leave on a positive note because we never know when the next time we will see each other. But it has been a beautiful 38 years. It's really been more. I'm just trying to stay young. I'm just saying. You know, in this music game, music business, it ain't easy. But I learned one thing, and I learned from people like Sly Stone growing up across the street from the Infirmary Park where I got this big ass knot on my head. It's about owning your trademark and your brand. And I'm from Oakland. Hey, but my parents is from the South. So they taught me responsibility and how to look out for others. If everybody around you ain't flying, ain't good, you ain't good. Just that simple. Hey, I love y'all for coming out. And I gotta leave you on that note. It's about the songs, it's about the music, and y'all made it classic. Peace, love, and happiness, and all the best. Peace, love, and happiness. Don't do no stress. Peace, love, and happiness. I wanna wish you peace, love, and
Deepa, you heard him say there, don't know the next time we might see each other. And for me, for that night, again, great night, great performance. And for a lot of folks, that was the last time to see Dwayne on stage.
Yeah. Roland, I don't even know what to say. I'm holding back tears. You know, my dear friend, London Breed, is right now at Dwayne's house with his wife. We had a very small community, although Dwayne had a world of folks who loved him. What a good friend, what a good man. You know, Dwayne, and I'm gonna pass it on to you, Mayor Breed. Dwayne had a warehouse just a few years ago that he rented out in East Oakland for young artists to perform and hone their craft. And he had a comedy night. Before that, years ago, he opened up a cafe called Java House so the young musicians could just come and play from East Oakland, West Oakland, from the Tenderloin, from the Fillmore, where we came. Dwayne is and will always be a gatherer of spirits. That man was a good man. And, you know, he married one of our very best friends, and their love throughout this cancer journey was so beautiful. And one of the things that I want to say is Dwayne was so worldly and yet so private. He was so thoughtful about wanting to just be in his joy with his wife and his family. And I gotta respect it as somebody who lost my husband to cancer as well. There is no pain like the pain that Dory Wiggins and his mother and his sisters and brothers are feeling. And we all know that there will never, ever be another artist like Dwayne Wiggins, who helped discover Beyonce and Keisha Cole. I mean, we can go on and on.
Yes.
This man gave so much. London.
And Latifah and I, we grew up in the Bay Area. We grew up in San Francisco, and we grew up on Baby Doll, and all of the amazing music. Feels Good came after, but the first album, we were rocking that in the Bay, and the music just brought us together. And we looked at Tony, this group, as an iconic group. And so then to later in life get to know Dwayne and become close friends, we look at him as an icon. We have a tremendous amount of love and respect for him. And we watch him in awe, especially when he performs. But as a human being, when you get to know him, I mean, you don't feel like you're a stranger with Dwayne Wiggins. He could walk down any corner, any street. He would come to the Breed family reunion every year. He blended in with all my cousins. Everybody is like, Dwayne Wiggins is my cousin, because that's the kind of person he is. And he was always trying to provide other people opportunities. I mean, the warehouse he had was just a place when artists would come into town, celebrities and all, they go to this place and they jam all night. The jam sessions were legendary, and Dwayne couldn't help but be right in the middle of all that. So there's so many stories that I know so many people can tell about him, but I also think it's important to really honor him as a person. He was a good human being. He was a musician. He was an artist. He was an amazing, transformative spirit. And, you know, his loss has left a big hole in our heart, especially people around the entire Bay Area. And we are hearing from people from all around the world, artists, celebrities. Dwayne Wiggins, his impact is felt everywhere.
I mean, London, he did fundraisers for all of us, all Black women running for office for free. You know, he showed up day in, day out. You would see Dwayne at the Trader Joe's or at a political rally, at the Juneteenth, the last Juneteenth that London facilitated in Oakland, the largest Juneteenth parade in San Francisco history. Dwayne was in his drop top, you know, front and center, performing in the parade. So we know him as a political stalwart, an artist, a brother, a husband, a father. Roland, we're hurting.
What was amazing about watching and then perform again, that was just 3 months ago. The joy on the stage. We all went backstage. He was smiling. He was laughing. He was talking about how it was a great week of shows. And the energy was unbelievable from the stage to the audience and back.
I mean, Roland, I don't know if you know, but Dwayne was also like a big brother to all of us. One of London's best friends became the regional director for Alpha Kappa Alpha last week. And Dwayne was so very ill. And he got out of his bed and had his full band last week and played in front of 2,500 AKAs, had to have his brothers come take him on the stage. He held that guitar and we said, no. Dory, to his wife, he can't do this. Dory was really clear. Dwayne wants to live his last days performing and making sisters happy. You know, the sisters of service. That was 7 days ago, London, right?
Yes. That was this past Saturday, yes.
Wow.
Mm.
And I mean, he wanted to die. Look, as they say about folks in the military with their boots on, and musicians. I mean, that's their life. That's what gives them life. And doing what they do. And so, you know, I just think that, you know, we recently lost Angie Stone, tragic car accident. Also this week, the great Los Angeles world-renowned musician Roy Ayers passed away at the age of 84. And Ayers was 84, Dwayne was 64, Angie Stone was 63. And the reality is, but the thing about music touches us in a way that it also becomes timeless. And you're going to have folks generations from now jamming to those iconic songs that cause London to get out of her seat and dance.
Yes. See, Roland, you're bringing up some mess now, but I like to think that night sparked the Tony reunion that happened in 2022.
No, I was talking about 3 months ago. I wasn't talking about during COVID. You brought that up. I'll talk about see, you.
Was Dwayne performing though. He made us get out of the house and go see some amazing music. That was a night, right, London?
Yeah, that was a night, and we made it Tony Day in San Francisco. I mean, look, there's so many stories that, again, I keep going back to that. I was looking through my phone and finding video. I mean, he was there at my birthday party last year in August, and he was right there videotaping the whole thing. And it just, when you think about Dwayne just wanted to experience the joy of life with the people he loved and care about. And so he showed up, whether it was on stage, he gave you 100,000, 10, whatever the number is. He gave you all of what he had in himself. And it was as if it was the first show he ever did in his whole life. He just gave it to you every time. And even when he hung out with his friends, he just gave you all of what he had. And he just enjoyed, he'd walk in the room. He's like, wow, this is beautiful. These people are beautiful. I love this. He always had this feeling of goodness and excitement and joy, and people loved him so much. I'm talking about, he rolled down in his drop top caddy in my neighborhood that we grew up in Fillmore, California, in San Francisco. He couldn't even get one block. Because they were like, Dwayne. They just had to say hi, take a picture, whatever the case. And it was just nothing but love. That's what he brought to the table constantly. And so, we're really hurting out here. The Bay is hurting, people who loved him and worked with him. And we just want to do everything we can to honor his legacy and just really live like he did and don't take any moment for granted.
I think that what London is painting the picture of is a man who was music but community focused. Just a couple years ago, he took over 20 Black young artists to Ghana. Dwayne was an internationalist. He was also, he would laugh if I would say this. He was also the husband to his wife. So many of our close friends came through Dory Wiggins. And boy, oh boy, did he love that woman. And I do have to say, as somebody who was a caretaker, London and I have watched this beautiful, beautiful love story of theirs to the last moment of Dwayne's breath. He had this woman literally washing him, praying over him. So folks who are deeply sad in this moment, we should all pray to move through the world as this man did. And in his last moments, he was holding the hand of the woman he loved the most. That's music, that silence, that joy, that crescendo. He lived and employed literally hundreds and hundreds of people throughout his career. He had amazing children who were super talented, and he took his last breath in love.
With listening to music.
Come on.
His favorite songs.
When that night after we went backstage, I was talking to, I think it was a stylist. And
Mario. That was Mario.
And I was talking to 2 or 3 different people, and they were just talking about just working for him and how great he made them feel and how down home. That was what the folks were expressing about him, and just being a part of the band and a part of this experience.
Yeah, and that's just what he did with people. Look, put it this way: if Dwayne was mad at you, you did something real bad. It took a lot for him to be mad at you. He was not that kind of person, because even if he were mad at you and you came back around, he'd be like, "Hey, what's up? It's nothing but love." He would sweep it under the rug and keep it moving, because he enjoyed people. He enjoyed being around the people he loved and cared about, and being around him, people flocked to him. It wasn't as if he was going out there trying to find people. People found him, and he was everybody came to Dwayne. Everyone wanted to be around him. Whatever event, Dwayne Wiggins gonna be there? Okay, we need to, Dwayne Wiggins is having a Dwayne Wiggins is, and so people wanted to be there. And the crazy part, before all this social media, because I remember as a kid, because my brother used to go to those parties when you could only take Polaroids. I still have pictures of Polaroids from Dwayne Wiggins at the parties back in the day, before I was even 21. And, you know, with my brother and other people, because he would not say no to taking a picture. He enjoyed people in the park. He was always the same from back then, when there was no social media, when there was, you know, Polaroid cameras, to the person he had always been, you know, no matter what. And I think that's really something that I will always remember and be grateful to call him a friend. And also I will cherish the fact that, you know, God has blessed us to not only be his friend, but for the world to have the experience of knowing the creativity of who he is, the music he not only made, but the music he helped others to make. I mean, it is unbelievable, just his legacy, and I look forward to just really trying to celebrate and honor that. I'm hurting and I'm sad right now, but you know, when I turn on Feels Good, or I turn on Baby Doll, or I turn on any of those songs, I'm just gonna think of him. You know, it just some songs, Whatever You Want, you know, as soon as you hear that, you don't even have to hear a word. You hear the song and it's like, whatever you want, sing that song. But I could go.
He created a culture. He created right behind London, there is a swimming pool in this beautiful Eichler home that Dwayne owns. And I got to tell you, you know, the babies, the young kids are in that pool. Dwayne would have barbecues, and because he's a dad, he would go into his garage and pull out the floaties and the balls. This was a man who was loving not only to his wife, to his mother, to his children, to his nieces and nephews. And he was, like London said, like, you know, Mr. Martin, a savant, a producer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he was, if you look in that house, there's a big bass right by the door. There's a piano, there's a number of guitars, there's a drum set. The man could play all of them. He wrote more songs than you could ever imagine. We are losing our Berry Gordy, but, you know, in the sense that Dwayne was so much more than any master producer. Like we said, he was a savant of our time, and we will celebrate him every single day for the rest of all of our lives, from hip hop to R&B to community activism. He implored all of that together. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to just reflect. You know, he just passed away today.
Yep.
The family will begin picking up the pieces slowly. He was so much to so many folks, but to so many folks in that house that London is right now, he was their everything. And I'm thankful. I'm so thankful. I'm so thankful that
my celebrity friends like Chris Spencer, George Lopez, and God Torre, they're always are joking and tripping. They're like, man, why you always shooting video? You and all your cameras. But then what always happens is they always are asking me for the footage later. And so I'm always shooting stuff. And I wish I had a longer clip, but this is, we're gonna close this out. This is 29 seconds of Dwayne Wiggins doing his thing. Listen. Just that look, that look. Hey, when you're in the pocket, there's a certain look musicians have, and you can just see how. But just go right to it right here. How he just nodding his head like, "Yo, I'm in this thing, feeling good."
Yes. Yes.
All right then, London Breed, Latifah Simon, Congresswoman Latifah Simon, I appreciate it. Please give our condolences to the family. And thank you for joining us for this tribute.
Keep telling the story. Thank you so much, Mr. Martin.
Thanks a bunch. Appreciate it. Quickly, I go to our panel. You want to share your thoughts? Tony? Who wants to go first?
Absolutely. I'll hop in, Roland. Just because I got 3 points I want to make. Well, one, I saw Tony at National Harbor last year when they performed, and me and my wife had no idea that'd be the only opportunity we would have in our entire lives to see the full group perform. And so for these artists who are out here touring, I highly encourage y'all to go see them. You never know when it's the last time you're going to see them. The last people who saw Angie Stone perform had no idea that's the last time they would give the opportunity to see her perform. Same with Tony. Secondarily, black men, if you have a friend or a confidant or anybody that you haven't talked to in a long time because y'all been beefing, squash it. You do not know how many more times you'll have an opportunity to talk to them. And do you really want to waste 10, 20, 30 years being mad at somebody over something that, whatever it was that happened years ago? We have to start coming back together and understanding that life is finite. 2 weeks ago, Roland texted me saying the stroke starts in 2 minutes. I was in a hospital bed because my blood pressure was 227 over 170. You never know what's going to happen, and you're lucky to be alive every day. So cherish those things. The last thing, make sure that you are taking care of yourself and taking care of your family and following in the image of individuals like this who are true pillars of their community and understanding that every day is crucial and valuable. Leave a lasting legacy just as he did.
Zachary, Michael?
You know what? It never rains in Southern California, and it also never rains in heaven. It never rains in paradise. And so may this man rest in paradise, and he has earned his peace. I am so thankful that I had the opportunity, and for so many people out there, to grow up on the sounds of Tony. And I'm hopeful that the music that was produced will be a blessing and an inspiration to younger artists out there, and will maybe even as we listen to this catalog again and we go back in time and we listen to it all over again, it's going to motivate this kind of music to kind of come back into the mainstream, because we have allowed it to go out of the mainstream. We got to bring it back. That good time, feel good R&B that has a message, but also brings all the feels.
Michael?
First of all, I got to say, Robert, speaking from experience, get your blood pressure under control. Mine was 193 over something. Okay, mine was 193 over something in 2022 and scared the hell out of the doctors. It's down to the normal level, caused me to start losing weight as well. Tony was phenomenal. I remember when it came out in 1990 and really hit it big with It Feels Good. They have like really good sounding music. It Never Rains in Southern California. Let's Get Down featuring DJ Quick. And, so this is a big loss. I encourage people to listen to the music during while we were listening to Representative Simon and former Mayor London Breed. I was watching It Feels Good on YouTube. And also, we just lost Angie Stone. I saw Angie Stone perform live down in Atlanta at the 3-day Juneteenth festival about 3 years ago. I got a chance to meet her. Never met Tony, but, phenomenal group. And one of the few groups that actually played instruments as well. So this is a big loss.
Indeed. Folks, after Tuesday's night NBA game, Milwaukee Bucks head coach Doc Rivers took time to reflect on Bucks legend Junior Bridgeman. He, of course, played 12 years in the NBA. He also, though, was a minority owner of the Milwaukee Bucks. Rivers said he's a model we should have. Here is what Doc had to say.
Just really a dark day, tough day, losing Junior. I've known Junior for probably my 60. I've known him since I was in college. He was one of the guys, him and Quentin Butler, that would call me at Marquette to get me to go play with the Bucks, of all places. And, you know, when you think about Junior's life, you know, I keep thinking about like LeBron and Magic and how influential they are to our league, and they are, and what they've done off the court is amazing. But the role model we should have is Junior Bridgeman. When you think about it, here's a guy that I think the most he made was with $300,000 in his career, and he's an owner. You know, so think about that kid growing up, wanting to be an NBA player was probably his dream, and he turned that dream into being an NBA owner. And if that's not what every kid should aspire to do, you know, I was even reflecting on my career, you know, as a coach, and, you know, won titles I've topped, and all that stuff, and you should really want to be like Junior. I mean, when you think about it, he is the exact motto that the league should use every day when they're talking to our young players. So, tough day, just really a tough day.
I guess when you kind of think through your time with him, is there, you kind of get this last chapter again, right?
Yeah.
Where it comes back.
Yeah.
What was that kind of like to
yeah.
Everyone so young and then all
yeah, it's so different. You know, you know, in a day like this, I just reflect on me a lot too. I'm really blessed. Like, there's a lot of benefits for me coming back to Milwaukee that I didn't like anticipate. I had no idea that Junior was going to get back into the Bucks and be an owner, and then we restarted a relationship. We stayed in contact still throughout the years. You know, he flew me down to go to the Kentucky Derby with him, so we had a relationship. But I didn't talk to him a lot, and then all of a sudden he's back in. And you know, when you tell people, you know, people say seize the day and all this stuff. I'm really like, you know, the last conversation I had with Junior was about using him to mentor the young players and trying to figure out a way of doing that, and we never got to it, you know, because you thought there were time. So yeah, that's the second side of Junior. Was the first side though. Like, when he was an NBA player, if you'd have just met him on the street, you wouldn't have known. He wouldn't have told you, and he didn't act like it. When he became a billionaire, you wouldn't have known, and he would not have told you, and he didn't act like it. You know, the word gentleman is like gentleman. That is as good as you can get with Junior.
Folks, a couple of years ago, Junior Bridgeman talked about his business success after his 12-year playing career, went on to own a number of Wendy's and other fast food franchises, owning more than 450. Later became a Coca-Cola bottler, also owning an aluminum company. As we said, buying 10% equity stake in the Milwaukee Bucks, being one of the folks who bought the Valhalla Country Club there in Kentucky as well, buying Ebony and Jet out of bankruptcy. But he said how you treat people, how you connect with the community is most important. Here's some of that InvestFest conversation from 2023.
We started off like most companies at that time. If you're black and you're going to get involved, they're going to put you in the black area town. And so it was no different. We started in Milwaukee because I spent all those years there with 5 stores in the inner city of Milwaukee. And they were not very good restaurants.
Hey, Steve, the audio.
I figured if we worked at it, you could turn things around. And I'll tell you, the average volume of those 5 restaurants was only $600,000 a year. And you're not making any money at that volume. Today, those restaurants, and my son runs them, so we still have a lot of them, but they do over $2 million in sales. And how do you do that? By getting involved with the people and letting the people know that you care about them. Now, how do you do that? Back at that time in Milwaukee, if you got stopped for any traffic violation, they took you to jail. It was a crazy law that I'm glad they've changed, but where was all of our people at? They were in jail. So we were bailing people out every day, and I could take you through other things that we did to help show people that we cared about them. And once they realized that we cared about them, then they cared about the business, and they cared about us, and we grew. And as we grew and added more stores, we were able to promote people from a general manager to a district manager to an area operations person. And after a while, we had a whole lot of people making over $100,000 a year. And you would say, you know, how did that happen? And it was in what I would call a real American dream. You could come go to work if you had just natural common sense and you were willing to work hard, you could make a good living for yourself. And we had people that went on from there and became franchisees on their own. So turn around, and it was a matter of helping people. And then one day I looked up and we had 275 Wendy's restaurants.
Folks, and it was a great conversation there. This is a photo that I shot actually before he went on stage. Junior Bridgeman, I went backstage to chat with him. He's also an alpha brother, and so we had the opportunity to chat. I hadn't seen him since 2010 when I moderated a conversation at the NBA All-Star Game in Houston, where he was one of the panelists, and so certainly condolences go out to his family, the loss of a giant. And let me go final comments from Zachary, Robert, and Rebecca. You know, Rebecca, I've had some people, they've hit me and they've said, man, my goodness, 71 is young. And Sylvester Turner, Congressman Sylvester Turner, former mayor of Houston, died last week at the age of 70. His funeral is going to be on Saturday in Houston. Events are happening this week. Angie Stone, of course, passed away in a tragic car accident at 63. And, one of the things that I said to people is that, no one knows the day or the time. So what you must do is you got to, maximize every single day, every single hour, minute, and second you have to live the best life that you can and help others.
May these legends rest in paradise. May they rest in paradise and garner eternal peace, and let them leave behind for us, those who are left to continue this work, to continue to strive, our eternal promise. So we're here to stand on the promise, but to also fulfill the promise. And hopefully you can clearly see from what this entrepreneur has been able to do in the course of his life and what he's been able to achieve. And the same thing goes for Angie Stone. The same thing goes for Representative Turner. They leave behind a roadmap for us to follow, for things to learn to do, things to learn what not to do, so that we can keep pushing forward.
Rebecca?
71, 70 years
Rebecca?
old. Those are young ages, but I want to point out that for Black men in this country, that the average age is 68 years old. So these people actually exceeded what the life expectancy is for the average Black man in this country. So as these folks transition, become ancestors, it's definitely imperative for all of us, especially Black people in this country during this troubling time. Take care of yourself. Eat good food. Get plenty of rest. Be healthy, be active, move your body, and most importantly, go to the doctor. Get those tests run. It's okay to get those tests run. Take somebody else with you, but we all got to do community care and take care of ourselves in this moment.
Robert?
I think every single week when I come on with you, Roland, it seems that we are mourning someone who has passed away. And this is why it's so important for us to live every single day and ask ourselves this question: if today was the last, am I satisfied with what I've done? And if you're not satisfied with what you have done and achieved on this day, figure out how to do it differently tomorrow. To Rebecca's point, look, in my book bag every day I carry around a blood pressure monitor, an EKG machine, medicine, and everything else just in case. When your wife tells you to go to the doctor, don't fight her. Don't say I'm okay, which is what Black men do far too often, and try to gut our way through it. Go to the doctor. When we're talking about diet and exercise, the Black community is one of the most obese communities globally, other than South Pacific Islanders. So we have to work on that as a community. And when it comes to stress in the workplace and the family, we have to figure out how to prioritize mental health so we are coping with these issues and finding ways to go through it. But most importantly, we have to ensure that we are putting ourselves first. That doesn't make you a narcissist. It doesn't make you a bad person. You can't help anybody else if you're not here. You have to take care of yourself and live your life in such a way that you're fulfilling your true purpose.
Mia Love, the first Black Republican woman elected to Congress, has passed away at the age of 49. She died on Sunday, surrounded by her family, after a 3-year battle with glioblastoma, a malignant form of brain cancer. Love, the daughter of Haitian immigrants, made history by becoming the first Black woman elected to office in Utah County, where at that time less than 1% of the population was Black. At just 28 years old, she became the first Black woman to hold an elected position in Utah County. In addition to her congressional role, Love served as a city council member and mayor of Sarasota Springs.
Today in Houston, George Foreman was laid to rest. A huge turnout at the Wortham Center to recognize the Houston native, of course, two-time heavyweight boxing champion of the world, who later went on to be a major pitchman of products in the country. Here is one of the tributes at today's funeral.
Good morning. First, I'd like to thank Joan and the family for allowing me to say a few words about George. George was boxing when I met him, but I never knew George, the boxer. I only knew George as the man. People always ask me, how did you meet George? We grew up in the same neighborhood, so most, oh, you grew up with, no, George 5 years younger than me. He was a little boy when I was growing up. But when I met George, I came to understand that George was pure. A lot of people, and even he says when he was young, he was a bad boy. But I realized George was never a bad boy. When he was young, he was a good boy who did bad things. He says he was converted. He was never converted. George was always good. He just learned who he really was. He learned his foundation. How did I meet George? George started giving me money when I was dean of law school. Didn't know him, never met him, get checks in the mail. When I became president, George gave me a large contribution to the university. I called Nancy, the person that I'd been communicating with all these years, and I said, Nancy, I have to meet George. I have to talk to George. I have to personally thank him for all the contributions he's made to Texas Southern University. And she said, the only way George will meet you if you come to church. If you come to church, he will talk to you afterwards. At that time, Nancy didn't know that I made a contract with myself at 19 years old. I walked out of the church. So for the rest of my life, I had to explain to people, I didn't leave God. I left the church because I couldn't deal with all the hypocrisy in the church. But I went to George's sermon, went to church, heard him preach. We talked afterwards. I really liked what he said. And so I went back the next Sunday. Another very, very moving sermon for me. So that Wednesday, my secretary buzzed me and she said, George Foreman is here to see you. I said, George Foreman? She said, yes. So George came in and I said, George, you know, I'm not always in my office. I have meetings. I'm out of town. I said, in order to make sure that I'm here, it might be a good idea if you make an appointment. He said, you didn't make an appointment when you came to church. So that's how our friendship started. I want to do two things. First, I want to read something, scripture from the Bible. I know it's not church. But this is what brought George and I together. Now, this encounter that Jesus had with the Pharisees is in Matthew, Luke, and John. All right? I always tell people, my name is James Matthew Douglas, so I like to count in Matthew. And so that's what I'm going to read from the 22nd chapter of Matthew, 36 through the 40th verse. And one of the Pharisees said to Jesus, Master, which is the greatest commandment in the law? Jesus said unto him, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind. This is the first of the great commandments. And the second is like unto it, Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. That's how George lived his life. And I realized that's what I was looking for. You know, I know a lot of people in the church said, why did the president of the university start just coming to our church? I started coming to the church because I finally found somebody who believed like me. Religion and Christianity shouldn't be complex. It's just two simple things. Love God and love thy fellow man. I know Michael Harris always talk about George being the love man because he preached love all the time. That's what this life is all about. It's all about love. And George was pure because George lived and believed what he preached. So that's how George and I became friends. George was always volunteering me to do things. I had to explain to Natalie because I kept bugging her. I said, Natalie, I'm bugging you because your father somehow told everybody, if you want to talk to me, you got to go through Douglas first. So everybody blows me up every time they wanted something from George. But those of you are old enough to remember, when AIDS was really big, when AIDS first started, it was really ravishing the African American community. But because AIDS was first identified as a gay disease, most African Americans stayed away from it. So George came to me and he said, look, he said, I want to do something for the NAACP. He said, I'm making a lot of money and I want to make sure I don't want to be like other athletes. I know that I'm making a lot of money because of people like Martin Luther King, the NAACP, and so I want to contribute something to the NAACP. So George ended up contributing $200,000. And at the meeting, he asked me to read this, and I'm going to read you what he asked me to read. It's very short, but it shows what George was all about. And it says, my brothers and sisters in the struggle, with the ushering in of a new millennium and century, and so this is 2000. The easiest thing for a successful man to say is, look what I have done, as if we accomplished everything by ourselves. And for the most part, history is like that. I too have accomplished a lot, but with the help of God, my fellow man, and most importantly, with the aid of the NAACP. NAACPers are among the bravest of them all. Those who put their lives on hold, their families in danger, and their love of American freedom first. So that I and so many other younger black Americans can say, look what I have done. To the NAACP, I say, thank you. That was George. That was George. George gave money to a lot of different organizations. You wouldn't believe it. But the thing that brought me to George was his love for God and his love for everybody else on the face of this earth. He's a wonderful man.
Folks, that was James Douglas, former president of Texas Southern University and former head of the Thurgood Marshall School of Law there at TSU. And so we live streamed that whole service. If you want to see that, go to the Black Star Network YouTube feed or our Black Star Network app to actually check all of that out. Folks, I was flying to Houston and I'm asleep on the plane. I wake up about an hour before we land and I open my phone. I see a text message saying that Alexis Herman had become an ancestor. Absolutely shocked. She was a smart, brilliant, amazing woman. I always enjoyed seeing her, talking to her. She, of course, former labor secretary, very prominent member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, a member of the Coca-Cola board of directors, and we always had fantastic times chatting with one another, seeing one another. She broke barriers from the very start, graduating from Xavier University, helping to desegregate schools in her hometown, dedicating her life to opening doors for black women and working families across the country. President Bill Clinton appointed her in 1997 as the first African-American to lead the Department of Labor. She was a fierce advocate for raising the minimum wage, protecting child workers, and making sure that every worker, no matter their background, got a fair shot at success. Many remember her steady leadership during the 1997 UPS strike, where she helped broker a deal that kept thousands of workers on the job and food on their families' tables. Not only that, when I was honored with the Henry Hank Aaron Courage Award, that she was one of the honorees, and it was great to share the stage with her. A lot of people did not realize, Derek, that she had been sick for some time, and she passed away this morning. And she really, really, really was a major, major mentor for lots of black women who were getting into public policy, who were getting into politics, who sought her out. And of course, she also, took the mantle of the National Council of Negro Women when Dorothy Height died, promising Dorothy Height that she was going to make sure that the organization succeeded. And so we do owe a debt of gratitude, Derek, to Alexis Herman.
Yeah, I appreciate you lifting this dear sister up. She was not only just a trailblazer, she became the benchmark. I mean, when you think about it, when she became a cabinet member of Bill Clinton, she was the benchmark that every other black man and woman gauged themselves by. I mean, not only she brought the intellectual curiosity and the experience, she demonstrated poise, she demonstrated the level of confidence. She was the one that former President Bill Clinton sent to have conversation with other world leaders. So when you think about, not just being a Secretary of Labor, she really was an example, in my humble opinion. She almost acted like a Secretary of State because she brought so much to the table for this country, for this world, She was a great example of what Black excellence looked like, and she continued even in her passing. My condolences to her family, but she was the benchmark that a lot of us looked up to first when it came to politics back in the early 90s.
Michael.
Yeah, I remember Alexis Herman when she was in the Clinton administration, and the first part of the Clinton administration, I was in college, and then I graduated. So I remember her as always being poised, intelligent, very sharp. And I vaguely remember the 1997 UPS strike as well, resolving that strike. But, this is, but one of the things I think is really important, and this ties to the story about the colored signs in the school there in Georgia, I think it was. She was instrumental in desegregating a school in Mobile, Alabama, when she was younger. Okay, so all this history that some people like to think is ancient history, it's not ancient history. This is recent history. She's 76 years old. This was in her lifetime. Okay, so I think this is somebody that we really need to learn from as well and dig deeper into her accomplishments, but also condolences to her family.
Indeed, Matt, after, of course, leaving the Clinton administration, she went corporate America, public service, and was just always involved. Always, it was and she was accessible to everyone. For me, the ability to be able to reach out to her and talk to her, to call her. I had not spoken to her in some time when we were talking about doing some work with Coca-Cola. Sat down with her. She made it known that she wanted them to do business with me and this show, and that happened. In fact, we've done more business with Coca-Cola than any other Fortune 500 company since we launched 6.5 years ago. And so when they say Alexis Herman was a real one, that's what she was, Matt. She was a real one. She was a real sister. She was a proud Black woman who was about helping Black people.
Which is your duty when you have a big megaphone, your duty when you have a big platform. I usually take the opportunity now to talk about how long in the tooth y'all are and how young I am. I was 11 years old when she was confirmed, but I won't do that this time. I'll say instead that I hate that I missed the opportunity to see a lot of what she did while in office and the gravitas that they gave her to continue doing the work, like advocating for you and others outside of the office. I was reading a little background on her because I was obviously young when she was confirmed, but I didn't realize that not only did she increase the minimum wage by 90 cents, I think in 1997, but she also fought off Republicans' plan to increase the minimum wage over a 3-year period, countering it with saying it needed to be increased over a 2-year period. And I think that's important because I think one of the most consequential movements we've had in this country and consequential just aspects of law and of policy that affects your average person is labor laws. The 5-day work week, all the things that have happened over the many years have been pushed forward by labor. I tell you that to say we're in a crisis right now where we're watching a techno-autocracy and an oligarchy just get worse and worse, where the rich have more bargaining power and more, say in politics than your average person does. So to have someone like this who made their whole career, not only things like desegregation, but in fighting for, the common denominator, the common person, that's crucially important. And that's especially important right now because we're watching the erosion of policies that help your average people. All the things that Republicans are rolling back now, we see that, people like her fought for in the very recent past. So I appreciate her legacy. I wish that I had a greater firsthand knowledge of that. But it's important for us to continue saying names like hers and continue standing on the legacy that they laid for us.
Folks, we're going to pay tribute to Alexis Herman in several ways. First off, today's show, when we did our We Got Next series with Facebook,
I wanted our OGs and our new generation leaders to sit down and have intergenerational conversations. So I chose activist Brittany Packdett to sit down for a conversation with Alexis Herman. We're going to show you that in a second. Next week on Tuesday, I'm out of studio on Tuesday. I want to do, out of studio on Monday. I want to do this when I'm back in studio. Tuesday, we'll have multiple guests on talking about Alexis Herman, what she meant to them, and her impact as well. Then we're also are going to, over the weekend, we're going to restream that ceremony in Atlanta with Henry Hank Aaron, Cito Gaston, Hank Stewart, Freedom Rider, and myself, and we were all honored with the Courage Award. So we look forward to doing that. And so, again, Alexis Herman, amazing, amazing woman, died this morning at the age of 76 years old. And so we certainly want to honor her as best that we can.
Brittany, I am so glad to be sharing this moment with you.
I'm so glad to be with you. I'm always glad to be with you.
Well, I have missed being in your presence.
Likewise.
I see you on the telly. I get to see you on the telly, and I'm like, yes, that's my girl.
I mean, I've been watching you my whole life,
Okay.
so I am so humbled every time I get the chance to spend time with you.
Well.
And especially in this, I don't know if you remember, the last time I was in this building was during the 2016 elections.
Oh.
And a number of activists from around the country,
Yes.
we were rightfully demanding audience with our candidates.
Yes.
And you made sure that we could come into this building.
That's right.
And meet with Secretary Clinton.
That's right.
And you set up that meeting. You had us up in the conference room. You made sure that we were prepared, that we were taken care of. You've been opening doors for us forever.
Well, I remember that moment like it was yesterday. So when I knew we were going to have a chance to do it here at the headquarters of the National Council of Negro Women, it was like coming full circle today.
I love it.
You know, but I have to say something to you.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I think I know you right, and I followed your career. I feel like I helped raise you.
You did, and I'm grateful.
But I'm reading your bio. I mean, I'm really reading it. And I see, you know, I know you've been so active on the political side, voting rights, you know, what you did, championing the whole policy, legislative area around Breonna Taylor. I mean, you have just been out there.
Thank you.
But so seldom do I see in a young black woman's resume that one of my issues is equal pay. I mean,
absolutely.
It just doesn't show up that way. So I want to know from you, you know, what got you on the economic side of us as a people, even to focus in, because you know that's my passion,
I know
right?
it's your passion. And I think that honestly, I was raised by two people who helped me understand that the holistic freedom of Black people is what mattered. So it was going to be about our spiritual liberation. It was going to be about our physical liberation. It is going to be about our mental liberation. And it's going to be about our economic liberation. And that the points of access that we have to make sure that our families are taken care of for generations, that's what we deserve. That we shouldn't have to beg anybody for that. I was also raised by two parents where often my mom made more than my dad. And so we were never afraid to talk about money. We were never made to feel ashamed or embarrassed by that topic, because if we were gonna understand our own power, then we should always be ready to demand what we're owed and what we deserve. And I think that far too often we just are afraid to have that conversation, especially as Black women. And you've dedicated your career intentionally to Black women, from Mobile, Alabama, to the National Council of Negro Women, to your time in the administration. You have paid us such careful and close attention. I know that couldn't have been an easy choice. I'm sure lots of people tried to get you off of that.
Oh, very definitely. You know, and as you were talking about how we don't talk about it in the context of our families. It's so true.
Yeah.
And a part of the reason, I think, is because we just didn't have the options. We didn't have the experience, the exposure to teach our children, you know? So our own conversations were limited because of our heritage and our experience. But my daddy said to me one day, and I'll never forget it. I didn't understand it when he said it because I was, you know, a teenager growing up in Alabama. And he came out of the movement too, but he said to me, Alexis, always remember that one's bravery is in proportion to one's options.
Wow.
And over the years, okay, as I began to internalize that, when you talk about all these areas of liberation, I chose the economic path. Because when I think about creating options for our people, it was about economic empowerment. And when I learned, as I saw in your resume, that you honed in on the pay equity issue for Black women, I remember where I was and the age I was when I first even knew it existed. I was 29 years old. I had just been named the director of the Women's Bureau by Jimmy Carter.
Right.
So all of a sudden, I'm really pouring myself into data.
Right.
Trying to understand the landscape of women. Little did I know that Black women would, I mean, I knew we were there as maids and cooks and we weren't in the labor market really.
Right.
I had no appreciation for the pay gap that existed then and it still exists today, right?
It still exists today.
It still exists today.
And I'm glad that people are finally having that conversation, I think, especially in the context of COVID.
Right, exactly.
Right? This conversation about pay equity for women, but in particular for Black women, has everything to do with the fact that Black women make up a disproportionate amount of essential workers, frontline workers, grocery stores, restaurants, food service industries, hospitals. You know, we're nurses, we're doctors, we're wait staff, we are domestic workers. So many of the women in our community have been protecting us from the worst of this pandemic.
Exactly.
And suddenly people have been being forced to say, well, Black women have always been essential. So now how are you going to pay us like that?
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. And it gives credibility now to build the coalitions that we have to do to do something real for the first time, I believe, to close that gap. Because
what do you think those coalitions should look like?
Well, you know, it's interesting sitting here in this building. I learned so many lessons from Dorothy Height, who mentored me beginning at the age of 24.
Right.
But she always said to me, you know, if you're going to make a big difference for the common good, but especially for us as Black women, we have to lead the way, we have to teach others, and we have to pick partners who will understand the journey with us. She would always say, just because you get it, it doesn't mean everybody else gets it. And just because you know it's the right thing to do, it doesn't mean everybody else is going to embrace that principle. So our job is to educate and enroll. So when you say that to me, I look now at the various coalitions that are out there in the social justice movement. I look at this whole question of COVID, as you said, where parity for workers, especially for the women, for Black women who are on the front lines. It's a conversation you can have now for education purposes, okay? And then to take it to the next step and say, now, this is how you can help specifically.
That's right.
And the specifics right now are not just where you are in your own companies, your own corporations, raising the question, not being afraid to talk about your pay, your salaries in your work environment, which most of us don't do, okay? So you don't have a sense of the whole. But to know that there is federal legislation now that is going to focus finally, I think, on this question of pay gap. And it's not just the salary, but it's the other things that go with it.
That's right.
It's the child care support.
Care.
It's paid leave. I mean, there are a whole number of issues that have to support us as women
Yeah.
if we're going to close that gap. You know?
This is the point, right? Again, that holistic liberation, making
Right.
sure that we can live thriving lives.
Right.
I mean, we spent generations surviving
Exactly.
so that the next generation could survive.
Exactly.
And the last generation is always hoping that the next generation will thrive a little bit more than they did. I mean, you know, you're sitting right in front of a portrait of your mentor, of Dorothy Height, which, I mean, goodness, she mentored so many directly and indirectly, right? But I look at her, I look at you, and I think about what the promise of thriving is, and that is actually our divine promise, that we deserve that.
We deserve it.
We deserve that.
Yeah, but you know what it starts with, Brittany? You have to have, first of all, that belief
Yeah.
that you deserve it.
Yeah.
You have to have that confidence, you know, and you have to have that vision that's really larger than yourselves to know that you can walk in this space, right? You know, because so often, I've never been one to go along to get along, right?
We know this.
But you really do have to know that if you're going to be a pioneer, if you're going to step out there, it's not a comfortable place all the time, right? But nothing happens without taking those risks, and you have to keep surrounding yourself with positive people who believe in you, who will keep encouraging you to keep pushing us forward, because that's the thrive you're talking about. I mean, that's the thrive, right?
How do you, I mean, I feel like so often we talk about firsts and trailblazers without thinking critically about the cost that comes with. I mean, blazing trails means literally that there was not one beforehand. So you have to dig out all the dirt. You have to find the right pathway. You have to make the mistakes to realize we can't go left here. This is where you have to go right. I mean, you blaze trails your entire career, and then you are the first Black woman to sit in this position, not just of any cabinet secretary, but Secretary of Labor, which has everything to do with our ability to thrive and survive. How did you make space for your thriving while you were busy blazing trails in seemingly impossible places? Because we just never talk about the weight of that.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. You know, I have learned over the years that for me personally, my formula has been, first of all, you have to be willing to take risk. I happen to believe that leaders are not born, that they're shaped by circumstances and by the people and events, okay? And so you have to be willing to take that risk to step into that gap, okay? But it's not about taking the risk. It's about getting into the habit of risk-taking. Because when you do that, when you create that habit in yourself, you know, the butterflies start to diminish. You know, the questioning in your mind starts to become less. You say, well, I did that before, you know? So it's a mindset you start to develop when you get into the habit of risk-taking.
I love that.
Yeah, you know? And I'd say the second thing when you talk about what it means to be a pioneer, and it goes back to something Dr. Height taught me a long time ago. When you're the only woman, the only African-American, a lot of times for me, the only Black woman in the room, I sit there and talk to myself a lot. I have a right to be here. You know? And I know that I do bring everybody else in with me. I'm conscious of that. I'm conscious it's not just about me sitting at the table, but I'm opening the doors for other sisters to walk in. And so I carry myself in a way so that I am conscious that I'm just the first here, but there's going to be 2 and 3 and 4. And then I find ways to teach and coach others about what those experiences are like. You know, I look at you, you're married.
I am.
A new bride, okay? And you say, how do you do it? You know, I came up in that generation. My mother said I was cause and purpose. You'll never get a husband, okay? And I did marry very late because I was so dedicated to my work. But you do have to make that time to nourish your soul, to let yourself be loved and taken care of by others. And so for me to see you in that space that you're in right now.
Thank you.
And to know that you're doing it both, you're not making a choice. I made a choice.
Yeah.
But this generation doesn't have to do that. I want you to tell me how that feels for you, because I want others to be encouraged by just your personal walk and that choice you made.
Oh, that's so sweet. You know, I mean, I feel so much gratitude at this point in my life. I feel gratitude that women like you made it so that we didn't have to make the choice, right? That you made sacrifices and tough choices so that we wouldn't have quite so difficult a choice. I feel grateful for an increasing number of men who are finding themselves stretching beyond the boundaries of the expectations of masculinity. So this idea that I make all the money and I make all the decisions and you stay home and do this and I'm out in the world and I do that, that kind of machismo, if you will, is becoming less and less the standard. And so I met my husband, Reggie, on the streets of protest.
Wow.
So I knew we had a values alignment immediately, because you're out here taking the risks, right? And then we became friends, and I found out that he's funny and joyful and loves the Lord, which is a big one, especially when you raised in my house. And who, to your point, wanted nothing more than simply to make sure that I was taken care of. And I just believe everybody should be able to experience love like that. That kind of love that you grow into, that you grow up in instead of falling into. And it's so affirming, and I think that for everyone, however you get it, whomever it comes from, whether it's romantic, from a friend, from your family, everybody deserves that kind of affirming, protective, safe, supportive, and encouraging love. Because I've never felt like I had to be small. And there are so many spaces in which I constantly felt like I had to fight against the urge to shrink myself, because I was being pushed to shrink myself for that, is the implication.
Exactly.
So, we're not supposed to wear the bright colors. We're not supposed to wear our hair however we want. We're not for a long time.
It's all about the fit.
All about the fit. The fit.
And wearing the mask.
Right? And existing behind that mask. It's hard to breathe back there. But I'm trying to live. I'm trying to breathe. I'm trying to thrive.
Right, exactly.
I don't have time to wear this mask.
Right.
And so to your point about building habits, if I can build the habit of not wearing the mask at home, then it's a lot easier to go out into the world and say, well, I don't have to wear the mask here either. Do you feel like you are seeing the fruits of your labor when you talk about investing in future generations, coaching and leading other people? Do you feel like you're seeing that come to fruition, or is there more for us to do?
Oh, there's so much more for us to do. There's so much more. And, I look at the issues, and whether it's voting rights, I mean, you call it out, okay? And it feels like, my Lord, we've been at this forever, okay? And the struggle continues, and it continues in different ways, right? Your work that you're doing with police brutality and being on the front lines there, it's a different level now from our generation, right? But I'd say first, the disappointment for me is that in many ways, I feel sometimes we're not making any progress, because we're still fighting the same fights. We're still having to do what Dr. Height said. We have to continuously educate and enroll. And you think by now, don't you get it? Don't you get it?
That's what I keep saying to folks. They're like, well, I just never knew that Black people were being treated this way by institutions. I said, so
Oh, don't talk to me about folk being
Breonna
woke
Taylor.
now. You're going to talk to me about folk who are woke
Rodney
now.
King,
Let me hear you.
Emmett Till.
Yeah.
Make it make sense.
Yep.
Why is it taking people so long?
Yeah. And so in those moments, I have to really sit back and I have to take deep breaths, okay? And I have to recognize, okay, we still have to teach.
Yeah.
We still have to enroll because that's still a part of the way that we have to make progress. And I find the young women that I'm so blessed still to have around me, sometimes I have to work doubly hard to get past the anger. Because there's so much anger now at where we are, you know, and justifiably so. And sometimes, you know, I want to ask for more patience, and it's like, no, enough, enough, enough. And I have to hear that. I have to hear the generational message, okay, that we're tired of being patient.
Yeah.
And we've waited too long as it is for what should be obvious issues that we shouldn't even be fighting about anymore. So yeah, I'm encouraged, but I still have those moments of frustration, right? As we all do. But at the end of the day, I always say every generation has to define for itself what it means to move the needle forward. And when I step back, I am encouraged. And I'm grateful that folk like you are really on the front lines now.
Oh my goodness, you're gonna make me cry.
No, it's true.
I feel like I am often on the back lines, and there are people even younger than myself or the same age who are out there being so creative and thoughtful in ways that I never would. And I think that we are trying to do our best as a generation to honor the fact that we didn't come here alone and we didn't come here by accident. That it was the intentional soul force and willpower of people like you, so many of your peers, people like Dorothy Height, people like Nanny Helen Burroughs, right? People like Fannie Lou Hamer and Ida B. Wells, that we are here because of you.
I'm glad you opened that door, and I know we won't have enough time for this one. I mean, I already know it, but I have to put it out there. I think a part of what's going on inside the family movement right now, okay, it is this sense of, can we really honor the generational legacy that you're speaking of? Because so often I hear our young folk saying, that's old school, you know? We don't want to do it the way you did it, okay? And it's not that we're saying, you got to do it the way we did it, okay?
Of course.
But we want, I think, to feel more of a partnership with the movement now. And if you had to say to me,
I received that,
and my generation, what does partnering, working with, supporting look like for you?
I am honored by that question and have the same question for you.
Okay.
For me, I will say that I think it is about, first of all, affirmation. I think that as again, inside the family of the movement, as we more willingly expand to recognize the humanity of all Black people and make sure that women are not erased from the narrative, and that our LGBTQ siblings are not erased from the narrative, and our disabled siblings aren't erased from the narrative, and our siblings from across the African diaspora are not erased from the narrative, that we want to make sure that whatever we pick up from moments past includes them and welcomes them. And I know that that's something that you've been incredibly intentional about throughout your life and career. And I think that more young folks feeling that affirmation and support from more of our elders and our mentors will be meaningful, because there are some folks who were hurt. And when there are folks, you know, in your generation who say, I love you and I see you and we're fighting for all of our freedom, I think that that will start to heal some of that. I also think that one of the best lessons that we, if we are smart, and I like to believe that my generation is, that we can gain from you all, is discipline and longevity. That you all were have been continuously so focused not just on moments or bright spots, but that you have been continuously putting your hand to the plow and strategically moving things across a long period of time. Because we know it took us a long time to get to the place where we are, so it's gonna take us a long time to get out of it. And I think learning what it means to grind at this thing over the long haul, that's what we really need to learn it. And the more that you all impart those lessons, the better. Because that's certainly what I'm looking for. But I have the same question for you. What would make you feel partnered with?
Well, what makes me feel that I'm in it with you?
Yeah.
In many ways, is an acknowledgement of what you just said, that you know the history. You didn't play past it.
Yeah.
Okay? You understand that it took pain to be the first, and while we don't necessarily talk about all of those first, okay, there were lessons along the way. So you don't feel discounted in terms of what your experience and what your contributions were. I think the second thing, when you talk about partnership, is to be very clear. I know I can not just give you advice, okay, great, we can all do that, okay, I give it, I know you receive it, okay, but I can also come up with some ideas.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
And resources to help funnel where you're going and what you're trying to get done. So if I ask you too many questions, if I penetrated a little bit more than what you might be comfortable with, it's because I'm really trying to get the understanding so that I can be all in and not just partially there. And then I want you to tell me in very specific ways. In my own family, I do this with my crowd of your generation, you know. Okay, you need to, don't just go off on me. Don't just go off on me.
That's right, that's fair.
Okay, tell me very specifically, what can I do differently? How can I say it differently? Okay? How can you receive what I'm saying in a different way? You know? So sometimes you have to coach me to help me understand that. You know, I digress a minute here, but I go through this so much now in the workforce today, in workplaces today, with generational workers. You know, they don't want to stay long-term with organizations anymore. That was a value for our generation. The more years you put in, hey, you punch that ticket.
It's definitely different now.
But guess what that has led to? Your generation is saying, I'm not trying to stay here 10 years. I really am not. So I want you to develop me. I want you to impart real skills to me. I want to understand very specifically how you're going to coach me, because I want something portable to take to the next situation.
Right. Or to the thing that I'm building.
Yeah. You know, so you have to know how you're going to invest very differently with your generation, right? And so for us not to bring that baggage of our history and experience, and for you to tell me quite directly what that looks like. Don't take for granted I get it. Learn how to break it down. Talk to me in real words with real situations.
That's a valuable skill, period. I am so grateful for you. I have so much love for you. I love you, and I love the way that you love us. I'm just so honored that you spent this time with me.
Well,
truly.
I'm honored to be with you because, you know, when you use the term, it's an old African saying, sawabono. I see you. But more importantly than I see you, I am through you. So you just keep doing it. I love you too.
A couple of great legends. One of them, professional golfer Jim Dent, huge trailblazer. What's so amazing? I was on a golf course Saturday, and I was talking to a brother, retired two-star general. We were talking about black golfers, and I mentioned I was trying to remember players who on the senior tour, and I mentioned Jim Dent, and I literally go to my phone and realize that he died Friday. Longtime PGA Champions Tour pro. He started where many black golfers did, working as a caddy at Augusta National. He carried clubs for the greats. He was 6 feet 2 inches tall, 225 pounds, and he could stroke the ball. He was a long hitter, also very precise, but it wasn't just his power that made him famous. He turned that talent into a 40-year professional career, making his name on the PGA Tour and dominating the PGA Champions Tour. That's the senior tour where he won 12 times. He was more than a golfer. He was proof that you could break barriers and rewrite your own story with skill, determination. Jim Dent died Friday in his hometown of Augusta, Georgia. He was 85 years old. Folks, last week, Clarence Smith passed away. Clarence Smith was the co-founder of Essence Magazine. It was a group of black men who launched Essence Magazine, and it was Clarence Smith who many credit as being the rock among those leaders. He was someone who very much was a strong voice, driving the business perspective of Essence, partnering with others as well. He died at the age of 92 years old. Remember, 1970, the mainstream media, where they were ignoring African-American women, they launched this revolutionary magazine celebrating the beauty, power, and intellect of black women over 5 decades, turning into a cultural institution. He also convinced luxury brands like Chanel and Cadillac to advertise in Essence, creating what is now known as the black women's market, unlocking billions in economic recognition. After leaving Essence, he went on to launch several companies, a travel company as well. Clarence O. Smith, co-founder of Essence Magazine, now an ancestor at the age of 92. Some sad news. Anna Mae Robinson, one of the last surviving members of the famed 688 unit, has passed away. She was 101 years old. Robinson was among the 855 women in the 688th Central Postal Directory Battalion, the only all-black female unit stationed overseas during World War II. The women were sent to Birmingham, England, to clear a nearly 3-year logjam of mail. Sacks of letters were piled ceiling high in a dark and damp warehouse destined for homesick soldiers fighting in Europe. In 2022, Robertson, then 98, and other members of the 688 received the Congressional Gold Medal, one of the highest civilian honors awarded in the United States. And so certainly sad to report her passing.
We have lost another one of the greats in the world of acting. On Thursday, iconic actress Alzina Lynn Hamilton Jenkins passed away at the age of 95. She was known for her roles on the sitcom Sanford and Son, the historic soap opera Generations, and various other programs, including The Waltons. I guess I'm dating myself at that point. Lynn will forever be remembered for her illustrious acting career, her receipt of the prestigious NAACP award, and her outstanding contributions to the entertainment industry. Her legacy will continue to inspire future generations of black actresses.
We lost a legendary figure, that's right. Vocalist Walter Scott, co-founder of the iconic group The Whispers, passed away at the age of 81. Walter was battling for the last 6 months. He was battling cancer, lost that battle with cancer. He and his brother founded The Whispers, and of course we know so many of their hit songs. We know so much about in terms of their singing, and the beat goes on. So many songs, 70s and 80s, you name it, man, they had it going. And so many people remember their music. When they talk about iconic band groups, they certainly talk about the Whispers. Of course, born in Texas, moving to Los Angeles where they grew up. They, of course, just did so many amazing things. And not only that, folks, he missed several performances, and many folks were concerned about that, about them. And last year, I went to, I was in St. Louis for a concert, and in fact, what's interesting is that I went to St. Louis. It was Frankie Beverly and Mays, the OJs, and the Whispers, and I wanted to see my good buddy Eddie Levert, and I had never met the Whispers. We had them on the show. And again, had never met them. This is a photo that I took. Y'all can bring the music down, please. Thank you. This is a photo I took of them, the twins, after the show. It was great to see them. Of course, like I said, both of them huge fans of this show. We talked for a bit there after they finished their performance, and it was great to chat with them. And of course, they were on stage performing. This is some of that performance right here in St. Louis. And man, it's pretty sad that this concert was June 22nd last year, and we've now lost Walter and of course Frankie Beverly, who passed away last year as well. And in fact, the twins were on our show in 2020. Here's some of that interview.
When we had Seems Like I Gotta Do Wrong before they noticed me, we said we got to get in on this and sing about what's happening in our country right now.
And so you put this together, and then, of course, you shot your socially distanced video.
Yeah, absolutely. Recorded it with mask on. How about that?
I mean, the thing is, we've had BB Winans on, we've had Terry Ellis, and a lot of artists, Trey Songz up the video, a lot of artists have really been moved to speak to these issues. And really, it's a throwback to when Marvin Gaye put out his album, when Curtis Mayfield, where you have a history of artists who use music to speak to social issues.
That's exactly right. We first did it in 1965 and the Watch Riots. We were from South Central Watch, California. Right after that, we were brought the song Seems Like I Gotta Do Wrong, and we spoke about it then. But here we are 50 years later, and, they say history repeats itself. We see the same thing, and it angers us, because maybe this time, Roland, they'll get the idea of what we've been trying to say. But this is not, you and I know that this is not, this didn't just start yesterday. It's been here for a long time.
Go ahead, someone else, go ahead.
No, you're right. I mean, it has been here for a long time. And like Walter said, back in '65, we've had this, and this is nothing new. It's just now we have those beautiful things called cameras and, iPhones and Androids that are basically now in everybody's hands. And then what's happening now is people are getting to see it for what it really is. Before, when I was growing up and you get pulled over by a police officer, you didn't have the advantage of taping these kind of things or them seeing how they actually act when they're around you. But now today, you can pull out your camera. People will just stop on the street and pull out their camera just to make sure that everybody is being honest. And this is the end result of it.
Folks, we're going to restream that interview with the Whispers. I'm gonna ask our let's see, group right here. Let's see which one of y'all has any level of musical sophistication and taste. Won't be Matt.
I do, of course.
It's not gonna be Matt. Let's see.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Like we are,
I do.
like
I remember the Whispers.
Like we know that Eugene. He probably ain't never.
Now look. This is black music, Muffin Roland. I can deep dive and them crazy better like anybody else. Now, don't play me now.
Okay.
I might be the youngest on the channel.
Okay.
Don't play me.
Okay. Give me two Whisper songs.
I got Olivia and Rocksteady. I'm in and out.
Huh?
I said Olivia and Rocksteady.
That's it.
That's it.
You got anything? You got anything? You got a third?
No,
I knew, first of all, that's why I set it up by hitting you with 2 first, knowing damn well your ass wasn't 3 deep. Knew that. Michael, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I remember the Whispers. I grew up listening to them. My parents were playing the Whispers in the house on the stereo. You know, I grew up in the 70s and 80s, and I remember in the 80s when they came out with Rocksteady. And they came out with the other song, And the Beat Goes On. So I remember seeing those videos on Friday night videos. So some of us were seeing the Whispers for the first time when they were, you know, reintroduced. They introduced to another generation, I should say. But others, you know, I grew up listening to Al Green, the Whispers, Teddy Pendergrass. I live in Motown, grew up with the Motown sound, listened to Sam Cooke and Lou Rawls. So, but at the same time,
Man,
you know,
talk about the Whispers.
I understand that, but I'm just saying.
I ain't asked for your whole musical palette. I ain't asked for your musical palette. We're talking about the Whispers. I did not ask for your whole playlist. We're talking about the Whispers. No. This is Black Music Month. We're talking about the Whispers.
No,
stay on subject, Michael. Michael, stay on subject. Michael, stay on subject. You ain't got to give us a historical walkthrough on music. It's the Whispers. All right, okay, you got anything to contribute to this back?
Absolutely.
Roland, I heard you was lost and turned out like Olivia. I mean, you feel me?
That it? You trying to
Come on, man. I know the Whispers.
You trying to show us?
I know Confunction. I know. I mean, Earth, Wind & Fire, my favorite group.
You trying to show us your Google skills?
No, come on, man. I know that song.
Okay, all right.
You know I play, Roland. Come on now.
You played what?
I played many instruments, several instruments.
What?
I play keys. I play guitar. I play trumpet. I play bass.
Really? We ain't seen seen no evidence of any of that. We ain't seen no. Is there?
I'm a brother of Phi Mu Alpha Symphonia. I'm a brother of a music fraternity.
Oh, let's go.
Truth.
I mean, you could have been. Yeah. You could have been packing the equipment and being in the fraternity.
Oh, here we go.
It's all right. I mean, we ain't seen no evidence of your musical ability. I'm just simply saying.
Hey, ask anybody who knows me. They'll tell you. It's all right.
We don't know nobody who know you.
Well, I guess that's true. I suppose that's true.
See, we can't ask nobody.
I suppose that's true.
Again, folks, condolences go out to the family of Walter Scott. Condolences go out to the Whispers again, one of our iconic groups. And it was great to have them on the show 5 years ago. It was great to finally meet them in person last year. I'm glad I made that trip again, it was the last time I saw Frankie Beverly, first time I've actually met them in person. Folks, many of us were shocked and stunned today when TMZ reported that Malcolm Jamal Warner drowned in Costa Rica while vacationing with his family. He was 54 years old. Of course, those of us who are in Gen X grew up watching Malcolm Jamal Warner as Theo Huxtable on The Cosby Show, airing from 1984 to 1992. Of course, that show broke barriers, portraying a successful black family and resonated with millions of viewers every single week. He later built a steady career as an actor, director, podcast host, and also a musician. He was with his family in Costa Rica on vacation. Authorities there say a strong current pulled him under, and despite rescue efforts, he didn't make it. He died of asphyxia. He was a native of New Jersey, began acting at the age of 9 years old, and again, Theo Huxtable was his breakout role. He leaves behind a wife, daughter, and a legacy that touched generations. So many people have been posting their tributes on social media. And I must say, the reason I think this hits differently, Omekongo, Larry, and Niambi, is because when we often talk about
individuals that passed away, typically they were from the previous generation. When you think about Sidney Poitier, Harry Belafonte, when you think about Cicely Tyson, and I can go on naming others, but it's a lot different when it's someone that's frankly around a lot of our ages, who we all watched, who we all looked at growing up, who a lot of us met. I remember 2010, he co-hosted the Trumpet Awards with Nicole Ari Parker, and I was also a co-host along with Lisa Ray. And I remember cracking a joke with him on stage, because, you know, Malcolm had this. I never forget, it was, matter of fact, I got to hit Don Jackson, try to get the video for y'all. And so we were, it was so funny because, so Lisa Ray and I were on this side of the stage, and Malcolm and Nicole were on that side of the stage, and Malcolm turns to Nicole and he goes, "Nicole, I must say you look ravishing," you know, in his really deep voice. And I go, "Hey, Malcolm, this is a Black Award show." I said, "This is how we do it." I turned to Lisa Ray, I say, "Damn, you fine." Audience cracked up laughing. He and I had a huge laugh backstage about that, just messing with him. But again, it hits different when there's someone who you grew up watching. And so when they were he was on playing a high school character, those of us, we were still in high school as well. And so that's what it was like.
Yeah, man, this is definitely tough. I mean, when you look at, the Cosby Show coming out in '84, I mean, at that particular time, there was no young Black son on television really at that time. Like Family Matters and other shows came in like the late '80s. And so it was just him. And someone so close to our age growing up, watching him. And one of the things that he did, I mean, outside of the Cosby Show, he did a lot to raise awareness about AIDS and so many other projects. But through the Cosby Show and Cosby and the television work he was doing, he became he shined a light on dyslexia and learning disabilities. Became an educator in the classroom. Was devoted to his girlfriend, showing that Black love with Justine and the like. So he was just a role model in real time for us on so many different levels. And even after that, with the spoken word and everything that he was doing. And I feel like many of us who didn't know him, like just kind of took him for granted, because he just represented greatness in every way, shape, and form. And, Roland, my mom passed out on June 6th. And one of my fondest memories is watching the Cosby Show, with her and my dad and my siblings. They just brought families together. And I just want to commend him for having a dignified career just throughout his entire time. And we just got to show him the love. People don't need to be out there talking about Black people need to swim, learn how to swim. You get caught up in one of these currents, you can be the greatest swimmer ever, and it doesn't matter. So let's get that nonsense out of there. My thoughts go out to his family, his wife, his daughter, and we just lost a legend of our own time. And so you are right, Roland. It does hit differently. Rest in peace and power.
And certainly a condolences to you and your family for the loss of your mom. You're right. He did have dyslexia, of course, and Bill Cosby's son, Ennis, also had dyslexia, so they wrote that into the episode. And to his point, Niambe, that's why I think when you see this reaction, I mean, not obviously a peer, 54 years old, I'm 56, other folks who, in their early 50s or even older, but also just so unfortunate, being there on vacation with his family in Costa Rica. And what immediately brought me to mind, 2015, Johnny Kemp was supposed to perform on the Tom Joyner Morning Show cruise. I was actually on that cruise and was walking along the rocks in Jamaica, fell, hit his head, and drowned. Then, and then, of course, I was only 3 years old when it happened, but Whitney Young, who was the president and CEO for a decade of the National Urban League, was swimming with friends in Lagos, Nigeria, and he drowned the same way. And so certainly that also brought back memories of that when this news came out.
Yeah, and I think, for many of us, I mean, we grew up with Malcolm Jamal Warner on our television for decades. I was a very young kid when Cosby Show came out, and it was must-see TV. I mean, it was somewhere to rush. And Theo Huxtable was, like many people, my first crush. And to just see him live such an amazing, full life, and didn't fall into many of the traps of like the child star that unfortunately had claimed so many of his peers. It's just, it's always unfortunate when you lose someone, particularly when you lose someone that's so young and so vital and that had, still so much to offer. And I feel especially sorry for his young child and his wife, who are now having to imagine a life without him, because this was, I'm sure, supposed to be joyous and rejuvenating, and is now turned into one of the worst moments of their life. But I surely don't want his life to be defined by the tragedy that is his death, because he certainly had so much in him creatively that he shared with all of us so graciously and so openly. And at the end of the day, I think that's all that any artist wants to be able to do. So we definitely continue and will continue to remember and appreciate Malcolm Jamal Warner for what he gave us.
And Larry, again, it's one of those things where you saw someone literally grow up before your very eyes on television while you were also growing up as well. And that was the case, whether it's Lisa Bonet, Malcolm Jamal Warner, Keisha Knight Pulliam. It's always crazy when I'm out somewhere and I see Keisha Knight Pulliam and you're like, yo, that's Rudy. And again, that's someone who you remembers who was a small child, similar in age to my sisters, but then you see this person on air, and that's really what it was. And I think that's why when this thing hit, it was so difficult for a lot of people to comprehend.
This hit a lot of us of a certain age really hard today, Roland. There's no doubt about it. And listen, his role was like iconic. Let's call it what it was. The Gordon Gartrell, episode is a TV classic. In addition to that, he had a great career after that. We talk about the trappings of child actors, but he played a physician among other roles in sitcoms, etc. So he had an extraordinary career. And, I remember, as his character was having struggles in school. And listen, I was never a great student until I got to college. So I really appreciated that, to see that from, highly educated family, that, not all those kids followed the same path, even though eventually, as they wrote in the story, he figured things out. But I really identify with that character. And like you said, many of us, watched that show, and because it was definitely, it was new, fresh, and we had never really seen anything like that before. But like I said, his role was iconic. I would send, all my condolences to his family, his wife, his daughter, and all those other family. But we're all impacted by this because, like I said, he played an incredible role for many of us who watched the show.
Indeed. Again, Malcolm Jamal Warner passes away swimming in Costa Rica, dies at the age of 54. Condolences to his friends and family. Folks, officials in Costa Rica say what took place with Malcolm and Jamal Warner is that they got a distress call that two men were in the water and were struggling. When paramedics arrived, they pulled one man out of the water who was in critical condition, raced him to the hospital. The other man, unfortunately, had already died. That man was Malcolm Jamal Warner. Tributes continue to pour in as folks all across the country and the world talk about what he meant, the impact as well. A couple of people joining us right now who work with him, who knew him. Dondre Whitfield is an actor. Brianna Davis is an actor, writer, and producer. Glad to have both of them on the show right now. Dondre, So many people obviously grew up with The Cosby Show, but not just that. There were other shows that Malcolm Jamal Warner was a part of, most recently a show on CBS as well, and he was a musician, and it's just amazing when you listen to all the people talk about what he meant. And I said this on yesterday, and I think the reason it also hits differently for a lot of people is that for those of us who are Gen X, again, this is somebody who was around the same age, who folks grew up with. And so it speaks to losing someone who you literally watched grow up as many of us were growing up as well.
Yeah, it's still hard for me to even fathom that this has happened, and I guess it sort of bolsters this theory that the good ones go too soon. Malcolm was a great brother and friend. Cosby Show was the first job I ever had. And so that show, those people became like a bonus family to me. And for many of us who didn't have solid family structures, the Cosby Show was sort of a way for you to be raised. If you didn't have a father figure, Cliff Huxtable was a father figure to you. If you didn't have a solid foundation with a loving, feminine, but resilient woman in your life, then Claire Huxtable was that to you. And Theo Huxtable was like the brother to all of us. And it is just devastating. I shed a lot of tears yesterday, even this morning, out at my son's golf tournament. But I shed tears not just for my own selfish reasons in my own loss, but the loss of a wife who he protected from the industry, from the limelight, and then an 8-year-old daughter who is, as a daughter, your father is the first love of your life. And so just being devastated by the fact that she's lost the first love of her life at 8 years old is just devastating.
The point you make there, he purposely did not reveal his wife and his daughter as well, because to your point, he wanted to be extremely private. Because to a lot of people in entertainment, they always talk about their family. He didn't want to do that. Brianna, share your relationship with Malcolm Jamal Warner. How far do they go back?
Yeah, so I don't want to sit here and say that I knew him personally really well, but I did have the opportunity over the last few years to work with him on 2 projects. I worked with him first during COVID on The Resident, and then I worked with him a couple of years later on The Wonder Years, where he played my father. We both guest starred on that episode. And during that time, I was still a student at Spelman College and a young actress, balancing the life of school and pursuing my career. And on both occasions, I just remember him being so genuine, so humble, so wise and graceful and generous. And both moments left lasting imprints on me. And he just talked to me a lot about books and documentaries. I was working on my major in documentary filmmaking. And we just had a great time working together. And he was one of those individuals where sometimes in this industry, it's rare to find a light. It's rare to find genuine, humble people who have been in the game 40 plus, 50 plus, 60 plus years. And he was one of those lights. And he was one of those people that is so well-rounded as a creative. And out of anything, this has taught me, because as Andre said, this has been a very tough thing to process, even in my generation. And it's been very tough to process, but he's taught me life is too short. And God has put so much in a lot of us as far as creativity and to create things and not being put in a box. So now is the time to just create. You got to get it out of you. You got to get it out there, whether somebody sees the work or not. You just got to create and always be a student of life and of the craft. So I'm praying for his family and his village.
Dondre, you talked about being on the Cosby Show, and again, a lot of people sort of lock people in time. And there was an interview that I saw that he did in May with Melissa Ford, and she asked him about legacy, and his mom said to him, because of that show and Bill Cosby and the Cosby Show, that Malcolm Jamal Warner will be eternal. Because of how beloved that show is. And although he did so many other things, I mean, the reality is that show was so iconic and so many people identified with their character that in many ways he will live on forever.
You know what's interesting about that, Brother Ro? Today during the golf tournament, there was another... A young man playing with in my son's group, and his father came up to me and said, "You know, brother, I've been wanting to tell you this for about the last 3 holes, and what you all did doing that show impacted my life to the extent that as a child of foster care, if I didn't have that show, I wouldn't have become the man that I ultimately became." Hearing that really...
right. I mean, that meant, yeah.
That just hit me really hard because it does speak to that. It speaks to how iconic that show was and how impactful it was. And Malcolm being a part of the powerful tapestry of that show, as you said, will absolutely live on forever in all of our hearts.
Adriana, he obviously was in this business at a very early age. And as someone on the young side of your career, I take it you were really listening intently to their advice on how to navigate this industry that can be very treacherous for someone young.
Absolutely, absolutely. And at that time, well, actually both times, my mother would come on set with me, and he said something to her. He's this was during COVID, and we were outside of the trailers just all talking and whatnot. And he told my mother, he said, "You know, you remind me of my mother, so you're doing something right." And even just talking with her and how that stuck with her for a long time. And as I'm navigating my own career now and really trying to stay true to who I am as a creative, again, he's one of those individuals that I wholeheartedly look up to. And yeah, when you're in the room with greatness, when you're in the room with people who carry themselves with such talent and humility, you have to listen. You have to listen. So it was a lot of listening, and he was open to sharing, which is very important.
Dondre, final comment.
I lost a great brother. We all lost a great man, and I'm proud to have had this beautiful friendship, and this loss just activates my purpose in a more profound way, and I look to honor my brother with the work that I do in my purpose work.
Dondre Whitfield, Adriana Davis, I appreciate both of y'all being on the show, sharing your thoughts and reflections about Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Thank you, Ro.
Thanks a bunch. To my panelists, give you the opportunity to weigh in as well. Mustafa, you first.
You know, he was a good human. You know, I only met him a couple of times. The first time was back in the 90s. And he just had a maturity about himself. And watching him over the years care about, you know, students and young people and HBCUs and people's health, and being willing to, you know, utilize his platform to stand up in all those issues says a lot about who he was. And I think if any of us can leave this planet and people say you are a good human, then you did something right.
Avis?
Exactly right. I echo everything that Mustafa said. In addition to that, I would just say he was someone who carried himself with pride. He was someone who shared our culture and our history with the world, not only via his acting, but also via his own artistry in terms of his poetry, his music. He was a Renaissance man, a modern day Renaissance man who cared about people, who was someone we can all be proud of, who was a loving human being. I know that his daughter and wife, I just feel such deep sorrow for them. But I have to say, he was someone that so many of us loved. And if we did not know him personally, the reality is that he still touched the lives of millions with his positivity, strength, and pride. And that is a legacy worth remembering.
Michael.
I, like Mustafa, have met Malcolm Jamal Warner a couple of times in the late 90s and early 2000s. And what impressed me the most about when you meet any kind of celebrity is how they're carrying themselves around without, when they either meet you or when you watch them meet other people. And he was just like, just regular old person, no pretenses with him. Seemed like a nice guy. Obviously, I didn't know him. Just met him a couple times, but his work was outstanding. I mean, for our age group, he was kind of the black, Greg Brady and Peter Brady for us. And so the Huxtables were obviously a big part of our growing up, and Theo was a huge part of it. So thoughts and prayers to his family. He will obviously be missed.
Reverend Joseph Darby Jr., a faith leader and notable civil rights activist in South Carolina, has died. Darby's family confirmed he passed away on August 8th, just one day after his 74th birthday. The Darbys did not disclose a cause of death, but his loved ones did note that he had suffered from a long-term illness. Darby was a leader in civil rights in the state, being the first vice president of the Charleston branch of the NAACP and former first vice president of the South Carolina NAACP. His 48-year tenure as a faith leader included his role as a presiding elder of the Beaufort district of the AME Church. Before his death, he also served as pastor of Nichols Chapel AME in Charleston. Congressman Clyburn shared some words on Twitter regarding Darby's passing. I'm deeply saddened to learn of the passing of my good friend, Reverend Joseph Darby Jr. Clyburn continued by saying, Reverend Darby was an extraordinary and gifted man, a community leader, servant, and a faithful man of God. His career has been marked by selfless service to others that comes not only from his dedication to ministry, but his innate passion and compassion. And it seems, Kelly, that every single day we're losing more of our legends, some younger, some older, but it just seems like that when we lose the elders, the library is closed, especially at times right now when we need them the most.
I was just thinking about how, we are now of the age where we're seeing the changing of the guard, right? And with this activist and so many others, thankfully we do have some type of not codifying, but just some type of record of their existence and some type of path forward that we can read into and research and see what they did. So we're not losing recipes. You know what I mean? When it comes to these activists, and I couldn't think of another way to say it, but we're not losing the keys to the kingdom, so to speak, right? Mm-hmm. My concern moving forward is, we are getting older and we have things that we need to codify, so to speak, and we need to work on that for ourselves while we are still of sound mind and sound body, so that we don't leave the next generation hanging. Because it's not that the struggle will be over, it'll just be a different struggle.
And considering that history repeats itself, there will always be some type of nugget in everybody's story to make somebody else's story a little bit easier to walk.
And how do you see that, Eugene, when we talk about legacy, especially with this, the legacy of a man like Reverend Darby Jr.? It seems like as we lose more, as more people become ancestors, sometimes when this library is closed, and, you know, Kelly talked about that recipe, if we don't really pay attention and read the stories and understand the stories of legacies like his, it seems like we can't get that guidance, even when they're gone.
Look, the thing is this, right? Legacies are built, and then they're built upon, and then they're built upon. You know, Hove has a line, you know, says, a midget on the shoulder of a giant can see much further than a giant. And so I guess, so the thing is this, right? It's our job to stand on the shoulders of these giants and, you know, take things to that next level. You know, these recipes aren't being lost. They're actually being passed down and then reworked and remixed and then reapplied to the field. And, you know, that's the best thing that we can do for Reverend Darby and, you know, those that came before and that will go after him, is to make sure that we're doing what we can to build upon the legacies that, you know, they left us.
And Joy, when I think about his legacy, I also look at the way that he fought in the religious space and also in the social justice space in terms of the organization, being part of the NAACP, being part of AME. And it seems like nowadays that kind of connection, I don't know if it's being revived, but at least for a long time, it seems like people who represented what Reverend Darby Jr. represented, it seems like we kind of moved away from that space. How do you see it?
So I'm so glad that, you know, we're bringing this back, because we just talked about a white male Christian nationalist version of religion. And in many respects, we've sort of ceded religion to these uber conservatives and these folks that we were talking about before with Pete Hegseth, or to the right of normal conservatism. They're off, you know, they're off the cliff somewhere. But the truth is, I think that we shouldn't make fun of the role of religion in people's lives and how important it is. And I say that as a person who's not known for being particularly religious, but I understand how important it is in people's lives. I don't think it's wrong for folks to come together on the basis of faith. I just don't think it ought to make its way into policy where then you tell other people they can't have their own faith and their own beliefs, and everyone has to adhere to your views. But I think it's really important for us to say, if you are a religious leader, we need your voice in this moment. We need you to draw the connection with our history, with our modern times, with what the biblical text, what faith says about the moment we're in. People need that, about what it also says about what we have to do moving forward. The real lesson, too, of the pastor is that he did something. He had impact in people's lives. Mm-hmm. Too many of us, you know, are not having tangible impact. And if anything, the Democratic Party, I think, got away from is that it stopped having tangible impact in people's lives. It became about complaining and not about doing and showing what you did.
Yeah.
And saying, you know what, we want results today. It's not enough to tell people it's going to take a long time. No, they got to see and feel what you are doing today. And they have to believe that you know, are people of your word. And so I think that that is something that these leaders who've gone before can teach us. People of their word, being honest about their faith, where they're coming from, what drives their work, and then actually being tactile, touching people, being on the street with them, having impact with them. When they don't know, saying they don't know, etc. We've gotten away from that, and it's to our peril. It's not enough to be on social media. It's not enough to just be having a good time. It's not even enough to be resting at this point. People need to feel you. They need to know you're standing with them. They need to know, they need to understand what you're doing for them and why supporting you is going to benefit them.
No, absolutely. And Reverend Darby Jr. represented that, and now he's an ancestor. And we just pray that he rests in peace and power forever.
College basketball legend George Raveling has died at the age of 88 after a courageous battle with cancer. inducted into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame and the College Basketball Hall of Fame. Raveling coached at Washington State, Iowa, and USC over the course of more than 2 decades, compiling 330 wins and 6 NCAA tournament appearances. But here's the key. He was the first African-American coach in what was then called the Pac-8. Ended his career at USC. He also served on Team USA's coaching staff, helping to secure gold in the 1984 Olympics and bronze in 1988. He played a huge role in Michael Jordan's groundbreaking Nike endorsement deal and was a trusted leader and mentor to countless players and coaches. Now, here's what I think is an amazing story, Mustafa, Larry, as well as Avis. He was an amazing figure. I had the opportunity to meet George Raveling. But y'all may not be aware of this story, but this is unbelievable. So, 1963, marching in Washington for jobs and freedom. He and a friend, they were at dinner, and his friend's dad said, "Hey, are y'all going to Washington D.C. for the march?" They were like, "Nah, we're not interested." Dad says, "No, I think y'all need to go." So the dad, who was a dentist, loaned them the car, gave them some money to attend the March on Washington. So they get there, and the day before, they're there, and all of a sudden, somebody's like, "Hey, you guys attending the march?" They said, "Yeah." They said, "Well, do you want to volunteer?" They said, "Sure, we'll volunteer." Then, Larry, they said, "Hey, we need some help with security at the podium." They're like, "All right." Now, Raveling was 6'4", 200 pounds, big guy, so they were like, "Great." So check this out. Dr. King finishes giving that iconic speech. He's coming off the podium, and George Raveling says he has no idea why. He just said, "Hey, can I keep that?" Dr. King said, "Sure." So Dr. King, Avis, hands George Raveling his personal copy of the I Have a Dream speech. And it was called Normancy No More. And many people have tried to buy that. And what's crazy is, for 25 years, he didn't tell anybody, even his wife, that he had it. He stored it in an autobiography of Harry Truman that Truman personally signed. And it wasn't until he was given an interview where he just put it out there. And people had come to him, they tried to buy it, and he says, nope, he never would sell it, and he gave it to his alma mater, Villanova. That is an unbelievable story. Can you imagine, again, you're just there and like, "Hey, can I keep that?" And Dr. King says, "Sure."
Wow.
That's how George Raveling got the personal copy of Dr. King's speech on August 28, 1963.
Amazing. Just amazing. Everything lined up. He wasn't supposed to be there. He was there, right place, and the movement and the moment got to him, and he was able to get that little bit of history and keep it for so long. That is just wonderful. Amazing story.
Mustafa, again, the first black coach in the Pac-8, broke lots of barriers, and so many people greatly respected George Raveling, an incredible man. And again, I was appreciative, had an opportunity. I'm trying to remember, and I think it may have been literally at a White House reception. I know I met Lenny Wilkens there as well, but our paths crossed, and he was indeed just a very personable, quiet guy, but with really a strong demeanor that so many people have talked about and were impressed by.
Yeah, there's so many trailblazers in our community that folks often don't know their full story or all that they have done that have helped to uplift us, put a spotlight on us. And in many instances, they've never, wanted to take a lot of credit for the things that they did. Coach was just another one of those folks. I remember watching him when I was coming up. I did not know the story that you just shared with us. It reminds me of my grandmother's words when she says that destiny will often knock. The question is, will you open the door? So, I'm thankful that we had him. I'm thankful for everything that he did for our communities.
Larry, this was the statement that his family shared today. George Henry Raveling June 27th, 1937, September 1st, 2025. And then the statement says, "It is with deep sadness and unimaginable pain that we share the passing of our beloved coach, George Henry Raveling, who faced cancer with courage and grace. He transitioned peacefully at 88, surrounded by family as well as love, faith, and sacred protection. There are no words to fully capture what George meant to his family, friends, colleagues, former players, and assistants, and to the world. He will be profoundly missed, yet his aura, energy, divine presence, and timeless wisdom live on in all those he touched and transformed." Born in a segregated hospital and rising to the halls of the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame, George never lost his love for life, his resilience, his childlike curiosity, nor his unshakable belief in treating every person with dignity and respect. Beyond accolades, he remained a lifelong learner and a kind, beautiful soul, always finding ways to pour into others and inspire the next generation. Grief is the cost of love deeply felt. We are eternally grateful for everyone who loved George. He cherished his family, his friends, his books, and every opportunity to be a positive difference maker in as many lives as possible. At this time of mourning, our family kindly asks for privacy and prayer as we navigate this difficult transition, the Raveling family. Larry.
You know, Roy, you mentioned, I remember him coaching at USC, and obviously everyone knew his work, you know, at Nike. And Vital, Roy, you mentioned that he's played there for years. The other thing is interesting about the Dr. King story is I'm from Philadelphia. Villanova's right outside the city. I had no idea that Villanova had the speech. So it's a fascinating story, but you're right, Roland. He really did mentor, you know, in college basketball, NBA circles. He mentored a lot of particularly black athletes. And like I said, he played a major role in Nike for years.
Absolutely. Let me see if I remember there was a story. And he actually, this was a photo. Give me one second. So this is from September 14, 2021. MLK's original I Have a Dream speech donated to Villanova University. This is September 14, 2000. So this is a photo of Raveling with the actual speech. This is, I would dare say, this is absolutely positively priceless. And the article goes on to state, and actually he donated on August 27th, 2021, which was the day before the anniversary. And it says Villanova will collaborate with the Smithsonian and the National Museum of African American History and Culture, where it will go on display. Critics may wonder why Raveling chose Villanova, even if it was his alma mater. The school's student body is 74% white, only 5% black. The university is such a lopsided demographic, it has earned the nickname Vanilla Nova. And so this was what this particular article said right here. Pretty cool there. And it was, again, I remember reading the story like a number of years ago, and it was just crazy, and how he got it. And here was another, give me one second. This was another photo they had of him with the speech. Give me one second. And again, he absolutely made it clear he was never going this is another photo of him sitting with someone going over. He had it framed, but it was just crazy that he was married all these years and his wife had no idea he even had the speech. But George Raveling, an incredible individual. So many people, so many folks are talking about him. Marcus Johnson, the former Milwaukee Bucks player, you see him. His tweet recruited me when he was the first black head coach in the Pac-8 on my trip to Washington State in the fall of 1972. I was enamored with his eloquence. One of the classiest men I know, R.I.P. George Raveling. Also, others were Basketball Hall of Fame. Today, the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame salutes the remarkable career of George Raveling and sends condolences to his family on his passing. As a coach, broadcaster, administrator, and global ambassador, Raveling's impact on the game of basketball is impossible to quantify. His legacy lives on at the Hall and in the countless players, coaches, and fans he has touched. Also, commenting USA Basketball celebrates the life and legacy of two-time Olympic basketball assistant coach George Raveling. George was a trusted friend and advisor to USA Basketball, and he will be missed. Our condolences to the Raveling family and all of George's loved ones. And USC, where he coached, they also paid tribute to George Raveling. Iowa did as well. You see Jay Bilas and so many others. NCAA March Madness. This is what Michael Jordan had to say about George Raveling. I'm deeply saddened to hear about George's passing. For more than 40 years, he blessed my life with wisdom, encouragement, and friendship. He was a mentor in every sense, and I'll always carry deep gratitude for his guidance. I signed with Nike because of George, and without him, there would be no Air Jordan. He lived an extraordinary life, breaking barriers and paving the way for so many who came after him. My thoughts are with Dolores, Mark, and George's many, many friends. So we certainly paid tribute to George Raveling, and absolutely unbelievable, unbelievable brother. And last one, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver. George Raveling had an influence in the game of basketball at every level and was a pioneering force behind its global growth. During his long and impactful tenure at Nike, George traveled the world, mentoring multiple generations of players and coaches and promoting the sport that defined his identity. He broke barriers as a college basketball coach and was a towering voice in our industry. I valued my friendship with George and admired how he led with poise, dignity, and respect. He was simply one of the most revered individuals in all of basketball. On behalf of everyone at the NBA, I send my deepest condolences to George's family, friends, and the countless people he touched throughout his extraordinary life. Adam Silver, NBA Commissioner. Folks, that is, so we certainly extend our thoughts and prayers to George Raveling's family as well. Retired military officer Joseph McNeil, Major General Joseph McNeil, who was one of the 4 North Carolina A&T students known as the Greensboro Four, who integrated lunch counters, which caused it to spread across the South, passed away at the age of 83. On February 1st, 1960, the four sat down at a segregated Woolworth's lunch counter in Greensboro, North Carolina. Quiet yet powerful act of defiance against racial segregation led to a massive firestorm across the South, and it began to pop up left and right. Pull the audio up, please. This is when I was on the campus of AT&T. This is the monument to them on the campus.
I'll provide the sacrifice. You provide the spirit, and I will open up inside. You provide the fire. I'll provide the sacrifice.
He served in the U.S. Air Force, and every year, I actually had the opportunity in 2020 to speak at the breakfast. That's where I shot that video, that statue that sits outside of the hall there. It is on the campus of North Carolina A&T, and they were 4 freshmen. There were 4 freshmen, Candace. They didn't seek anybody's opinion. They didn't ask around. They just were in the dorm room and decided, you know what, we're going to do this. And then went down there, quiet, unassuming, and that action sparked similar sit-ins all across the South.
Yeah, you know, it really is a peaceful embodiment of what we know young people can really do. We do see this a lot today, but especially back then, the stakes were even higher, and so much more was at risk in terms of them sitting there. I mean, it is wonderful that he lived that long. I think there is one person that is left out of the 4 of them that is living. And I think it's just a great example of how young people really need to live their lives. And it serves as a reminder of what you can do when you're just one person, 2 people, 3 people, 4 people who really began a whole movement that we're talking about decades later.
I remind people, whenever I give speeches, Michael, and when I'm talking about how people can be changed leaders, I often will ask, are there any college freshmen in the room? And I would ask for 4 to stand up. and I will often remind them that that's all it takes. All it takes is for folk just to simply, or even less than that, who have the courage to actually do something. The Greensboro Four: David Richmond, Franklin McCain, Ezell Blair Jr., and Joseph McNeil. And when I do that, people sort of look and they're like, man, is he being serious? Yeah. Again, they didn't call they didn't say let's call all the student organizations on campus. No. These are four cats who were just in the dorm room who said, you know what, let's do this, and they went and did it.
Absolutely. And at this point when this takes place, because they start February 1st, 1960, SNCC doesn't exist at that time. SNCC is going to be formed after this, around April, May 1960. And these sit-ins started by college students. They're going to spread to about 50 cities in 9 different states, okay? And we're going to see that this is going to become part of the inspiration also for the famous sit-in in Nashville, Tennessee in about April of 1960 with Diane Nash and John Lewis as well. So this is a real important piece of history to see how they were part of the civil rights movement. They added another layer and brought a different vibe, momentum to it, where college students could get involved. You know, when I was younger, you know, we were taught basically Dr. King was the leader of the modern day civil rights movement. But when you really study it, there wasn't one leader, and people got involved different ways. And this was one of the ways that people got involved in the movement. And it's going to lead, one of the things that leads to the 1964 Civil Rights Act being signed.
To that point, again, when one small action can lead to anything, Matt, as Michael was talking about what this led to, yeah, this is February 1st, 1960. SNCC meets at Shaw University, April 1960. But what happened in those 3 months, there were 58 sit-in centers in 12 states. And those were the students that made up the meeting of SNCC. And so people were inspired by the action of just 4 college freshmen. And there's somebody who's watching right now. They've got kids who are in college. And a lot of folks say, hey, and I've had this conversation, hey, listen, I'm just a freshman. I'm just trying to get focused. I'm just trying to get focused on graduating. But these 4 said this thing was so important, they led it. And so, we are eternally grateful for their work, for Major General McNeil and those other 3 gentlemen who did what they did.
And not only did they inspire others, but my understanding is that Woolworths was desegregated 6 months later. So that also shows that no matter what it is you're running after, you may have to do it for longer than you expect to get the outcome that you want. But, when you're 18, you're a college freshman, you take such a bold action with 3 other people standing behind you, and that, starts that snowball. I mean, it takes a lot to commit to a course of action at any age, let alone 18 and a college freshman, and for them to not only do it and for that to cascade into all the other around the country and SNCC, down the road there at Shaw is an extraordinary thing. So if you are young, you have the power, even if you don't know that you do.
Absolutely. And so Ezell Blair Jr., the last surviving member of the Greensboro Four, he will turn 84 on October 18th. And so condolences to the McNeil family and to all of the North Carolina A&T Aggie family across the world. Grammy-winning R&B artist D'Angelo has passed away at the age of 51 years old due to pancreatic cancer. He kept it quiet just among his family. He was born Michael D'Angelo Archer. Rose to fame in the 1990s with his groundbreaking debut album, Brown Sugar. The hit single, Lady, peaked at number 10 on the Billboard Hot 100 in March of 1996, spending 20 weeks on the charts. He reached even greater success with his 2000 sophomore album, Voodoo, which debuted at number 1 on the Billboard 200 and earned the Grammy Award for Best R&B Album. Its lead single, Untitled, How Does It Feel, also won a Grammy for Best Male R&B Vocal Performance. And of course, sisters know about that video. It cemented his legacy as one of the most influential voices in R&B. A statement from D'Angelo, and now keep in mind, He had a child with Angie Stone. She died tragically in a car crash in March. Their son, Michael, released this statement. I am grateful for your thoughts and prayers during these very difficult times, as it has been a very rough and sad year for me. I ask that you please continue to keep me in your thoughts, as it will not be easy. But one thing that both my parents taught me was to be strong. Of course, he said, I intend to do just that. As I said, Angie Stone, she passed away in a crash while she was traveling in Alabama in March. I'm going to go to you, Larry, first. It's unmistakable when you talk about the impact of D'Angelo. Did not put out a ton of work, but extremely influential. Remember that black male anthem, You Will Know. That pulled together a plethora of black male singers. That was written and produced by D'Angelo as well.
Yeah, it's really hit hard when I heard the news today, Roland. Like a lot of folks, D'Angelo, that neo soul period, along with him and Erykah Badu, Jill Scott, Maxwell, others, was really important time for me as a young adult in terms of the music. But you're right, his impact on R&B and soul music is unquestionable and he's going to be missed. I remember a few months after, his album came out in 95, seeing him in DC, and the crowd and the vibes. And like I said, for a lot of black men, in terms of that balance, in terms of love for black women, but also the soul and also how we could be, vulnerable at the same time. So his music will be missed. And like a lot of black folks, I was really broken about it today.
Mustafa.
D'Angelo's music was pure. It actually touched your soul, and that's the reason that it will live forever. I hope that the lesson also here is that we continue to die disproportionately from pancreatic cancer. We die at the highest numbers. And I hope that, even though we've lost this magnificent brother, that because of that loss, folks will go out, make sure they're taking care of their health and making sure that they're getting tested.
Absolutely. Cameron.
This definitely hit home for me. I was squarely in my youth in high school and college when Brown Sugar came out, and then when Voodoo came out and saw that real world effect. He came to Howard Homecoming while I was there. But one thing I will say is in the recent pandemic in the Versus series, I'm so glad he got to get his flowers again. Not that he ever lost them. But it was really good to see him be able to perform on a global stage again one time and reconnect to his music. And I think one lesson from his music or from his career, as you mentioned, he didn't put out a lot of albums. I think he maybe put out 3.
Yeah, because he took off a significant period, about 5 years. So he took off a lot of time as well, like a lot of artists do. But go ahead.
But when you see the impact of how much you can do with such powerful music. I mean, Brown Sugar, if you look at my title right now, is still in my definitely top 10 R&B albums. I listen to Jones in My Bone, Cruising. I know it might be blasphemous, but I listen to that more than I listen to the Smokey Robinson version. Maybe that's just my generation. But for what he was able to do, his voice, his soul, his instrumentation, his artistry, I've been able to see him at least 3 times perform in my life. I'm really sad, and prayers to his family and all his fans.
This is a statement that was put out by Lauryn Hill. And she posted this: I regret not having more time with you. Your undeniable beauty and talent were not of this world, and a presence not of this world needs protection in a world that covets light and the anointing of God. You, sir, moved us, stirred us, inspired, and even intimidated others to action with your genius. Thank you for being a beacon of light to a generation and beyond who had no remembrance of the legacy that preceded us. Thank you for charting the course and for making space during a time when no similar space really existed. You imagine a unity of strength and sensitivity in black manhood. You imaged a unity of strength and sensitivity in black manhood to a generation that only saw itself as having to be one or the other. It is my earnest prayer that you are in peace, far away from selfishness, fear, and or controlling interest, far from possessiveness, far from greed, far from manipulation, far from exploitation, far from intentionally designed chaos, and that you, brother, are in peace, in bliss, and in eternal light and fulfillment with our Father in heaven. I love you and I missed you. May God grant peace and shelter to your family, true friends, and genuine appreciators, Brother King. That, of course, is a statement from Lauryn Hill with regards to the passing of D'Angelo. You know, I was having a conversation, Mustafa, with someone the other day, and this individual, the sister I was talking to, she was talking about how she's been pained by a lot of things, and she said, primarily, she said, because I'm now experiencing things that my parents experienced. And I know what she was talking about. What she was talking about is that, you know, when you reach your 50s, all of a sudden, the passing of people who we know, people who we admire, whether they are entertainers or singers or athletes, but also classmates begin to pick up because there are more years behind us and in front of us. And, you know, and of course, D'Angelo was dealing with pancreatic cancer. There are people who are now are experiencing so many different things. And what I tell folks constantly, and I get people, they always crack me up. They say, man, you're always going here. You're always playing golf. You're always doing this and doing that. And I remind people, I'm like, ain't no day, ain't no hour, ain't no minute, no second promised. And the reality is we got to live life to the fullest. And I always use the hashtag live life, love it. And because we have to recognize that we all have a timestamp, all have an expiration date, and we simply don't know what it is.
Well, you know, I believe that we're all sent here to do good, to touch, to make sure that folks know that they're seen and valued and honored. And when I think about D'Angelo, when I think about a number of folks who have, you know, crossed over to be with the ancestors, you know, that's what they did. And that's why it's so incredibly important for us to honor folks, both when they're here in this moment, putting our arms around them, whether, you know, it is actually physically or through thoughts and prayers and connection by picking up the phone. But it is also about us honoring everything that they left behind and cherishing that and protecting it, especially in a time of erasure. You know, our music is so incredibly important. Our poetry is important. All the things that writers do is so incredibly important because it is the essence of who we are. And D'Angelo brought that forward. If you listen to his music, and when we talk about soul music, his music was just that. All you have to do is turn down the lights. All you have to do is put on that album, and it takes you to another place. It replenishes you. And we should do that each and every day with each other, especially when folks are always coming for us. I always want Black folks to truly love Black folks. We talk about that, but we don't always put it into action. So, you know, hopefully this is a remembrance of how, not only how special we are, not only of our Black excellence and beauty, but also that we need to live it each and every day. Because as you said, one day there will be an expiration, but the expiration doesn't have to end who we were and what we gave back to our people and to future generations.
And that point, Larry, I think is so important because the one thing about music, but it's not just even music, we now live in a visual world and those words can live on and on and on. Andrew Young, Ambassador Young, accidentally texted me the other day and I was like, yo, is it a butt dial? What happened? I hit him and we had a brief chat. But he always says Dr. King was assassinated April 4th, 1968. He said, but literally, he said physically he's not here, but he still lives with us every day because somewhere in the world, he's being talked about, his speeches are being played, his books are being read. He said, so the reality is, he said, Martin has been living with us every single day since the day that he was physically taken from us. And that's also the power of music when an artist passes away.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny you mentioned that because D'Angelo reminded me of one of my Philly, famous musicians, Teddy Pendergrass, in terms of sensuality in his lyrics and his appeal to women. But you're right, Roland. His music will live on, and his music will influence generations of musical artists long after we're gone. And that's the legacy that musicians can leave that many of us could never understand. But his legacy is without question, and he will continue to live on. And let's listen to his music in the car or wherever we are, working out, etc. And I send my condolences to his son.
And Cameron, to the point you made earlier, listen, artists learn from other artists, so there's no doubt you're going to have a generation of artists that looked at D'Angelo, how he did music, how he produced, that voice, the writing, the instrumentation, and say, hey, man, I can gain inspiration from that?
I agree. I think it was his instrumentation. It was he had a distinct voice. I think there is something to be said about him taking those breaks, touring, and then taking time to refill his creative energy, and then come back with another amazing classic and hit. That I know the modern music times in this digital age, it's harder to do. But it might, like they said, there's something over quality over quantity. And then one thing, I mean, I know we jokingly, we alluded to it, that Untitled, How Does It Feel? The visual of that and how striking that was. And it obviously, I was squarely in college when that came out, and that was all the rage of all the women. But what I will say,
yeah, it was simple. It was simple. D'Angelo, exactly. butt naked, the black background.
I don't know, but I will say, like, just in terms of when you say inspiring and something that was so simple, and that was, you remember the 2000s, 90s is when they're spending $500,000, $1 million, $2 million on videos, and one of the most impactful videos that still sticks out into your day is something I guarantee you shouldn't have cost more than maybe a few $1,000s, just whatever it took, the lighting and so forth. So for him to go against the mold at a time specifically then when people were pouring so much into that, and he just let the music and the visual connect. And then now when you hear it, I mean, I don't watch the video, but you hear the song, like how powerful.
You like, I don't watch the video. Trust me, you put the video around a sister, the scene is going to change. Folks, the great musician Raphael Sadiq had a conversation with iHeart Radio where he talked about working with D'Angelo on the song Lady. Here's what he said.
The first time we met, D was supposed to come to my house, and he didn't show up the first day. And then he came the next day. But I think he thought, he was going to come to a house, and it was going to look like the rich and famous, probably with a spiral stairs and helpers, everybody in the house. And
yeah, it's like, I'm going to Tony's house. It's
but when he thought it's going to be a lot of people, he don't really like a lot of people, Yeah. And then he found out I don't either. So when he got to my little 2-bedroom, $235,000 crib, where, it was in the garage. It was me, him, and my engineer.
Where at?
In Sacramento.
In Sac? Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I lived in this neighborhood full of, like, lobbyists and politicians, right? And we were just, and he was just so surprised. He didn't tell me later on. I thought his house was going to be crowded with a lot of people, and it wasn't. And so I started playing Lady. That's the first thing we worked on was Lady.
Wow. You had that already?
Yeah.
Wow.
I had the idea because it was supposed to be for Tony's record. The idea, but
for like House of Music maybe or something?
Yeah, they didn't like it. They didn't like the initial idea. They never heard it, what it was going to be.
Okay.
Neither did I. But I played the guitar riff for D'Angelo, and he said, I like it. I said, cool. So I was going to call somebody over to play my guitar parts over. He said, no, you should leave what you did. And that's the first time my guitar playing ever got on the record.
Wow.
Ever got on the record, yeah. So, but I think how we came up with it, we figured it out. We were playing, and we were playing behind the beat, but I think we were just really trying to lock something in. And so he would fall back and he would start laughing, then I would fall back and we started kind of smiling and laughing, and it we just kept going back and forth, but not talking about it, and it became sort of the style of his record. But that's the way he sings, that's the way he plays.
Wow.
And it was just natural for him, but he's a Dilla fan.
Yeah.
And so then, I'm a Dilla fan too, so I figured it out later. We were just mocking Dilla.
Really? That early? Early on?
I think Dilla was the first one.
Okay.
Or we heard it through hip hop.
Yeah, right.
Maybe
right.
it's not
Far
Dilla.
Side records.
Maybe we heard it on some Wu-Tang records. Maybe we heard it on some Tribe records.
Yeah.
I love hip hop.
Yeah.
Right. So I think both our love for the Hawkins and gospel and hip hop and rock and songwriting. It was just the perfect storm at the right.
Jamal passed away at the age of 51 due to pancreatic cancer. So the condolences go to his family, loved one, and millions of fans across the world. Folks, three-time NBA Hall of Famer Lenny Wilkens has died. Wilkens was one of the finest point guards of his era, who later brought his calm and savage style to the sideline, first as a player coach and then evolving into one of the game's great coaches. Keep in mind, y'all, he was a player coach for several seasons. He coached 2,487 games in the NBA, a record that still stands. He became a Hall of Famer as both a player and a coach, and again as an assistant coach the 1992 U.S. Olympic team. Wilkens also coached the Americans to gold the Atlanta Games in 1996. Wilkens was a 9-time All-Star as a player, the first person to reach 1,000 wins as an NBA coach, the second person inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame as both a player and a coach. Only 5 people have ever done that. He coached the Seattle Supersonics to an NBA title in 1979. Wilkens, the 1994 NBA Coach of the Year with the Atlanta Hawks, retired with 1,332 wins, 1,332 coaching wins, a league record that Don Nelson and Greg Popovich later surpassed. Wilkens played 15 seasons with the St. Louis Hawks, Seattle Supersonics, Cleveland Cavaliers, and Portland Trailblazers. An All-Star 5 times with St. Louis, 3 times in Seattle, and once with Cleveland in 1973, at the age of 35. A statue depicting his time with the Supersonics was installed outside Climate Pledge Arena in June. Lenny attended that unveiling. This is what he said.
Thank you very much. Reminds me when I first came out here. You know, we're a better community when we're supportive of one another, when we help each other, when we take time to recognize one another. And early in my career, one of the things I did a lot was I used to read a lot. I read books all the time. And I read some great books, the history of the USA from 1937 to 1970-something. I read a book I got a buddy of mine to read called Hunter Yo. It was about the culture of the Native American. And I was so fascinated with it. It was unbelievable. I've been blessed. I'll be the first to tell you. I have a great wife, a great family. They're very supportive of everything I do. And that has allowed me to do so much. To be able to go everywhere and speak to everybody. Young people, I tell you, you're important. You mean something. So, the young people are tomorrow's doctors, lawyers, politicians. They're our future. And when we're supportive of each other, we make our community better. So, I just want to say, hey, thank you. Thank you so much. You don't know what you mean to me, but thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Lenny Wilkens was 88 years old. That's a good alpha man right there. Also, folks, the NBA is mourning the passing of former All-Star guard Michael Ray Richardson. He played 8 years in the NBA, was an unbelievable player, number 4 pick in the 1978 draft of the New York Knicks, 3-time All-Star with them, also with the New Jersey Nets. Led the league in steal 3 times, was a phenomenal scorer. His career was literally cut short because of drugs. He was just an unbelievable player. Upon his passing, the NBA said this on their Twitter feed. The NBA mourns the passing of 4-time All-Star Michael Ray Richardson. Michael dedicated his post-NBA career to using his life story to teach life skills to young people. We extend our heartfelt sympathies to his family, friends, and fans. Folks, it was tough this afternoon getting a text message from Demario Solomon Simmons that Mother Viola Ford Fletcher, the oldest living survivor of the Tulsa Race Massacre, has passed away at the age of 111 years old. She was among the living survivors who pursued a lawsuit against the city of Tulsa, the state of Oklahoma, as well as other related departments, alleging they were complicit in the 1921 massacre in Tulsa that left hundreds of black folks dead, destroyed Black Wall Street, the Greenwood community there. They still are living with the effects of that massacre today. Of course, we were there in Tulsa for the 100th anniversary of that race massacre, and so many people celebrated and honored them. This was one of the this was the march that took place. We covered that live right here on Roland Martin Unfiltered. You see her brother, Uncle Red, right there. As well as the other survivor. And so it was 3 of them. And so people celebrated them, feted them, and talked about them. I remember when Mother Fletcher, Demario, posted photos and video when she made her first visit to Ghana and how she felt about that. Demario joins us right now. Of course, he's a civil rights attorney, founder of Justice for Greenwood. He has really gotten to know them so well, representing them, traveling with them all across the country and the world, testifying before Congress. Demario, glad you're with us. Unfortunately, on this sad story here, and I must say, Mother Fletcher was one strong sister.
Yeah, man, Roland, good to see you. Thank you for having us on. It's been a tough day for sure. And, you know, I've been thinking about, I was talking to some of the team, like, you know, a woman lives to be 111 and a half years old, and you're just so devastated and surprised that she's passed away. But she was so strong. She had so much life. And we, as you know, Roland, we were concerned for many years about, can we get them justice before they pass? But I'll be honest with you. Over the last 18 months or so, I stopped worrying about Mother Fletcher passing away because she was just so vibrant. And at a 110th birthday party that we had for her back in May, this past May, we sang her happy birthday. And at the end, we forgot to say.
Demario broke up there. Hello, Demario. Hello, Demario. Hello, Demario. You broke up there and said, at the end, we forgot.
The county or the
Demario, 1 second. Demario, 1 second. You broke up there. You said you sang happy birthday. At the end, we forgot.
Oh, at the end, we forgot to say and many more. And she raised her hand and said, and many more. And then she told me directly that she planned to live 5 more years. And I believed her. And so, you know, it's just devastating loss that she's gone, because she was such a wonderful and special person. She was just more than a client. She was a friend. She was, extended family. We traveled together. We went all over the country together. We testified at Congress together. We went to many, many court hearings together. And I was with her Friday night at her hospital bed. And she was, my wife and I, Mia and I were there with some other folk, Dr. Tiffany Crutcher. And she was very alert, very engaged, but we knew the end was close. And so today it happened, and we're going to miss her, but we're going to continue to fight for her and her legacy, for Mother Randall, our last remaining survivor, and for descendants for reparatory justice that's still owed.
Again, she was right there with you, with her brother, with the other lone survivor, and was unwilling to back down, testifying before Congress. Listen, a lot of folk at that age, they ain't trying to travel anywhere. She said, "I am not sitting here at the crib. We gonna fight till the end."
Absolutely. I think you mentioned earlier, she flew to Ghana in 2022, I think it was, spent 3 weeks or so over in Ghana. Then we flew back to D.C. in February of 2023, where she received her Ghanaian citizenship at the embassy. I mean, she was walking until last year. She just stopped walking at 110. And so she was very committed to being out front, very committed to making sure that this story about what happened to her and her family was known to the world, and very committed to human and civil rights. And one of the greatest honors of my life to get to know her, call her client, call her friend, call her family member. And that video you showed, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, who's no longer with us. It showed Uncle Red. These are just people that's over the last 4 or 5 years, man, just spending so much time working with them, trying to get reparatory justice. And we haven't fully got there yet, but I believe we're still on the road, and I think it still will happen.
A lot of people obviously gained, a lot from them. It was Mother Viola Fletcher, Uncle Red Hughes Van Ellis, also Leslie Benningfield Randall, who, those were the three. Those were the three there. And now they're gone.
Yeah, we're down to one. Leslie Benningfield
down to
Randall,
one.
who actually turned.
I'm sorry, down to one. But yeah.
Yeah, we're down to one, and she actually turned 111 back on November 10th. And so we had a birthday party for her. And again, I mean, she was engaged and alert, and she's just keep on trucking. So I just believe very strongly that these people were sent here for a very divine mission. Without these three survivors being alive and alert and coming to Congress and testifying, meeting with Vice President Kamala Harris, meeting with President Joe Biden, fighting for the Department of Justice first time, and doing a review and report on this issue, et cetera. We wouldn't be here today. This movement, not just for Greenwood, but for reparatory justice for Black people throughout this country, would not be where it is today if it wasn't for people like Mother Viola Fletcher, who decided in her very late age that she was going to be a frontline fighter for justice. She's a civil rights icon. She's a legend. And I'm so glad that the world get to know what we know about her and the type of person that she was. I mean, literally Friday night, she was in a lot of pain, but she was very engaged and just having a great conversation with us and being strong. And so we're going to continue that strength. We're going to continue to remember her and continue to fight with her memory.
I'm a Congo.
Yeah, it's really sad. In my book, Lies About Black People, I quote her from her testimony in 2021. And she said, on May 31st, I went to bed in my family's home in Greenwood. The neighborhood I fell asleep in that night was rich, not just in terms of wealth, but in culture and heritage. My family had a beautiful home. We had great neighbors. I had friends to play with. I felt safe. I had everything a child could need. I had a bright future. Within a few hours, it was all gone. And she talked about in that testimony, Roland, how she still, at over 100, was still worried that people were going to come for her like that happened. So, like it was going to happen right now. So to DeMario, to you, to the whole community, everything you all did to continually uplift her, uplift the community, uplift the family, uplift the story to the nation we're just so appreciative for you because we couldn't be in that space to do that. I'm so glad that her memory is going to live on through all of us. But I just want to also just take this time to personally commend you for all you did to hold up this queen for the world to know and to see.
Well, I really appreciate that, brother. And, you know, we had a great team, my team at Justice for Greenwood, and the many, many lawyers that worked with us at Schulte, Ross, and Zabel, and, you know, all around this country, my good friend, Professor Eric Miller, and Dr. Tiffany Crutcher and the Crutcher Foundation. There's many people that came together to do that work. But I thank you so much. And, of course, what Roland and the Black Star Network and many others have been here supporting us, you know, we couldn't be here without. And here's that testimony you're talking about. And, you know, just sit next to her. Yeah. You know, I'll tell you guys, that was the day that changed everything, because up until that point, a lot of people thought that this was just this lawyer that was, you know, just speaking on behalf of these people, and they were just old people. They don't really know what's going on. But on this day, May 19, 2021, when the world saw for themselves and heard for themselves the things that you just quoted, and people realized, wow, this is real. This person is real. This trauma is real. It changed everything for our movement, and that's why we're still here today.
Thank you.
Mateo, go ahead. Mateo? All right, Mateo is frozen. Let's get him back, and we got to fix this, y'all. DeMario, final thoughts. How are your? Have you already? You think I saw a text. You had memorial information.
Well, it's still being finalized, and I'll certainly get that to you as soon as I possibly can. I guess the final thoughts I would have is, you know, we just want everyone to honor Mother Viola Fletcher. I want you to pray for her family, her children, her grandchildren, her great-grandchildren, and she has great-great-grandchildren, you know, someone at that advanced age. And just pray for us down here. It's a really tough day. It's a really tough day, real tough loss. We felt like we have lost such a champion. But I just want to tell people in any community that you're in, there is Mother Fletchers in your community. Get to know them. Uplift their stories, record their stories, do their oral history, and make sure those people, those pioneers, individuals who have suffered through, who have pushed through so much in our community, that they be known and be honored. You know, Mother Fletcher was a person that was born in 1914. Is a person that had to run out of her community because of a massacre. She didn't get the education that she deserved because of what happened with the massacre. She had to spend 70 years of her life working as a domestic in the homes of, you know, Caucasians around Oklahoma, and just really trying to just get by. And I'm just real proud that over the last 5 years, we've been able to elevate her to international stature. We've been able to prove her quality of life. We've been able to let people know about her story, and she knew how much people loved her. And so I encourage you to continue to love her, her family, but also, like I said, uplift the Mother Fletchers in your own community.
Mateo is back. Go ahead.
Yeah, so to me, the story of Mother Fletcher is sort of dual meaning. On one side, it's the story of resilience and of courage and you know, of everything that she means to Tulsa, to the Black community, to people that are downtrodden, really. And then on the other side, unfortunately, it's a story of failure. It's a story of government, local and federal government, that has dramatically failed the hundreds of people that died, the thousands of people, and the generations that are still suffering from the scars. So the last piece of this, to me, was the recent dismissal by the court that dismissed the Tulsa suits. I think was for lack of standing and failure to state claim. So my question to you is, you know, when I hear politicians say that we're the best country in the world, it rubs me the wrong way. It really does. What do you say to what do you feel when you know what you know, and you have had contact with people that have been generationally scarred by a government that has, at best, has ignored pain and at worst has caused it? What do you say to those people that tell you we're the best country in the world?
Well, I firmly believe to even just get anywhere close to being great or the best country in the world, we first must start with reparatory justice. We must fix and that what was broken, we must put people back to being whole, and we must have a commitment with enforcing the laws on the books and creating new laws to make sure things like massacres, redlining, discrimination, things of that nature does not happen. And when it does happen, it's a severe consequence. So I assure your assessment that when people say this is not who we are, we're the best country, they don't understand the history of this country. And it's disappointing when any politician says that. I will say here in Tulsa, because of the work that we've done, we were able to elect our first African-American Mayor Monroe Nichols. He did come in and do some things. He did put together the Greenwood Trust, his road to repair, where he did adopted many of the proposals from our project Greenwood. And we're very happy and proud of that. But there's still work to be done. As far as the Greenwood Trust, at this time, there is no pathway for individuals like Mother Fletcher and other individuals to receive payments directly for the harm and horror that they had suffered. And that's something we're going to continue to push. And while we are working closely with the city, with Mayor Nichols' administration, we're going to continue to push for those because those things have happened. We do not feel good that Mother Fletcher left this world without receiving actual direct compensation and reparatory justice from the actual perpetrators of the massacre. So I thank you for your question. And I think until we can do right by the Mother Fletchers of the world, we will not be the best country, and we certainly will not be great.
All right, DeMar Solomon Simmons, I appreciate it, man. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, brother.
Let me thank Mateo and Omakongo for being on today's show. Gentlemen, I certainly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Folks, we were in Tulsa for the 100th anniversary. We sat down and talked with Mother Fletcher as well as her brother, Uncle Red. Here is that conversation.
This week from folks and photos and interviews and all kind of stuff. Are they running your racket?
Now, I have to start with, I'm a little hard of hearing on that side. But
I said, folks have been sitting here taking pictures and a lot of energy having y'all in the parade and other events. Are they running your racket?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. But I love the parade. The horse, we had a chance to ride in a horse and wagon. Yes, sir. That was really enjoyed that. And I'm sure he did too.
I enjoy this. This is exciting to me. This history.
So many people.
I'm just overwhelmed with this. I didn't think it would ever happen to me in my life. So my life has been good, but this is special. And I love attention. Love attention. Yes, I do. So I'm so overwhelmed with just, I can't get over it. I'm just so happy about this.
How does it make you also feel to see a younger generation, learning the history and really now wanting to understand what happened here 100 years ago?
I think it's wonderful, but I don't think enough history has been said about it throughout the years. Because I've met so many people that said they've never heard about it. So I think more history is what we'll have to have, to make everybody realize that it happened. Mm-hmm. I have a niece, she's 70 years old, and she said she didn't know about it. Just right up there at Bartersville.
She's 70.
Yeah. So I hope more history, and every year have a little celebration like this, It would be not this big. Oh, this is too big, but you should always, recognize it.
No, I say have one every year, make it bigger.
Yeah, make it bigger. That's right.
See, I tell the young people, look up, don't turn back. I tell them, you are number one. So it's only one. We only live. All of us is the same. Races, creeds. We are Americans, and I want you to believe you are number one. So that's what I tell the young people. Yesterday at parade, I was glad to see mixed kids, black, white, green, all colors. So that brings us more close together. We are only one. That's all we got. My nephew out there, he said, Uncle Red, tell them what it's all about. You are number one. We are Americans, all of us. So I want to be treated like America. See, I want justice. That's what I'm looking for.
So many people got a chance to listen to y'all's testimony before Congress. And I must say, to listen to you speak, talking about remembering what happened and painting a picture of that night, of the terror, was just so hard to listen to. Yeah. And folks don't understand the pain and agony that black folks have had to experience in this country.
I know that we still have some of that pain and action. Like, I don't sleep all night, and the darkness and any little sound, you know.
All these years later.
Oh, sure, every day. Why not? Every time of day that it happens, look like you think about it. It's something that'll never pass with me. No, sir.
Describe for folks what that community looked like and felt like and what it was like.
The folks that I saw was falling, being shot and killed and bleeding, houses burning, and smell smoke and seeing fire and heard airplanes raining, and just a rumor, you know. And it's wondering how you had to be gathered up and moved out of the community, my parents was told, to save our lives. So that's the part that I can remember hearing.
Where did y'all go afterwards?
I think to a little town called Claremore, Oklahoma. Yeah, from here. We lived someplace up there out on the north end of town, and you know, so I don't know the name of the highway or anything, but that's where we went and lived for. And that was the pleasure of me in the parade today, is have a chance to ride in drawn by a horse. I don't know what was the name of the wagon we rode in. But it was real nice. I thought that was really nice, you know, to represent because I think then most people was using horse and wagons, and plus my family didn't own a car, and that was our way of transportation. Yeah.
How old were you when the massacre happened?
6 months old. Just only 6 months old. So I was born January 11, 21. That happened in June.
So where did your family, after the massacre happened, did your family stay here? Did they flee? Where did they go?
Well, we all were together. That's my sister there. We all went to...
Got you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. We went to Claremore, Oklahoma, just like my sister.
Now how far is that from here?
I have no idea.
It took quite a while to get there with a horse and wagon, you know.
So you go there. Now, how long did y'all live there? And did you return back?
Not to Tulsa then. No. My parents were sharecroppers, and you know, you probably know about or heard about how we didn't plant the harvest when we would have to do it, and that was his way of making a living for us. Now, as I've said, I never did see any money exchange, but the way of living, of housing and food is what to receive for that kind of service.
Was it hard for you growing up in Greenwood, having that experience and seeing it destroyed and never been able to come back?
Well, later in years I did, but not until I was a teenager. So being with the family, and then, as I said, when we left there, that type of work, we didn't have a chance to attend school, the full school term, because if it was summer, you had to plant the crop, or in the winter, you had to harvest the crop. So wasn't able to go to school. So by all of my family, we got a very little schooling. And that is a part of life that I miss so much, too. Yeah.
Now, you go into the U.S. Armed Services, and this is the thing that we always talk about. black folks loved America more than America loved black folks.
That's right.
And so to fight for a nation knowing full well what it did to your family and your community.
It was a segregated army. It was a black army and a white army. Well, it was. We had 2 black officers, a first lieutenant and a second lieutenant. The rest of the captain was white, the colonel was white, the major was white. And that's what the way it was. And so later on up in the years, you know, they started mixing what we had. And it was just like you living at home. You were separated from the other army.
But you still served.
We still served, though. We still served.
Well, may I say, you know, I had 2 brothers, 2 sons, and 2 grandsons in service. So what he's saying, you know, I've heard that 3 different generations of times, and they've served on different terms. And each one of the 3 was with the Army or the Navy, and I've learned from their testimony that it's a life that, well, you just don't. You don't have your idea. You have to do what you're compelled to do. And it was pretty rough on them, really.
And sold to Carvana. Ooh, that was too convenient.
It's a great offer. What's wrong, John?
I set aside a week to sell my car, Clarence. I haven't had free time since 2000.
Folks, so we're going to pick the interview up. Go back to it.
Reinvigorated emphasis on Greenwood. You have folks talking about emphasizing Black Wall Street in businesses. It's 100 years later. Think in the future, what do you hope 100 years from now Greenwood and Tulsa will be like for African Americans? What do you hope it will be?
I hope it's being able to get back to normal like it was before. But it's going to be some help because of everything that our race owned then, they should be reimbursed for it before Greenwood can get back like it was. But now, maybe it might be different, but that's my thought about it.
What do you hope for 100 years from now Greenwood will look like?
I was thinking, I hope that we'll get back like it was. Like people own their own business, their own jewelry stores, their own banks, funeral homes, police stations, tailor shops. They work hard to get that. They wanted the people in Oklahoma didn't lend them the money. They had to go to different states to get that money to build that business. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that again.
Now I gotta ask you this. Now, I've met him before coming here. How you let this man go on the Tom Joyner cruise every year dancing with all those young women? I got video of him on the dance floor late at night having a good time.
I think I was present at that time. I've been with them.
Do that, you got to plan. You don't have to have a lot of money. You plan it for years, then you decide what you want to do. You save a few dollars every month, and when time to come to go, you can go.
Yeah, well, I went with him, and I think I was with him during that time when he was dancing. But they invited me.
99.
Yeah.
She was 99 years old when she went on.
Yeah.
Well, it was about 1 o'clock in the morning when I ran to him at the party.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. He was out late.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. You see, when I went, I had to be pushed in a wheelchair.
Tom Joyner and his son would take care of me. They said, where's Dad? I said, we got him. So I didn't worry. I had people that looked after me on the cruise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He was taking tequila shots.
Oh.
Oh, he was on that dance floor just getting it.
Oh, I'm sure.
I love life.
Huh?
I love life. I love people.
But he said tequila shots. I had to think twice what the kind of shot that would be. Now, what kind of shots are they getting? What's this little herb that's growing?
They taking all kind of shots now.
I mean, but it's a what are they?
That's a mixing shot.
That's my trouble. I can't think sometimes of the next word I want to say.
It's all good. It's all good. So you absolutely love life and you live it. I tell people all the time, my hashtag is live life, love it. You got one. And you don't sit going through life being sad.
Yeah. And I think being active like that, I see he had a large family and everything, and he and the family was always together. I think you dance more with your little granddaughter than, and so that makes a difference,
That dance, just love it. It's part of my life.
Yeah.
Well, my philosophy is if my legs still work, let's go.
Well, sure, I know. I wish mine did, but this knee don't go very fast for me. So.
Well, that's why I said people ask me all the time. They say, "Man, you always dancing and stuff." I say, "Look, there's ever day I can't dance. There's gonna be some video of me getting down, so I can always say, just play the video, or you'll see the evidence."
Oh no! When they give it a little tune, I can move up the upper part.
You got the shoulder dance.
What's going on now? It's taking plague away from the people. It's not going to be like it used to be. See, when you work 8 hours a day, you want to come home and like to have a nice dinner weekend. You'd like to go somewhere. You like football. You like to go to football, or baseball, or basketball. You can't do that no more.
Well, hopefully, if folks take their COVID shots, we'll be able to get back to normal as fast as possible. That's what I'm hoping.
Uh-huh.
Well, we have enjoyed being here. Greenwood is sacred ground. Mm-hmm. More than 300 folks lost their lives. Mm-hmm. But our mission is to keep speaking truth and keep the story going, and not relying on somebody else to tell our story. And we're going to make sure that folks always are aware of your story, what happened.
I appreciate you digging me up and pulling me in on this.
Well, I appreciate it. Well, like I say, I'm always running to him late at night on the dance floor.
Oh.
So see, I didn't see you late at night on the dance floor, but I got video with him.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
Well, I appreciate it. I hope y'all enjoy the rest of the weekend. You're getting that Hollywood attention with all the photos and all the love they've been showering on y'all.
We will. We will. I'm sure we will.
Experience, and it's something just special, to be honored, to be telling a story about history. That's what I like.
And I bet you didn't mind that $100,000 check presentation up there, huh?
Man, oh my goodness, no.
I didn't think this would ever happen to me.
I've never seen that much money.
Huh?
I haven't either.
Say it again?
I've never seen that much money.
There you go.
We never had no money.
Get this back on you. There you go.
I used to work 10 hours, I get 10 cents an hour. 10 hours, $1.
Me, I've done the same. So, but this was an honor. I appreciate you folks, including us. We've all enjoyed it.
Up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and you quit at 5.
My grandson, crazy. My grandson, Ike.
Ike's right there, so he's about to come get you.
Yeah, well, that's all right. If it wasn't for him, now I couldn't be here,
Well, we're glad Ike hooked you up.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what I'm depending on now. My children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren.
Well, that's what their job.
They'll help me.
You took care of them. Their job is to take care of you.
Whatever that check is, we'll all enjoy that. Hopefully like I tell them, well, I won't be here much longer to help you all do it, but we're going to have fun.
But you're going to enjoy it while you can enjoy it.
Well, sure. I mean, there's so many things we need, so just getting things that you need makes you feel better and be able to live longer and be satisfied.
Legendary reggae icon and actor Jimmy Cliff has died at the age of 81. His wife said he suffered a seizure followed by pneumonia. Cliff's first major hit in Jamaica, Hurricane Hattie, referenced the devastating 1961 storm before he went on to perform at the New York World's Fair. Later became an international star with classics like Wonderful World, Beautiful People, and the powerful protest anthem, Vietnam. Also passing away this week is the former chairman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, known to many as H. Rap Brown before converting to Islam, died at the age of 82. Al-Amin was one of the most influential pro-black leaders of the 1960s and 70s, a force within the civil rights and black liberation movements. He became known for challenging white supremacy and openly advocating armed resistance as a means of self-defense. He was known for his fiery rhetoric, once declaring violence is necessary. Violence is a part of America's culture. It is America as cherry pie. He passed away in a prison hospital after he was convicted in Georgia. And, of course, it was years ago when I worked at the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, but I had an opportunity to actually interview H. Rap Brown, of course, later changed his name to Al-Amin. And so certainly condolences go out to the family of him as well as Jimmy Cliff.
So tonight is mourning the loss of legend, Grammy-nominated gospel singer died today at 70, complications of kidney failure. Smallwood's career spanned over 50 years, making his name as a composer, gospel singer, and songwriter. In 1996, Whitney Houston covered his song, I Love the Lord, with the Georgia Mass Choir for the soundtrack of the movie The Preacher's Wife. And Boyz II Men sang a snippet of the song on their 1997 album, Evolution. Smallwood's contribution to the gospel community is immeasurable. Here to tell us about how he influenced their lives and careers are gospel artists. Tonight we have V. Michael McKay. We also have Ricky Dillard. I understand Byron Cage is here with us, and Carol Mallard. I want to thank you all for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, here I am. Hello.
Hello. It's wonderful to have you all here. Donnie McClurkin, we'll start with you. How are you feeling right now?
Well, it's kind of hard to say how I'm feeling, because I'm sure all of us on here feel about the same way, because we're a part of a family. Gospel music lost one of its pioneers and one of our friends and our brothers. And so it's kind of a bittersweet moment right now.
Ricky Dillard.
It's been a bittersweet morning to accept this loss. Our friend, our brother for over 40 years. To see him go to sleep, it's very, very heartening for me and for our gospel community. We thank the Lord for all that Richard has been to this community, to churches and music all over the world. So we are mourning a big, big, big loss today.
Can someone tell me just how Richard Smallwood influenced you?
Well, that's easy to do. I can concur with Ricky Dillard. Richard really was a pioneer. He put together classical music along with gospel, made a sound all of its own, and had the heart of a real maestro. He could put songs together that the whole entire world could sing, and they were not just little, coritas or small little tunes, but they were literally great songs that became the backdrop of gospel music, like I Love the Lord, like Center of My Joy, and the list goes on and on. He crossed boundaries. He wasn't just black gospel, he was gospel music, period. My sister, well, I call her my sister, Whitney Houston, loved Richard's music. And that's the reason why I was incorporated into Preacher's Wives, because of Whitney loving Richard Smallwood. And there's so much I can say about how he inspired. In my I did an album called Psalms, Hymns, and Spiritual Songs, and Richard came and he played the piano on the song, and I sang one of his songs, and it won a Grammy. But it was more so, it's not so much about the award, but it's about the humility of this man to come and to be a part of something that he didn't have to be a part of, but because he was a pioneer, he literally extended himself past limits.
And Byron Cage is really something that his music is still influencing us today.
And what is amazing about Richard Smallwood is he is gospel music. And for him to combine classical music with gospel music when it wasn't being done during that period of time was absolutely legendary. I met him in 1977 before he recorded his first solo album. When he was on Donald Vail's recording, he did a song called He's Able. And Donald Vail's introduced me to him. I had to be 15 years old at the time. And who would know many, many years after this time that the Lord would take him home at this particular time. He is probably one of the greatest to ever do gospel music, one of the greatest to ever write gospel music, one of the greatest to ever put groups together with vision, and his Richard Smallwood singers even before them. Angela Wimbush and I were together in Grand Rapids last weekend, and we were praying for Richard, and we were talking about Richard and what his influence has been to this community and to us in particular as well. So he certainly is going to be tremendously missed. He was my brother, he was my friend, and I'm just thankful that I had an opportunity to rub elbows with some of the greatest artists like Richard Smallwood.
Byron, we know that you're in the car having this conversation with us right now, and I guess it just really speaks to who Richard Smallwood is and the impact he had on you. And so we just appreciate you for your time tonight. Rick Dillard, we'll go to you next. What made Richard's songwriting and his composing so unique?
I mean, he was one of a kind. When I first heard of Richard Smallwood, it was in the late 80s. And my spiritual father out of Chicago, Reverend Milton Brunson, was a radio personality. And he introduced Chicago to the music ministry and the artistry of this incredible musician, writer, producer, singer, innovator. He started out with the Richard Smallwood Singers, giving us them and so many great songs, as Pastor Donnie and Brother Byron mentioned early. Great songs like Healing and Anthem of Praise. You're talking about angels watching over me.
Yeah.
Jesus, you're the center of my joy. Glorify the Lord. I love the Lord. Trust me, you see, I'm going on and on and on. That's how great this man was. And to see him revive his artistry in another direction by bringing us a choir, which was vision. And you know, many of us are choir guys on here, and we've all had choirs through our lives. And Richard brought us that awesome choir, Vision, and one of their first hits was the song Total Praise, and it sang all over the world, all in churches everywhere. Richard's legacy, he was before his time, might I add. He was before his time to bring us such incredible music, and to hear Whitney Houston do a cover, and Aretha, and so many, many great, Shaka Khan. I mean, this man will be missed. His legacy, his person, his artistry, his music. And I was even able to write a song with him called When I Think, that has been featured, Grammy nominated, Stella nominated, and so forth. and we did the song together. It is a big, big loss for the kingdom and for gospel music all over the world. How impactful this man of God was to gospel music.
Byron Cage, let's go back to you. Talk to us a little bit more about how he touched you.
You know it's something. Richard called me the total praise police for the tenor part, because tenors, 98% of the tenors around the country sing the parts wrong. And I would post all of the time. I would say, tenors, no, it's not. Richard did not write, Lord, I will lift. He wrote, Lord, I will lift. And he did not say, mine eyes to the hills. No, he said, to the hills. So I got on people's nerves because I kept saying, stop changing Richard's song. Learn it. That's the reason why he wrote it. He wrote it with such compassion and with different variations that were just so legendary that I had to listen to every nuance of his music to make sure that I didn't teach it wrong. So, and I also told Richard, people used to think that he was my father. And Richard said, Byron, don't try it. I ain't that old. And so we would laugh about that. But he certainly, man, has left an incredible, wonderful legacy for us to remember him. A great, great man. And we'll miss him tremendously.
Tonight, I know that we also have Pam Morris that is just now joining us. We'd like to bring her into the conversation as well. And there you are. Tell us how Richard Smallwood touched you.
Well, let me first of all say that Richard Smallwood was a gentleman. He was an icon, and he touched me by writing music that inspires, uplifts, and encourage everybody, not just a certain segment of people, but all people, no matter what religion you were, no matter if you went to church or you didn't go to church. All right, because when Whitney Houston did The Preacher's Wife, I Love the Lord, a lot of people that maybe didn't go to church, they heard Richard Smallwood.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And I play him on the radio. He's in my format. He's in my format often. And when I think about back to Aretha Franklin's funeral, and so many on here was there, when Fred Nelson saw him in the audience, and we just hugged each other and took a picture, he pointed for him to come up, and I think he played Total Praise for about a half an hour while everybody in the family and the special guest, Tyler Perry and his whole staff, and Whoopi Goldberg and Cicely Tyson, and all of them were walking in. He was still playing Total Praise.
What do you think young artists can take away?
He was amazing. He was a friend of mine.
Mr. McClurkin, tell us what young people, young artists should take away from Mr. Smallwood.
Well, literally, you on this show right now, you've got some of the greatest gospel artists. You've got the choir master himself, Ricky Dillard. You've got Byron Cage, who is praise and worship king. You've got V. Michael McKay. You've got Pam Morris, who's literally Chicago. You've got all of this because we are a family. And the one thing that I would tell any of the younger artists is that there's a camaraderie that is something that we need to develop, something that needs to be valued, because there's something about this gospel music that makes us family. And when you sit back and you look at this iconic monogene by the name of Richard Smallwood, you see someone who didn't have any gospel beefs. We didn't have any gospel beefs. Richard was that loving guy. He was the creative. He was the maestro. And if we take his example, and if we really, really evaluate who he was, it'll cause us to be closer. It'll cause us to appreciate music in a greater way. Like Byron was saying, he was a stickler for music. Now, as humble as he was, just don't mess with the music. He was a stickler for accuracy, as you can tell with the Richard Smallwood singers, as you can tell with vision. I met Richard maybe about 2 when he came to New York. with Tremaine Hawkins and Walter Hawkins.
Wow.
And that was the first time that I ever met him, and sat down at a church called Little Zion. And I was mesmerized by this man, by the way he played and by the way he incorporated the classical into the gospel. And I had never heard him before. And from that point on, we became very, very close brothers. And to the generations that are coming up now, even if they didn't get a chance to meet him personally, his music will impact them as they listen and they become students of gospel music. They'll never be able to escape the excellency of Richard Smallwood.
He is amazing. You're right. To be Michael McCrae, we want to bring you back into the conversation. Are you there?
I think there's a problem with the audio. You break it up.
I can hear you. Talk to us.
Okay, I can hear you now. Yeah. Well, you know, when you say Richard Smallwood, you're talking about someone that the Lord has made. I mean, we can't really calculate, or we can't really try to figure out how he did what he did and what he contributed, because it was like God's hand was on him, just amazing. And his music was infectious. All of us composers, songwriters, conductors, singers, choir directors, everybody was affected by Richard Smallwood's gift. I mean, he was huge, and his gift was broad. It did not belong to just a local environment, but it was it had no boundaries. It had no boundaries, and as Reverend Johnny McClurkin has said, Pastor McClurkin, you know, he used all genres. You could tell he was educated, but you could tell he was spiritual at the same time. So, you know, he definitely left a mark on all of us. And I like the concept of family and collaboration that we spoke of, that Reverend McClurkin, I heard him speak of also, because that's what it was. Even though we were different, everybody respected everybody. Richard respected other gifts, and he made room for other gifts. Just an amazing guy.
I think it's also amazing that the younger artists like Whitney Houston and Boyz II Men sampled a little bit of his work. Pam, could you speak to us about that?
Sure. His music expanded so many different genres, from classical to doing work with Whitney Houston. I mean, there were no boundaries. Some of us, music is typically for the church, and though he was created for the church, but it was so broad. He took the church places the church would not have been able to go unless it had not been for Richard Smallwood.
I would like to bring back into the conversation Ricky Dillard, who is standing by. Are you there? Yes.
Yes. I had some connection issues, but I'm back on. So thank you so much for your patience with me.
That's okay. Look, the Wi-Fi is not going to slow us down at all. What are your thoughts right now? We've said so much.
I mean, you know, Richard Smallwood, every year on New Year's Day, I go to Richard's house. When I moved to the D.C. area, I am senior minister of church worship at the Ebenezer AME Church. And after our worship experience, I would go to Richard's house for black eyed peas and soul food and fellowship, to bring in the new year with him every year for the last possibly 10 years. And for him to go to sleep on a day before we would annually meet has been devastating to our friendship, our friends who normally meet with us on New Year's Day just to celebrate and to thank God for a new year. Richard had so much greatness in him, and to see him on stage and giving all that he knows, all the skill, all of the anointing, everything that God has given to Richard, he'll leave it on stage every time. It never fails. that when he ministers or writes, it's going to leave a lasting impression. It's music, timeless music. Timeless music. I mean, music that will live on and on. Even after he sleeps, his name will still be ringing on radio stations and in churches and in concerts and in musicals and drama. His name will be ringing for a very, very, very long time to come. It has been an honor to know such a gift of the person in Richard Smallwood, the Richard Smallwood Singers, who were his backup group for many, many years before he even started Vision. Many of them left the group from Angela Winbush and so many names that he birthed on his stage, and to allow them a platform to become some of the artists that they have become. To know Richard Smallwood is to love him. He was that kind of guy. And you're talking about laughter and historian, knowing gospel history, and working with the likes of many historians who came before myself or himself, such as Thomas Dorsey, Mahalia Jackson, Clara Ward. You go on and on about some of our ancestors whom he was able to either play with, meet, and be amongst. He is legendary, and he will be greatly missed from this day forward.
Since we are coming up on New Year's Eve, take me back to what it was like to be at his home on New Year's.
I mean, we ate until we couldn't eat no more. You talk about a spread of food and fellowship, playing old music, and just going. He had a record of artists, all these records. Oh, I mean, that go all the back to the 50s, the 60s. We would go through those, and some of those records I didn't even know existed. And Richard had them, and we would go through them, and he would tell us stories about Clara Ward and her mother, and Mahalia Jackson, and so many of the greats, the Caravans, Albertina Walker, James Cleveland. He knew them all. He walked with them all. He worked with them all. And as you showed a clip earlier tonight of him with the legends, that all of the legends were in the room, and Richard was before them, leading them and playing. He was one of the most incredible musicians. So while at his house, we just had a regular night of fellowship on this coming Thursday morning. We would have been at Richard's house, dining, talking, laughing, enjoying each other in fellowship. I'm going to miss going to his beautiful home. He had a dog that he had running around the house, and he loved this dog and gave her a musical name. She was just incredible. He was incredible. And we're going to miss being at his house this year. When I got the news this morning, I was on a plane headed to Seattle, Washington, and I got a call that our friend, our brother, our mentor had gone on to be with the Lord. Take your rest, brother. Take your rest, because you have done a great, great work in him. Well done, thy good and faithful servant. Well done.
Carol Mallard is here with us tonight as well. I'd like to bring her into the conversation. Carol, are you able to hear me?
I can hear you now, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Could you talk to us about how Richard Smallwood touched you?
Oh, my story goes back to the mid-70s. But before I even get that far, you all know that you have to do the New Year's event. Anyway, somewhere you have to.
Oh, that's right. And
well, you know, that's right. You know, and I just divert a bit, you know, you celebrate regardless. And he's going to be right in the midst of all of it. You know, telling you how to make them black eyed peas right. And all of that goes with that. But my story with Richard goes back to the mid-70s. I was an actress at the DC Black Repertory Theater Company, and also one of the founders of Sweet Honey in the Rock. We were just getting our thing together, and but Bernice Johnson Reagan and Rosie Lee Hooks were running a program at the Smithsonian Festival of American Folk Life. We had a program there for leading up to the bicentennial in 1976 called the African Diaspora. And I was asked to be a field researcher. Yes, I'm an actress, and a singer and all that. But Bernice hired me to be a field researcher so I could look into the African American culture from so many different aspects, from food to costumes, clothing, singing, gospel, African dance, making masks for different kinds of festivals. So I was sent out to Richard's church to meet with him, to listen to the choir, to listen to the Richard Smallwood singers, and see whether or not they would be a good fit. Let me move this a bit. See if they would be a good fit for the festival. And I said, indeed they are. And we hired them, and I think they were there 75, the summer of 75, and they sang a few times in 1976, because at that time the festival went on for 3 months. But meeting Richard, and I still hear them. I still feel what happened for me in that church, and where Spirit touched me, and really lifted me up at that time. And although Sweet Honey in the Rock did not, and still could, have a direct relationship with Richard and his music, we are all great fans. And Dr. Isa Maria Barnwell, I'm sure she worked with Richard at different points and was a great aficionado of his work and his style. What I loved so much, because I was a classical violinist while I was in DC, as well as doing the theater thing, was how he incorporated so many amazing styles and chord structures and movement and heart tug and frequency and raising the level up and in energizing your spirit to give praise, total praise. That's what all of his music and his sound and his love of God and love of humanity manifests through that music, unabashedly, unapologetically. This is what I do. I studied at Howard. I'm putting this out there. These are my singers. This is how I hear the good news, through my music. And it was just an amazing relationship, I think, from my heart to knowing I go back that far, whether I saw him at this gospel thing or this, festival or whatever. I always felt a heart connection with Richard, and how he gave praise, how he encouraged us and showed us how we can give praise through this beautiful music that he offered, and inspire you to be creative and to come up with your own way of expressing your love and devotion for the divine.
It's all about feeling the spirit. Donnie, could you talk to us a little bit more? Let's bring him into the conversation. Donnie McClurkin is here.
Donnie, hello.
Hi, Carol.
I
How
work
you
with him.
doing,
Okay,
dear?
sorry. Hi, Donnie.
No, it's really what he said. That
We
it's a
all in here.
family.
Yeah, we're a family. We're a family. But like everybody's really expressing, when you can travel to different countries, when you can travel to Japan and hear them singing Richard Smallwood in English, when you can travel to Paris, France, and hear them singing, you're there for a conference and they're singing Richard Smallwood. When you can travel to the different countries and hear the different versions of Richard's songs, that lets you know that it's not just an American platform; it's a global platform, and that was the key. He had music that stretched across the street and across the waters. He was that kind of a maestro, with people like Darren Atwater and Tony Walker and some of the greatest musicians. He was literally a one of a kind. I text Kirk Franklin today, and Kirk just texts back, "Man, Donnie, he was one of one. He's not even one of many. He's one of one." And that stuck with me. Richard was one of one. And as Carol and everyone was saying, he could take music and make it so beautiful. Classical, gospel, then he throw a little Hawkins feel in it and got a little Hawkins bounce going on with it. It was just really a work of art to see Richard's work, to know who he was. I went to one of the get-togethers with a guy named Malcolm Williams, and Richard was there. And we laughed and joked until about 1 o'clock in the morning. And I was new to this. And they made me feel so at home. They made me feel so a part of. And that was Richard. Like I said earlier, you could never put a finger on Richard. There was no scandal. There was no beef. He was never saying anything wrong about anybody. He was the most loving, embracing guy. And that's not pretentious. That's not something that we just say because he's passed away. That's just who he was and who he is. That memory and that kind of a life, that remains even after he's gone. And that's why we're on here tonight, to honor and pay tribute to somebody who was literally one of one.
Pastor McClurkin, I heard you mention Kirk Franklin. If you can get him on the line, we would love to add him to the show. But we also tonight have Pam Morris, and so we want to bring her back on as well. I would like for you to tell me, Pam, just why Richard Smallwood's music will continue to live on.
One reason why his music will continue is because it has no expiration date.
Yes.
That's it. You can hear his music. My children can hear it. My grandchildren will be able and can hear it, and their children can hear it because it has no expiration date.
Yes.
And so anyone can jump in on this question, but I want to know how he was able to raise the standard for gospel music and its excellence today.
He was different. He was different. He was unique. He's one of a kind, as Ricky Dillard said, and Donnie. He was one of a kind. So you find, I believe, another Richard.
Unique.
That's how I feel. You know his music. It's often imitated, but you can't duplicate Richard Smallwood.
Amen.
Not at all. I would like to ask you guys your favorite Richard Smallwood song. I'll go first. I would say mine would be Center of My Joy.
Oh, okay. Total praise.
Total
and
praise.
Trust me. Total praise and trust me.
Total praise. And
Total
and
praise.
Center of My Joy.
Total praise.
Both
Just
total praise.
powerful
Lift
choir
me up.
note.
And I just want to add
sing at
the
graduations,
uniqueness when you express
all
your
of kinds of
creativity
things. Total praise is one of my
through
most
whatever
favorite
medium you do when you're doing
songs
it
that Richard
authentically
penned
and
and
honestly.
recorded with
Total
vision,
praise.
and it is just saying all the time. All the time. You can go anywhere, to a graduation, to a funeral, to a Sunday morning service.
To a wedding. To a wedding.
Continues to resonate time after time after time, and he makes it so that you have to sharpen yourself sometimes to do some of his music, such as Anthem of Praise. I repeatedly listened to Anthem of Praise over and over again, trying to get the parts, all of those, and he made you work. He made you sharpen yourself to be the best you can be, to do his kind of music. Being a musician, a classical musician. I mean, all of that embodied into incredible, a G.
I want to pull Donnie, Pastor McClurkin, back into the conversation. We want to know, ooh, there you are. We want to know what your favorite Richard Smallwood song.
There's no such thing. There's no such there's no such thing. Because just when you think you have a favorite,
okay,
then he comes up with something else. And that becomes your favorite. Because when I heard Trust Me, that blew me away.
Yes.
Center of My Joy blew me away. Total Praise blew me away. You know, Calvary blew me away. Everything that he put out, every project he put out, he had a specific song that was just remarkable. I wish to God that I could identify one But that's the thing. Like everybody was saying, everybody's repeating their songs. That's the kind of music that he had. It impacted us. So that literally, as you go down, when we first started, Ricky went down a whole list of Richard songs. That's because those songs are just as impactful. Each of them hold their own significance. So it's kind of hard to pick a favorite. Now, I would probably say I Love the Lord because Whitney sang it.
Yeah.
but literally, it's hard to do. And now that he's left us and gone into heaven, his songs are really much more valuable and more important than ever before because he's left us a legacy.
You know, the song that comes to mind for me, another one is Angels Watching Over Me.
Oh, yes, Moret and Vanessa. Oh, my God.
Especially right now.
Yes. Angels.
Yes.
Moret and Vanessa sang
we
that
meet
song. Yeah.
again.
We are celebrating the life and legacy of gospel genius Richard Smallwood, who died today at the age of 77. We have the members of his gospel family with us tonight on Roland Martin Unfiltered. Michael McKay, Ricky Dillard, Pastor Donnie McClurkin, Byron Cage, Pam Morris, Kira Mallard. We want to bring them all back into the conversation. We also want to add in our panelists tonight. Dr. Mustafa Santiago, we'll start with you. Do you have any questions for our guests tonight?
Well, you know, as I was blessed to be able to listen to you share your memories of Richard, the word that came forward was sacred. Could you talk a little bit about the sacredness of what he shared with us while he was here?
Donnie, could you take that question?
Okay. Well, the sacredness of what he shared with us while he was here was his musical genius. Carol kept speaking about how you could tap into the divine. Richard gave you a backdrop. He gave you a platform of music that was something that was out of the ordinary. It was not the norm. It wasn't something that was just a bunch of notes and keys put together, but it was something that was God-breathed. It was literally God-breathed. The words of the songs, the way that the songs impacted people's lives from multicultures. It wasn't just a Black music form. It wasn't just a gospel music form. It was an eclectic array of music. It was something greater than we can ever really express. I was speaking with, about 2 years ago, I was speaking with Roberta Flack. She was in a wheelchair. And she said, "Did you know my student, Richard?" And I was sitting at the table with her at a Dionne Warwick concert. And I said, "Did I know your student, Richard? That's my brother." And she was like, "Well, you know, I was his teacher." And it's something special about this. There's a connectivity that can be traced back. It is literally God breathed. That's the best I can tell you. The sacredness is it was God breathed.
That's true. Candace Kelly is joining us tonight. Do you have a question for our guest?
Yes. Well, this question is for Pastor McClurkin, but probably for anybody else too that does what Mr. Smallwood did, which was that he also taught people across the country how to go about being better in their musical journey. I remember choir retreats and people, being under his tutelage and people who directed choirs. I mean, that is huge in the Black community. And I am wondering, what was it that he did that was certainly very special that you saw him just impart to others? Because as you've talked about, he was very, very specific, meticulous, and very, very intentional, but he certainly passed the baton. How did he do that when you saw him do his work and teach others?
Well, I'll pass that on to Ricky and V. Michael because they can better articulate that.
We do not have them right now, Pastor McClurkin. So if you don't mind, keep blessing us, please.
It's me, Carol, and Pam. But literally, he was that concert master. He was the guy that could sit down And although he was very, very extreme in his musicality, he could simplify that thing so that anybody could reach it, so that anybody could do it. His teaching of how to vocalize. He wasn't just a musician; he was a vocal expert, and he could teach you how to breathe. He could teach you how to formulate a note. He could teach you in these workshops on how to present. That's the thing that made him unique. He wasn't just a musician. He wasn't just a songwriter. He was literally an artist in every form. And for you to be able to take soprano, alto, tenor, break it up into 3-part harmony, 4-part harmony, 5-part harmony, counterpoint, all the different things that go along with the classical training that he had and the jazz background that he had and the gospel background that he had, and make it so simple that people around the world can sing it without messing it up. That was something that's inexplicable, because you can't find that everywhere. You can't find that ability to be able to mold even subpar singers and make them sing your song the right way and impact Sunday morning services, concerts, television, movies.
Right.
That's unique.
Thank you.
Let me say this. Can you bring me in?
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody could sing his song.
Yes.
Am I right, Donnie? Anybody could sing his song. A children's choir,
yes, ma'am.
Adult choir, those seniors, anybody can sing Richard Smallwood's music.
Anybody.
That's incredible. That's incredible to note.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anybody.
And especially when you're sitting, like I said earlier, when you're sitting with all of us on this broadcast, everybody has their different story of Richard. Richard impacted us in great ways. And to hear Carol and Pam, and to hear B. Michael, and to hear Ricky, and to hear Byron, and to hear how this, just a small little group, can try to articulate something so global, it's amazing. Because it's not an easy task to define Richard. It's not an easy thing to be able to encapsulate all that he's done and all that he meant to music, period, not to mention gospel music.
Listen, I could continue this conversation for another hour if I could. But as we begin to wrap up, I'd like to hear some final thoughts. And Ms. Pam, I'll start with you.
What I am hoping is that when the celebration of life is announced, that those that cannot be in person, they will enjoy it from around the world, because we will keep his music alive. I will do that on the radio. And I do want to say this. In Terni, Italy, it was a jazz artist, I cannot think of her name right now. She sat as he did his music. She was coming after him, and she was sitting there in tears. And she was going to be singing jazz. And she sat through his whole concert. And the Italians that were there were feeling things on their arms, and they couldn't understand, and they were crying. So my remembrance of him is to keep him alive with his music.
Carol?
I would say this, I would agree with that wholeheartedly. Once the energy is put out there in the world, this positive, beautiful, dynamic, spiritual energy is put out there into the world, it's very hard to forget it or to leave it be. We must continue to raise his name. We must continue to raise his music. Choirs all over the world continue to sing it and always raise his name, because they say you remember the person is not really gone, because their energy is still, in us, in our DNA, in our hearing, in our memory. Like I said, I still remember going to his church that Sunday morning, and what I felt like, and I can refer back to it, my relationships and talking with him. I can hold that as a memory, and I can share that as often as I possibly can. He's always with us, always with us, always with us. Amen.
Amen.
Ashe. Honored.
Pastor Donnie McClurkin.
A little bit after 12 midnight today, Richard went home. A little bit after 12 midnight, Richard finalized his work on her and caught all of the world unawares. But he went back to where he started, and Jesus called him home. But Jesus did so much through him while he was here, and he loved Jesus so much that it's music that has such weight and such power. And and I'm trying my best to keep talking so I don't cry. But when you see someone who's dedicated their life's work to Jesus and literally, without apology, represented the kingdom, it leaves you proud in a great way that you were able to know him. I'm honored that I knew Richard. I'm honored that I worked with Richard. I'm honored that he was my brother and not just someone in passing. I'm honored that I could be a part of a link to what he is and what he did. And the whole lot of us in the gospel music community, Donald Lawrence and Jonathan McReynolds, Kirk Franklin, Yolanda Adams, C.C. Wines, all of us have that connectivity. Tremaine Hawkins, every one of us. We have this great honor to know that we were associated with a genius and a maestro by the name of Richard Smallwood. And although he's transitioned, God knows that his music that was absolutely from God will remain here until the coming of Jesus Christ. And we may be singing it in heaven just as well. So I honor the memory, the life, the legacy of Richard Smallwood. And I do want to say this. I want to thank Roland for allowing us to come on and to do this. Roland, thank you so much for giving us this platform to celebrate our brother, to celebrate this great man. It takes a great heart for you to extend your platform for us to do this, and I will always be grateful to you for this.
I'd like to go to our panelists, too, for final thoughts about Richard Smallwood. Candace Kelly, will begin with you.
Well, I just want to say that, the song Total Praise, whenever I hear it, and as the panelist said, you can hear it at any type of event. It could be at a wedding, it could be at a funeral, it could be at a children's event, but it always makes me sit up a little straighter. Like when I hear Handel's Messiah or Lift Every Voice and Sing. Like I feel like I can't talk during it, and it was just so regal. It was just so regal. And as everybody has been saying, it took a special person to put together those chords and those words and lifting your eyes to the hills. I mean, it's really, really, really powerful. But like we've all been saying, his music is going to live on, not just here in America, but internationally. And that is the beauty of what music does. And that is really how important the music is to the history of our people and our journey over here and our roots back from Africa and what we did with all of the instruments and all of the chords to make it something that we really own. And Richard Smallwood was certainly the pioneer to make that happen. And that's what we're all so grateful to have. And I loved being just listening to this panel live to honor Richard Smallwood, because you're not getting this on other channels. So thank you.
Sure is. But he should. He should be getting this on CNN and MSNBC and Fox TV. He should, because he is international.
Absolutely.
And we need that music. We need that music now more than ever.
Absolutely.
Just saying.
Brothers gone home.
Dr. Santiago.
As a poet, I'm always thinking about spiritual integrity. And I remember as a young student being both at Union Temple and at Metropolitan and hearing, the music and understanding with very, very a clear message around how it captured the memory of our people. and how it helped to heal, especially in times of trials and things that we go through, and the oppression sometimes that happens inside of our communities, and how we need to be able to figure out how we stay connected to a higher power than ourselves. So I'm very, very thankful to him for that spiritual integrity that I was able to experience anytime. I only met him a couple of times, but I was in the pews enough to listen and learn. So I will always be thankful to that. And nobody asked me what my favorite song was. Calvary.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's so incredibly important in this moment because, for those of us who believe, we understand the significance of that and where we are going and why we have a responsibility to do so much while we're here. And Richard did that. And he did it with a love that invited others into it. So I'm just thankful to be able to be here in this moment, to listen to all of you, to learn, and to be able to experience the greatness which was he. And as everyone has said, that will live on for generations to come.
Amen.
I want to thank you all for joining us and for honoring Richard Smallwood tonight, Pam Morris, Carol Mallard, Pastor Donnie McClurkin. We also want to thank V. Michael McKay, Richard Dillard, Byron Cage for joining us tonight. This has been a life-changing moment for me, and I believe for so many other people that are watching tonight. And so we just thank you for honoring Richard Smallwood. Trailblazing dancer Carmen de Lavalade, who broke racial barriers across stage, screen, and television for more than 6 decades, has died at the age of 94 after a short illness. Shaped by Black artistry, she was mentored by her cousin Janet Collins, the first Black ballerina to perform with the Metropolitan Opera. She later trained with Lester Horton in one of the nation's earliest multiracial dance companies at a time when segregation was still the law of the land. Her talent carried her across the world, from Alvin Ailey and Dance Theater of Harlem to the American Ballet Theater in Broadway. And even as she dazzled audiences, she faced racism head-on, including being barred from partnering with white dancers on the Ed Sullivan Show. Still, she never stopped moving. She continued dancing well into her late 80s, grace, resistance, and creativity in motion. And more sad news tonight. Actor Isaiah Whitlock Jr., best known to many fans as corrupt State Senator Clay Davis on The Wire, has died at the age of 71 after a short illness in New York. That's according to his manager. Whitlock, a South Bend, Indiana native, had a career spanning more than 4 decades. On TV, he appeared in Veep, Your Honor, Atlanta, and multiple Law & Order series. He was also a regular collaborator with Spike Lee, showing up in films like 25th Hour, She Hate Me, Chirac, Black Klansman, and The Five Bloods. And of course, he made his mark with that unmistakable drawn-out catchphrase, something fans famously stopped him on the street just to hear. Roland sat down with him in 2020 to talk about Spike Lee's The Five Bloods.
Roland Martin Unfiltered.
Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm a huge fan.
Man, huge fan of your work as well. First of all, obviously, an amazing movie. At any point that you tell Spike, what the hell you got us out here running around this damn jungle shooting guns? We too old for this.
Well, it ran through my mind a couple of times. It was so hot. It was over 100 degrees almost every day, and with the mosquitoes and flies and things like that. At my age, I was like, I don't know, but we got through it, and we had a great time.
Well, one of the things I think is so amazing, and I've said this to Delroy, to Clark, to Norm, and Spike as well. I mean, this movie really is about Black brotherhood. Older brothers who are unified by something, and speak to that, just that brotherhood concept.
Well, a lot of that came out with the DAP that was very prevalent during the Vietnam War, where the brothers were trying to connect and hold together. And as you saw in the film, I mean, we did different types of DAP that showed where we had served, what parts of the country we had been in, but it was also a way just to connect. And Spike was very insistent that we got that across. But I have to say, though, that after running around in the jungle with those guys and spending the couple of weeks we had for military training and everything like that, we developed a brotherhood amongst ourselves that I feel you could start to feel the brotherhood and the love, and that went into the film, and we were able to get that point across.
It's rare, though, that to see that sort of connection, especially among older Black men in movies. I really can't think the last time I really saw that. I mean, heck, it may have been the Robin Harris character, Sweet Dick Willie, and other cats on the corner in Do the Right Thing. I mean, you just don't see it.
Yeah, and it was kind of nice to be able to show that, older Black men getting together, living, having a good time, still having dreams, still loving life and things of that nature. You never ever see anything like that. I was glad to be a part of that, just to be able to show that. And then when you look at everything today, a lot of the film and that Black brotherhood and older men and things like that getting together, all of that has been kind of lost. And when we do the film, it sort of smacks people in the face that, yeah, they do matter.
Well, they certainly do matter, and I think to tell the story from the perspective of these brothers, which you rarely see when it comes to Vietnam era films, and it's like so much for African Americans, where all these stories have been told over the years, yet our particular perspective gets left out, or we're simply a bit player in somebody else's storyline.
Right. And that's what I felt with all of the documentaries. The one thing I kept seeing in a lot of the documentaries was when Sammy Davis Jr. went over to sort of calm things down. I think Nixon had sent him over. And to me, that was very telling, just how tone deaf they were at that time about how disproportionate it was, what was happening in the country at that time. So many African Americans on the front line fighting and dying at such a larger percentage than African Americans in the country. I think it was like maybe 11% at that time, and yet you had about 30% on the front lines and dying. So you just didn't. And then when you see these documentaries, none of that is talked about. You don't see any of that. So it was nice to be able to represent that and let people know that African Americans did serve in the Vietnam War. And at the same time, I was very thankful they just didn't get me.
Did you reach out to other brothers who served to really sort of get understanding? Did you reflect on classmates or family members as well who served?
I had a lot of memories of the guys who did serve, because at that time you saw a lot of guys coming back. They would leave one way and come back totally different, totally disillusioned, and then having to deal with all the problems in the country. But when we got over to Vietnam, there were some expats who we spoke with, guys who had gone over to the Vietnam War and stayed, and that was very. It was very emotional for me to listen to their stories and what was going on and all. And so by the time we started shooting, I had a very, very good idea as to who these guys were.
As I look at the different characters, your characters seem to be the most level-headed, didn't necessarily show lots of external drama and issues. It is as if you were able to get through that and not have a lot of that weighing down on you in terms of how the storyline set it up.
Yeah, and it was interesting because when we started shooting, I mean, you know, you saw with Delroy's character, Clark's, Norm's, and then you had this. You sort of had this other brother who was just, you know, he still had his faculties intact. He didn't have all of these issues and things like that. So when we go back to Vietnam, you sort of see it right up front, especially once we go to the club and everything like that, that, you know, he's that guy who, you know, I'm there to have a good time and, you know, do what we have had to do and everything like that. But in the beginning of the movie, I've already got a drink. I'm checking in at the counter, and I've got a drink already.
Yeah.
And I was dancing with the drink, and I didn't spill a drop. You know, so early on, you knew exactly who this guy was, and he was supposed to be the youngest. Had lied his way into the military. And he was part of that group. He was part of that brotherhood. And right off the top, you know, I exposed him as to who he was.
Yeah, no, it was clear because I told when I asked Clark Peters, I said something tells me that Isaiah was the constant comic relief on screen and off shooting his film.
I didn't plan it that way, but in looking back on it, I sort of was, you know. It was kind of like when things started to get a little too heavy, you know, I had to come in and lay something down to kind of pull everybody back to reality, you know. And I thought that was good. It sort of showed that, you know, one of the things Spike said right before we left for Thailand and Vietnam, he says, look, I don't want four brothers who are the same. And I knew Delroy, I knew Clark. I didn't really know Norm, but I did get to know him. But I remember thinking to myself, you cast this perfectly because we are all different. And that came out in those characters where you had four different guys. And one of the things that bothers me a little bit about film is that sometimes when you see African Americans, you know, they're all the same. And it was nice to be able to show a little bit of diversity in character and who we were, that we're not all the same. Some of us come from different parts of the country, Midwest, South, West Coast, East Coast. But it was nice to be able to represent that. And I thought that came out great in the film.
Well, and when you talk about that comic relief, when you talk about those moments, I mean, the reality in real life, we all need levity. Life ain't that serious all day, every day. And it's great to have that person in your life who at any moment might crack a joke, might make light of something, might start cracking on you, playing the dozens. I mean, levity is needed even in life.
Yeah. And the thing is that that's where, I mean, usually when you see films, you know, it gets serious and it stays serious. But as the audience watching it, as an African American watching it, I know that's not real. I know somebody, somebody is going to say something, even in a desperate time, somebody will say something that will almost make you laugh. And I had those little moments in there where no matter what the situation was, I could always find the opposite of that. And to me, that is what life is all about.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, so first of all, I didn't understand, where in the world did your signature line, "Chic," where did that come from? And of course, I'm watching the movie going, I know I'm going to hear it.
Well, a couple of things.
It's like your line. Your line is that damn camera of Spike Lee's. That like we all waiting for it. We know it's coming.
you and everybody else, even Spike. About halfway through shooting, Spike said, I haven't heard that. What's going on? And I told him, I said, because Spike had told me, he says, look, find a place where you want to put it. You decide what you want to do. And I appreciate the fact that he trusts me enough to bring it in. He never told me exactly where. He just trusted that I would find a spot for it. And I'm sort of like, well, I don't want to just throw it out there. I want to find that one spot where the audience is going to agree with me and say, you got a point there. He's not going to give you $1 million. Shit. That kind of a thing. So about halfway through, Spike said, I haven't heard. I said, no, I got a spot for it. And that's when I did it. But it was later in the movie. But that all came from the 25th Hour, the first movie that I did with Spike. That's when I first did that. And then 6 films later.
Was it spontaneous then? Or was it in the script?
No. It was when I had gone to audition for the 25th Hour, I was chatting with Spike, and we were talking about baseball. We were talking about the St. Louis Cardinals when they had Kurt Flood and Bob Gibson and all these guys, Lou Brock. And then we started working a little bit on the script of the 25th Hour, and I did that. And Spike said, do that again. I did it again. He says, you need to keep that. He said, it's the way you do it. And so he cast me in that film, and I found a spot to do it in the movie. And then I started doing it in The Wire, and the rest is history.
So Spike Lee was now. So Spike Lee was the one who said, write that, take it.
Yeah. He said, you need to keep that. And he had me do it twice in the 25th Hour. And then once they started writing it in for The Wire, that's when it really blew up. But up until that point, I was just doing it in Spike Lee films. And then they started writing it in The Wire. I started doing it in The Wire, which again, I thought it worked very well. And the rest is history. But I'm glad people enjoy it enough that, it makes people smile. And I figure, if I can make people smile, great.
Well, the thing about it is that, look, there are a lot of actors. There are a lot of people out there who've done films and television, but there are very few who sort of have this signature thing, that speaks to them. Now, there are some folks out there. I remember when I interviewed Richard Roundtree, and he told me that for the longest, he resented the Shaft character because people would come up to him, and his dad pulled him aside. He said, son, it's a whole bunch of people who nobody remembers.
Yep.
He said you might want to embrace that thing. And he said that moment from his dad, what his dad told him, completely changed his perspective on that moment. So now, do you have people who walk up to you in real life and just want you to say it, and then you like, okay, I'm about to cuss this person out, they just want me to do it?
No, I have a lot of people. Sometimes it's hard for me to get up and down the street without people stopping me and wanting me to do that. I've had people want me to call their wives and do it on their phone, and things like that, And that gets a bit much. You know, if I'm not in a hurry going somewhere, what's that?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
If I'm not in a hurry going somewhere, you know, I usually accommodate them because I realized early on I was going to have to live with that. That was going to be a part of me no matter what. And again, I saw the joy that people would get out of it. I mean, I've had some people, there's been a couple of people I thought they were going to pass out. I would be like, whoa, take it easy, you know. I know it's me, it's just a word, but take it easy, you know. But you know, I embraced it early on because I knew if I didn't embrace it, I mean, I'd be ready to, you know, slit my wrist or something like that because people do it all the time.
Well, I got to agree with you on the phone thing. I'll say that's probably, look, I'll take a million selfies. I'll speak to people. I'll do all sort of stuff. The one thing that does sort of drive me crazy is when somebody will thrust a phone. Hey, can you speak to my mama? Can you speak to my friend? Can you speak to my wife? And now what I've done is I'll actually take somebody's phone and I'll shoot a video and say, hey, send this to them. That way, you know, I can knock it out, you know, in 10 seconds. But when you're like, it's a group and they're like, but hold on, it's my homeboy. And I was like, what up? That does get a little different.
Also in this day of coronavirus, you know, a lot of that's going to have to change.
Oh yeah, no. Trust me. If I start snatching folks' phones, because see, the other thing for me, Isaiah, folk take too long with these phones. Like this ain't a photo shoot. I'm not staying there for a minute. So man, I'll be snatching phone, click, hand it right back. So I'm gonna be gloved up once we get back out. It's better here. Snatch your phone. I stand 6 feet back, and I'm gonna hold the phone up.
Yeah, really, because I'm like, you know. I'm in that, you know, group where, you know, I can catch it. So I don't want to catch any of that.
Well, you black. We all in that group.
Yeah, you know, that's your underlying condition, you know.
Yeah, the underlying condition is black. That's what it is. Yeah. One of the things that you know, going back to the film here, and I first it was a little bit jarring, but I picked up on it. When Spike had y'all playing yourselves when you were younger, did you immediately understand that, or did you say, "Wait a minute, what a younger us"?
No, it was very quick, and we never ever really talked about it again. Spike said, "No, you're going to play yourselves," and that was it. Nobody ever gave it much thought. I really didn't think too much about it until the film came out and people started talking about it. It was never a big issue. It was like, you know, Spike said we weren't doing it, so be it. And, you know, I mean, it's, you know, it is, as you said, can be kind of jarring, but in some ways I kind of liked the fact that it was sort of jarring because you saw throughout the whole film, you never could get too comfortable or too far ahead because Spike always had something that was going to pull you back in and say, wait a minute, you know, we're still here trying to tell a story. We're still here trying to make you realize what was happening back then. And so just when you got a little too comfortable, boom, something would happen. And I sort of felt if we had tried to make ourselves look younger or bring in some other actors, I think that would have just imploded on us. And it was like you had to take that dream with us back into time and see us as ourselves and not get too distracted by the makeup or trying to look younger. Let's keep our foot on the gas. Let's keep telling that story and let's try to get our point across.
The Delroy Lindo character, obviously suffering from significant PTSD trauma.
I see ghosts, y'all. I see
And man, I can tell you those scenes where a Vietnamese person would just set him off. I'm watching it, and I mean, he that thing was real.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He did an amazing job. I mean, you felt that PTSD, that trauma, just watching it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And what's interesting was playing it. I had to play it like, what's your problem, man? You know, like, right. You know, what's the deal here? You know, settle down, calm down, you know, get over it, you know, which is sort of what we did back then. You know, you didn't have all these terms and things like that. You were just, you know, just a brother with some problems, you know, and you got to deal with that. You got to deal with that stuff. You can't be sitting around here, you know, because the man, big deal. So the man's got a chicken, you know, and you don't want to be around the chicken, or he's got this, or he's got that. And the way Delroy played it was just brilliant. I mean, but it's as an actor playing off of that, you know, you never can let that bring you out of who you are and bring you down. You got to stay on top of it and sort of deal with it in a very realistic way. But he was outstanding, for lack of a better word.
I haven't asked the other your fellow castmates this, but from your perspective, what was the one unique or great thing about each of them that you got to see? So let's start first with Clark Peters.
When you say unique thing, as you mean as far as character or person? No. Anything in terms of how they played the role or just them in real life. That just one thing that really stood out or struck you about either him, the person, or the character he played, or how he actually went about his work. Anything like that? Yeah, I would say with Clark, it was very. He was in a very sort of mellow kind of trance, you know. He was very smooth about everything, you know, and it was impressive, you know, because I thought, you know, with all this heat and everything over here and all these flies and mosquitoes and things like that, that's going to be hard to maintain. But I was impressed the way, you know, Clark was sort of going to this zen, you know, and, you know, he would start to, you know, Spike would say cut, and Clark would start to meditate, and I was in front of the fan saying, man, I got to cool down, you know. I can't be out here in this damn heat. No.
Well, I think, well, maybe he was doing this. Maybe he was thinking cool thoughts.
Yeah. He had to be thinking something, because I was like, I couldn't get to the fan fast enough. I knew if I sat in front of the fan, the mosquitoes wouldn't come because the wind was too heavy. So, and you know, then Spike would say, okay, let's go. And it's like, okay, yeah, let's go. Because we were always ready to go, because we had to just get the hell out of there, especially before the sun got overhead. Norm was cool. He was cool. He had to, you know, get the stuff down with the pigeon toed and everything like that. So he had his thing that he was working with. And Delroy, I mean, that PTSD, I don't want to say it transferred off screen, but he was in the moment and stayed in the moment also, you know. They were very, all of the actors were just very disciplined. And that was, it's hard to say, but I think when you have that kind of discipline, and I think Spike really knew that I know these guys, I've worked with these guys, I know how disciplined they are. So when we get over there, no matter what, they're going to pretty much do what they have to do. I'm not going to have to sit around and worry about them. And that's pretty much what you got. And even with my character is right. Yeah.
Go ahead and finish. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was saying, even with my
character.
There was a discipline to not get bogged down, because all of that other stuff can kind of rub off on you. Whereas I've got to make sure that I don't get bogged down, except for when I have to be here and there.
How did you get the role? Because it seems as if Spike just pre-selected every one of you.
Yeah, he pretty much did. Spike knew exactly who he wanted. He knew exactly what you were going to do. And he called me up. He asked me what I was doing. I told him I was across the street doing my laundry. Just getting ready to put my clothes in the dryer. I always wish I could say I'm doing something else, like, I got this, this big thing going on here. I'm there, but no, I'm at the laundromat. I'm just getting ready to put my clothes in the dryer. I'm trying to get some quarters to get some. I got to get some quarters to get some bounce. But what's up, So sad, so sad. I mean, you can take the boy out of Indiana, but you can't take the Indiana out of the boy. And
all right, so
but that's he called me up. He started telling me about this movie that he was making. I told him, I said, look, I'm leaving for Japan, but I was just going to Japan just to visit some friends. And I said, I'll read it on the plane and get back to you. Well, I did read it on the plane, and I think I called him from the airport and said, this is fantastic. And that's, he said, I want you to play Melvin. And I said, okay, I'm ready to go. I'll be ready.
That's I was doing laundry. I was not expecting that one.
I know,
Clark did want me to ask you,
but it's typical, I always say, why does my shit always got to be raggedy, But
look, I got to do one thing. Clark said, I need to ask you. He said, I need you to ask Isaiah about that damn bicycle.
That goes back to me doing my laundry. When we were in Baltimore, everybody had a car. Driving around Baltimore to the set, I had a bicycle. And it always seemed whenever I was on the bicycle, I would run into Clark on the bicycle. Clark would be in a car. I would be on the bicycle. One time I fell on the bicycle. I heard a horn honking, and it was Clark. So fast forward this had to be maybe like 6-7 months later. I was in New York City, and I heard the car honk, and it was Clark, and I was on a bicycle. And so he's been giving me shit about that that's what he makes. So he's always teasing me, He thought I was gonna have a bicycle in the jungle, and I said, no, I left the bicycle.
So wait a minute. So y'all bumped into each other in New York, and you happen to be on a bicycle, and he's in a car.
Yes, yeah. He's in a car, and he just laughed because he always gave me shit about being on that bicycle down in Baltimore, especially when I fell on it. And it seemed like he was right there. And he said, why don't you just get a car? I said, no, man, I got this bicycle. And then about 6 months to a year later, I'm in New York City. I'm on a bicycle. I hadn't even used a bicycle since then. But I got on that bicycle, and there's Clark. Like he was waiting for me.
That is absolutely hilarious. That's funny.
That's why I say it goes back to me doing my laundry. I'm on a bicycle. Spike calls me. I'm in the laundromat doing my laundry, trying to get some quarters to buy some bounce so I can put some fabric softener in. And it's like, old school all the way, man.
Last question for you, man. Obviously this is a dramatic role, but is there this wild, outlandish comedy you would love to do? I mean, I could just, I see a lot of these comedies out here, and like I said, I see some of the roles. A lot of times you're playing a police officer, stuff along those lines. I just think, again, and hell, it might be man on the bicycle. I don't know, or
I own a laundromat.
Right. Right. Anything like that in your future?
I never know. I never know. One of the things I really just enjoy doing, I enjoy doing all of these different characters. And I got to say, I never try to make them, funny or anything like that. But I think the humor sometimes comes out of the reality of a situation or a moment, because I always, used to think of myself as being a very serious guy. But I think the more serious you get, the funnier you get. So I just enjoy playing, a variety of different characters. And that's one of the things I really love about it.
All right. Well, look, I can only envision, all of a sudden, a movie where you're the owner of a laundromat and dealing with some badass kids who coming up in there and all kind of stuff. To me, it would be 24/7 comedy.
Yeah. Well, I own a laundromat and I have a bicycle that I deliver other people's laundry in New York City. we might be on to something.
I'm gonna have to call some of my friends who are comedy directors and run that by them. Tim Story, Reggie Huntley, let's holler at you.
There you go.
Isaiah, I will do that. Isaiah Whitlock, man, it's great. It's a great to chat with you again. The Five Bloods was an absolutely fabulous film. I hope people check it out. And it really was, man, intense and great to see the four of you do your thing on screen.
Thank you. Yeah, it was. I think the film was just fantastic, and with all the hard work and everything that we put in, it really paid off.
All right, man. You take care and stay the hell out of those laundromats.
All righty, man. You take care.
Wow, what incredible lives they lived and the legacy they have left behind. That's it for us here at Roland Martin Unfiltered in 2025. As always, we thank you for your support. If you'd like to continue our work, you can support us via Cash App using the Stripe code in the bottom left corner. You can also contribute using credit cards with the same code. Our PayPal handle is rmartinunfiltered, and for Venmo, it's RM Unfiltered. For Zelle payments, use Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. If you prefer traditional methods, you can send checks or money orders payable to Roland Martin Unfiltered at P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. Our goal is to raise $1 million by tonight, December 31st, and we greatly appreciate your support. Have a happy and safe new year. We'll see you in 2026. Holla.